Henlo, can you guys hear me, right? How's the audio sounding? How are you guys doing? Are you guys ready to cry? Because I'm not. How is everyone? Today, I'm gonna be doing... Well, we'll get into that in a second. It's gonna be a long stream. I don't know how long the main story is. We're going to find out. So, bring some food, bring a snack, bring some like popcorn, get a drink. We're gonna be here for a while. And I hope you'll stick with me through this, well, very painful ride. I've been avoiding spoilers. It's been so hard to avoid spoilers on Twitter. All I know is this is very painful, and I'm ready to feel a lot of pain. And I hope you guys will hold my hand so I feel less sad. But yes, this stream is sponsored by Kuro Game. Thank you so much! The link to download PGR is pinned in the description if you want to do it. I would recommend it. Brilliant game. Right. Shall we do pools first? And then, what, the main story and then interlude, in the bond story? Well, which is the better order to do this? Is, interlude going to have spoilers for the main story? If so, we'll do the main story first for once. And then we'll do interlude second. It depends on, like, which one is, better. Oh, main first? Okay! We're gonna mess up the order here. Cool! Main story first, and then interlude. But before that, we have to get Liv. Which, ignore this pity, don't worry about it. Shall we do it? I have no card to play, by the way, we're gonna have to learn that first as well. Yeah, I'm gonna remember to pull not in fate. And then we'll get a weapon as well, which is... She looks so cool, by the way. I love it. I really love, like, the most recent, frames. Like, from about Selena onwards, they just look so good. And especially Liv. I think I'm gonna add her to my main teams now. Is this pity stream yet? It's not gonna be pity stream. This is not gonna be pity stream. We're going to get Liv, first pool. Obviously. She's gonna come home first pull. 100% up. Actually, I probably shouldn't, because then it's gonna mess with the, if I do go to pity. I'm not gonna go to pity. We're gonna do one pull first. Obviously, it's gonna be Liv. Visual glitch, you didn't see that. It's just a visual bug, right? You didn't see that at all. Right, now we'll do 10 pulls. Come on, Liv! Come on! No! Pity gang, stop saying pity gang. Stop saying pity gang. Ooh! Well. If only I didn't have you maxed, then I'd be happy. I'll take Lee though. Oh yeah, first 2 pulls of Lee? Hell yeah. It is he. By the way, if it's too loud, just let me know. I didn't check the audio levels, so... Good sign, yeah, absolutely. By the way, I've not pre-farmed for Liv. This is gonna be interesting, and I got a lot of farming to do for her. She's Fire God's Apostle, yes. I'm gonna be running her with Lee. It's just an excuse to use more Pale Fire, right? Anyway. This is gonna be 21, right? As in 21 is in like pity, not as in the character 21. We might get to the character 20. We might get the character 21, but no, okay, you're not 21. 21 pity. Or yeah, 11 to 21. Next one will be 21 to 31, which is like halfway, right? Right. You're gonna come home, Liv. You're not gonna go to pity. What happens at least 36? That's not what I'm talking about, no. Right. 21 to 31. Come on. Liv, please. Liv! That must be a visual glitch, right? Come on, she has to come home. You're not Liv. Come on! I'm having bad luck today. Maybe I used up all my luck recently. Trust you, she can buff Fire God's damage. Well, in that case, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. Right. Stop saying join us. I'm not. It's not pity gang. No. Not pity gang. Right, what is this now? It's like 31 to 41. Liv. Please. Please, Liv, come home. Please, Liv. No! What should be like the wrong Liv? Okay, you're not Liv at all. No thanks, Changyu. Come on. It's not pity. It's not taking pity. You're just imagining it. You're just imagining it. Don't worry, it's not pity. This isn't pity. It's not pity. Okay, I'll take Karen. Karen's cool. Karen's allowed in, but no one else. Other than Liv. Okay, no, you're not you, Bianca. You're not Liv! Come on, please, just one Liv. Stop saying pity, you guys are jinxing it. I'm gonna get it on this next pull, right? I'm gonna do single pulls now, because I think I've got like 9 to go. Yeah, 9 to go. No. Come on, don't do this to me. That's 52, 53. Gonna skip lock it. No! 54! Come on. Please. 55 is this now? Yeah, 55. I am suffering. 56. You know, you can come home on like 59, Liv. 57. You can come home anytime now. 58. There's 2 more, right? Liv. Liv, I'm begging you. Come home on the next pull. Don't take me to pity. Please. 59 out of 60. It has to be, right? You wouldn't let me go to pity, would you, Liv? No! Don't be the wrong Liv. No, come on! Changyu! No! Changyu! Look what he took from us! Look what he took from us! No! At least I got her now. There we go. There we go. First try, yeah! First try, single pulls, let's go! I love her so much. We got the day today. Remember, every streamer luck who was killed in an unfortunate accident involving gacha. Yep. Well, no. We still have a chance to show real luck, right? Wow, single pull. Yeah. Okay, watch this. First 10 pull for the weapon. Well, it's not Slate Rollins. Hestia and Bipolar Star Rift. Is that how you pronounce it? Hestia? Obviously, you know, we're gonna get it on this first pull. You know, has to be, right? Nah, that's just a glitch. Hestia, that's it. Cool. I'm gonna speed through these because I just want to get Liv. I'm begging we don't do a similar thing to Vera when we like didn't get our weapon. We got like 10 of the 5-star. I really want Liv's signature, please. Please. Guess we're going full pity. No, not full pity. Obviously, we're gonna get it now. Obviously, yeah. Stupid Bipolar Star Rift. Come on. If we lose in what is it, 70-30, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna throw up a little bit. Okay, right. Got my hands in like closed together. Gotcha gods, if you're listening. Please. Give me Liv's weapon. Not the 5-star, the 6-star one. Please give me the on rate 6-star Liv weapon. Don't give me the wrong weapon. Don't give me something I don't want. Give me Liv. Oh, it's 20. Is it 20? 28? Oh god, I thought it was 70-30. That's, you know, that's even better. That's an even better chance at getting a weapon. Come on. I'm gonna do it. Please, I don't wanna look. I'm almost like too scared to look. Right, chat, I'm not gonna look at the screen. I'm gonna look at you guys. If you, I will see if I get the weapon based off your response. But you know, I'm gonna hide the screen so I can't even see it. There we go. I can only see chat right now. I can only see you guys. It's covered. I can't actually see the game. So now, you guys are gonna be the ones who see the weapon first. You're gonna tell me if we get Liv's weapon, okay? Because I won't be able to see it. You guys are covering my entire screen. It's gonna be, yeah, there we go, pity. So I can see like the sort of sparklies. That's 5-star, right? I'm trying to look at the colors because I can still see like the colors, but I can't see the center of the screen. Come on. Right, I can only see you guys now. I'm too scared to look. I don't want to look. Come on. Come on. This is still a 5-star, right? It's gonna be the last one. I think we did actually hit pity. Oh, is it? Is this Liv's weapon? I don't know. Look, I'm too scared. Is it? Wait! Yes, let's go! Nice! That was worth it. Obviously, not looking at the screen was the way to go. There's your Evie gotcha tips. Don't look at the screen and you get what you want. Desire sensor's real. Nice, I'm so happy about that. Cool, we can stop here. I'll save those black cards. I am so happy. I am so happy. Right, let's feed the shards to characters we did. Yeah, it's shards 4. I thought that was Liv for a sec. Oh my god, Liv's rotted my brain. For some reason, I thought this was like Liv Lux. I don't know why. It's clearly like red at the bottom, but the hair, I was just like, oh yes, Liv. Why is Liv's icon in the bottom corner? She's rotted my brain. I'm suffering from Liv brain rot. Make sure to try her. Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna be doing the Celica's class as always. I want to figure out how to use her. Liv brain rot. Yeah, she's rotted my brain. The constructs. I will build them one day, I said. And all I have at the top is like husbando, best girl, husbando, second best girl, husbando. And then like everyone down here are just never finished building. I'll do it one day, I say. I'll do it one day. I have to do Liv though now. Wait, why so? Oh, I was gonna say why so many chungy fragments, but then I remembered. Triple Liv team now? No, I haven't finished building the other Livs. But I'm not. I want to run Liv with well, when I got 1C, I took Liv out of my team. Because I was like, okay, well I don't need a healer now. I have 1C. Now Liv is coming back in the team for good old Fire God. I'll cut my throat 1 second. But yes. Be truly the waifu better than meta gang respect. Yeah, exactly. I'm a Pale Fire main. I will absolutely play Pale Fire over anyone else in this game. Although Roland's pretty close. I swapped Roland out, by the way. He was still my home, like, what's the word, like menu screen character. I swapped him out for today to give good old Pale Fire a chance in the spotlight, right? Here we go. Hellfire's meta though. I mean, when I started playing, all I could see were the memes of like Lee dying and falling over. He's meta in my heart, but yeah. Where's Liv? Sorry, we're not here to talk about Lee. We're here to talk about the girl, the best girl. I think I probably level up a weapon, but I don't think I can level up Liv too high. I haven't also farmed her memory set. I am so behind. I'll have to do that off stream. Right, can we level this up? Pog 7.7k VP, yes. I'm a big Lee enjoyer. This is white rifle, right? Has to, yeah, cool. Sorry, I had to double check that I wasn't leveling up a 5-star by mistake. Oh, cogs might be a bit of an issue. Don't worry about it. We'll deal with that when it comes. We'll probably do more damage than my triple S Lee. Well, look, that doesn't. I'm gonna still pretend it's Lee doing the damage, so I can feel good about myself. Okay. Lee is just really cool. I love him. There we go. Right, all done. No memories yet. I need to farm. How high can I get her? Oh! That's higher than I thought I'd be able to. That's surprising. I'm gonna get her to 70 because if I get her to 71, it's gonna annoy me forever. But I would have thought I could only get her to like 30 or something. Cogs check. Yeah, I'm running low on cogs. I think I should have gotten some from the pools. Oh yeah, we have plenty. Insert that like camo sticker. You have many cogs. There we go. Oh, hi, can we get her? Okay, there we go. This time to see a lot of cool Lee. Oh, I'm excited then. I'm excited for any more Lee stuff. Look, I would consider myself to be up there. You know, there's probably someone who's like on the same level as me for like Lee for Lee love, but I don't think there's anyone who like beats me. I think that, you know, I'm probably tied for #1 Lee fan. I don't want to say I'm the number 1 Lee fan because that's like, you know, be selfish. Lee is for everyone, not just for me. But I'd like to imagine that I'm like at least tied for #1. There we go. I should have plenty of cogs, right? We are losing them quite fast. Don't forget the Eden Festival got beaten there. Yeah, but like, I spent money on the Eden Festival. I don't think I've said that yet. I spent money on the Eden Festival, on the packs and stuff. I don't think I said that at all, but that is the thing that I did. We're not gonna talk about that though. Oh, we can hold click to level up. That would be so much faster. Anyway, I think, yeah, I've screwed up the skill point distribution here. More farming to do, right? I spend money and still don't take a #1. I need at least some training arc. No. It was because I wasn't like in any rush to get #1. I wanted to be top 10. And I believe I was like, no, I was only like top 20. I was like around that. But yes. 0 skill points though. Yeah, I ran out of skill points. It's like a first. Although we did get at least the first coding for Liv. Oh wait, that's. Sorry, I was looking at it yesterday. This one obviously wasn't released yet, but oh my god, it's pretty. This one also has like Selena vibes, I think. It's kind of like Selena's like old skin that came with her release, kind of. Also, maybe I'm just a shrimp. Maybe like I'm wrong for saying this, but she looks kind of fish-like. I know it's supposed to be like angelic and stuff, but with the way the wings are, it kind of looks like a fishtail. So if anyone asks, this is actually Fish Liv. That skin is released. Yeah, it wasn't yesterday. Yesterday they didn't show it in the list. Yeah, this is just Fish Liv. Thank you so much, Vivid. Thank you. It was a white hair and black enthusiast. What would I rate Liv's new frame? Well, let's have a look at like the max. Honestly, in some ways, and I can't quite like explain it. Probably because it just looks like a sort of healer class from like older games, but she's really nostalgic to me for some reason, and I think I'd probably have to rate her like a 9 out of 10 just for design. Maybe even like 9.5. Nothing can be more perfect than Liv. Not Liv than Lee. wait. Sorry, Liv brain rot. Nothing can be more perfect than Lee. So yeah, I can't give her 10 out of 10, but she does get a 9.5 for me because oh my god, she's so pretty. Just look at her. Ah, I love her. I love her so much. Right. You actually have enough stuff to. I love him. I love him so much. Do I have enough to not do that? Sorry. Oh, they have enough gifts for Liv. Lee fluffy hair is instant 10 out of 10. Yeah, exactly. This is like peak character design. Honestly, you can't do better than this. Every other frame in the game. Like, oh, by the way, I did actually get into level 8 recently, just because you know I felt like it. Every other frame in the game doesn't even get close. sorry. But Lee Pale Fire 10 out of 10. Where is Liv? There she is. Liv! Love me! Please, Liv, love me! Please! How much stuff do I need to feed her for her to, like, enjoy my company? There we go! There we go! Is that how you, like, flirt with girls? You just, like, scream, love me! This always worked for me, obviously. Right. Are any of her voice lines gonna spoil the story for me? I'm not gonna look at the info or secret, but I do know this is like a very sort of lore-heavy chapter, which I'm really looking forward to. But if like her, I'm gonna look at her poses, but if the voice lines might spoil the story for me, then I might not listen to them just now. Scream love me and give him 3 gifts in a row. Yeah, that is indeed how you flirt with girls. Right. Shall we? Sort of. I mean, these shouldn't leak any story stuff. Oh, not really. Okay, cool. I wanna like avoid spoilers at all costs, but we will have listened to some of her voice lines. So we'll start with like the regular ones. No. I know this is like a new Liv VA. I can't say I ever like really played Liv enough to like appreciate her old VA fully, but I really do like this new voice. So pretty. So pretty. It's such like a nice tone to it, I guess. It's hard to like explain, but it's a light voice. It's a really light sounding voice without sounding like airy, and I really appreciate that. I think it sounds so pretty. So pretty. Ah! Oh! She sounds like, yeah, she sounds really calm, really polite, very angelic. I love her. I love her so much. Oh, okay. Care to elaborate, Liv? What does this mean? Oh. Oh. Wow, the little spin as well. She really just comes across as so angelic. I'm not gonna see her as like a fish, but so pretty. Oh. She's like outstretching her hands like that. Yes, Liv, I wanna look right. She looks like she'd be awesome to hug. She looks like she would be awesome to hug. I'm just saying, right? Look at like the shoulder here. That looks like a perfect place to like rest your head. I'm just saying. She looks like it would be like she would give the best hugs. I cannot elaborate. I will not elaborate. I just want to hug her. I want to give her a hug. Look, look exactly, it's a hug. See what I mean? I just want to hug her. I really want to. Wait, can I? Wait, if I. You think I can like rest my head against like her shoulder, like this? Wait, if she like come on, Liv, hug me. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I had my fun. Wait, what? No! Hang on a second. Okay, now I really want to give her a hug. Now she needs a hug. I love her. My heart is hers. Sorry, Lee. Sorry. Wait, my heart now belongs to Liv. I'm sorry. Oh. Why? They didn't need to make her this cute. Something I can't help but notice is that she seems more... Maybe it's the new VA more than anything else, but She seems more emotionally broken than her other frames, and admittedly, that makes me nervous. I'm kind of scared. And all these voice lines has got this sort of like, you know, undertone of like just pure pain and suffering, and I am like, I'm ready. I'm not ready, I lied. But her voice is a massive spoiler. Yeah, she sounds broken, as in like emotionally devastated. And yay, let's do this, right? Of course, no spoilers, but it just gives more like, you know, anticipation to the story. Right, we'll do a quick tutorial on how to so I can learn how to play Liv. Because I don't know. I'm really excited, right? Celica. There we go. And then we'll start the main story, and then after the main story, we'll do Liv's interlude. So if you want to only be here for the interlude, I don't know how long it's gonna take, probably like 3.5 hours or something, then you know when to come back. But right. Liv Imperia. Very cool sounding name. So I keep forgetting that's the screen I chose for loading. Sorry, it's hard to be sad when you're graded by cross-dressing Calamity. Alright. Liv Imperia's core passive requires prayer to trigger. Accumulate prayer from basic attacks and pings. Oh my god, right. That was very bright. That was very bright. I heard people say Flashbang Liv. I wasn't expecting. I was like, oh, that's just like a meme, right? That's just a meme. Now I kind of understand why. Right. Tap the dodge button to enter prayer. What's the dodge? Prayer? Double tap dodge. I can't read. Can insert single orbs twice at most when in prayer form. With each time inserting a 1, 2, 3 ping to kind of core passive stag damage amplification. Okay, right, so use pings. The number of prayer amplification stacks is displayed here. The higher number, the more damage. Celica! Okay, Celica, I didn't realize I was playing you. What damage Celica would deal. Oh my god, right, okay, that looks very cool, but oh my eyes. Look, I'm a certified gamer. I don't know what it's like to go outside. But oh my god, right. That is so pretty. Inserting an orb of different color will pull and deal damage to monsters and deal slight damage to Celica. Perform an extreme dodge to dodge the damage to Celica and enter Matrix. Okay, Celica. She really is the main character of PGR, you know. You thought this was Liv, but it was Celica all along. Exactly. From a signature move, restore prayer to insert signal orbs of any color 3 times. Oh, okay. Right, we're now in the red dimension. Nice. Oh! What? Right. So you fill up the bar at the bottom. My understanding, right? Oh my god, okay, right. It's not that bright anymore, I'm used to it, My eyes have adjusted. Fill up the funny prayer bar. Double tap dodge to enter prayer mode. You ping loads. If you ping to a different color, you have to dodge out again afterwards to like enter Matrix mode. And you can ult. She goes into the red dimension. You can do stuff. Oh, I accidentally triggered the... Okay. I accidentally triggered the exit. That looks so cool. What the hell? Exactly! I feel like I need sunglasses to play her, but like... Oh my god, I need her on the team, right? I need her. I already have her, but like I still need to finish building her. Oh, why is she so damn cool? I have no clue, but I love it. Let's add her to the dorm. Wow, I can't speak. Let's add her to the dorm, and then we'll do the main story. No, I'm not stalling because I don't want to cry. You are. You're stalling, not me. Where did Lee go? I kicked out. Right. I kicked out Entropy to make room for Roland. I'm just gonna get rid of number 21, sorry. And then we're gonna... No, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of Lux. No, because Lux is the cool one. I'm gonna get rid of 21 and we're gonna put in Imperia instead. And that means that this double live dorm. Look at her go. Ah! Okay, there we go. Made her happy. That's all I wanted to do in life. Make little live wow, I can't speak. Make little live happy. Oh. This is a living room. I need to build like the rest of my dorms. Okay, right. A bit unrelated, but like these are my dorms so far. I've basically just been building the defaults. But I've been doing more because I have so much this is the Christmassy one. I have so many dorm parts, whatever they're called, that it's just I can make an entirely new dorm like out of nowhere. I can just build like an entire preset in a day. Anyway. Right. Shall we do this? Prepare yourself for pain, by the way. Oh, what is this? Okay, this is new. Sunken in Scarlet, escaping from Calamity, praying in Doomsday. These don't sound very promising. Thanks so much, Kiko, on for the super chat. Thank you. To live is to suffer. Congrats on the live Discord light mode. That's a new one. Good luck, chat. You on the other hand got your first 10 pulls. The same luck to you all. Wow, now you're wishing everyone luck. I see how it is. Congrats on getting your live. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sadly pity gang today. Thank you so much. God, right. I'm nervous, but this will be good, right? This looks very interesting as well. I like this layout. Let me add in the I think I have it. Wait, that's muted. Oh, there we go. There's the funny. Aha. We're gonna cry together. Yeah. So we left off last time. We got absolutely destroyed by the twins. And we got like absolutely destroyed. And Liv was kind of left to pick up the pieces. So time to see what's gonna happen. Oh. Okay, off to a good start. Some people say that life is born from a mother's suffering, then grows up in the accompaniment of torture and is extinguished in sorrow. I wanna know who says that, because I think they need a hug. You simply cannot grow up without sorrow, because the gifts of fate are hidden on both sides of the road of suffering. If you wish to receive such gifts, you must first step on this road. Alas, that is only what some people say. If you were a baby about to be born or someone on the verge of death, face with what was to come, or back turned to what has already happened, or transpired, how would fill the depths of your heart? Excitement or fear? If you could start over, would you choose this life? What? Is this your first time meeting a stranger who wants a conversation for no reason? No, I've never thought about that. I'm just saying you look like someone who thinks about that. If so, I hope you would not regret this decision. Huh? You will regret this. Oh, he's saying, oh, okay, right. Great start. 6:20 p.m. The last transport craft here for a rescue mission crashes and causes a massive explosion. A horde of hetero creatures rushes out from the dense smoke, declaring their victory and humanity's loss of air superiority. In the wilderness, with Lee's help, a survivor drags his broken leg as he struggles to escape their capture. Are you nuts? You shouldn't have come here to rescue people. Save your breath and pick up the pace. Lee! Though he's being verbally harsh, he does stop for a while to let his companion catch up and seizes the chance to fire bullets at the hetero creatures coming from the sky. It's been over a month since the disaster that happened in the Puglia Forest Park ruins. The humans trapped on the surface still have to rely on this method to survive. The escape plan you proposed is crazy. There's almost no chance for us to... Me and Lee. Are the PGR devs okay? You have time if they need to talk. Yeah, I feel like the people who write this game probably need a hug as well. He seems still in shock as he talks to Lee while trembling. Letting Lucio use that external thruster to take care of the paratroopers. This is just... He gets interrupted by a beep from Lee's terminal, but Lee doesn't look down to check the device. Instead, he remains vigilant and continues to hunt down the hetero creatures that try to get close. Lucy has found a transport vehicle. She's on her way here. How do you know? You didn't even look at it. What if it's a distress signal? She's the captain of Grey Raven. Forget it. After all, if she could survive a battle like that... Alright then, let's proceed onward and rendezvous with her. He sighs, then appears to relax ever so slightly. Lee doesn't answer. He focuses his attention on the hetero creatures flying in the sky and continues in the same direction. We need to get them off our tails before we enter the conservation area. They're still coming this way? So my cough was acting there. Of course! You really shouldn't just go charging into the crash site to save people. Now those bastards around the transport crafts are going straight for you. You're the reinforcements sent by Babylonia. You're our comrades. He sighs helplessly for having to state the obvious. These were Lucia's exact words. If our commandant was still conscious, the same would surely be said. So I won't leave you behind either. But I heard there aren't enough medical supplies to treat all the wounded in the conservation area. Before we set out, we already prepared to sacrifice ourselves and recall. Let's not recall, actually. Let's not do that. Lee stops talking, lets his companion lean on him, and makes haste. I wish that should have been me. I wish that were me. If we spend too many medical supplies, eventually most slightly injured people won't be able to recover. If the rescue falters, more people would die on the battlefield. We didn't come all this way from Babylonia to live just to be a liability for bases here on the surface. It's not for you to worry about. We will take you and the other casualty Lucia brought back to the conservation area for a professional evaluation to assess the necessary provisions. You mean that the members from RAVEN Liv? She didn't come here with you. She's staying in the conservation area to help tend to the wounded. She's the only qualified medic there now. We weren't able to get a lot of supplies, but we'll at least be able to hold out for a few more days. Had we not saved you, we wouldn't have gotten to secure the supplies. People in the conservation area are still waiting on good news from Babylonian reinforcements. Not to mention, saving lives isn't something that requires hesitation. But our surface reinforcement plan. This failed once again. Oh. The list of fallen constructs since the Battle of Puglia Forest Park. Ruins till date is hereby disclosed by popular demand. Oh, the Puglia Park Park's ruins till date is hereby disclosed by popular demand. Wow, that's a lot of people. The prologue of our nightmare finally concludes as the cry of the hetero hive mother echoed through the Puglia Forest Park ruins. The explosion blew the highly concentrated punishing virus around the mother everywhere, covering the entire forest park in the ashes of death. "439 constructs are still missing to date. Oh my god. When the magnificent light from the Longinus arsenal finally dissipated, only the charred remains of the hetero hive mother and all the hetero sapiens lurking in the forest were left. But the punishing virus didn't just disappear like that, and the great fire didn't stop the violent hetero creatures and hetero sapiens from running rampant. Dedicated to those who sacrificed their lives in the Battle of Puglia Forest Park ruins. Command in hands. City 041 Conservation Area staff, Marshal Mole Anderson Adams House, and a total of 27 standard personnel with 55 kilometers of CPF 040. With the CPF 040 destroyed, the tower no longer purified the air of the punishing virus, and those things took to the air, fanning the flames of an already dire situation. Calamity spread like wildfire, and the punishing virus filled the air. To restore life on Earth, we hope the tragedy of the Great Evacuation won't happen a second time. We shall exhaust all our manpower and transportation capacity to get the victims of this disaster to a safe area farther away from here. The Babylonian citizens have cast their votes, and we decided to go with this decision. Time is of the essence if we are to save lives. Strikecock and Cerberus will lead this rescue operation and deal with the hostile hetero creatures coming from the sky. Move out, team. The first two rescue. I don't like how. I mean, just look at Babylonia. I don't like how gray it is. I don't like how dark the music is. I'm worried. The first few rescue operations went well. Most Babylonia citizens didn't expect they would have so many strangers here, but quite some lucky ones made it to this place safely. However, Calamity ensured shortly afterward. We failed. Many teams reported this last month. They said they saw some hetero creatures with wings that learned how to fly with the help of highly concentrated punishing virus. Now those things swarmed together and attacked our transport craft. This was our last mission report. We lost contact with the elite squad on the other transport craft. When the resident in Babylonia finally decided to cast aside their worries and accept life on the ground, the sky isn't safe anymore. The path is cut off. Where can people run to? There's no way back now. If they request backup, they'll only repeat our mistake. The elite team trapped on the surface volunteers to protect the conservation area and hunt down the hetero creatures and hetero sapiens. I wish I could be like, whoa, Noctis, let's go! But like, it's too sad for me to start simping. Boss, I've dealt with the areas I was asked to clean up. But look at this. Noctis furrows his brows in the mission recording and points to the red tide behind him. The hetero creatures are coming back to life in the raging red tide. Then we'll vaporize the red tide too. The three figures in the recording raise their weapons and approach the red tide. However, another signal stops them in their tracks. Asimov! This notification is for all the task force members. Judging by the data we've collected, the red tide shows no signs of stopping. Even if we make the red tide evaporate, the punishing virus will remain in the air. When the punishing virus strikes again and corrupts human bodies, the festered flesh will slowly converge and form a new red tide, similar to the liquid the heterosapiens secrete. Well, that's horrifying. What? Hang on a second. That's really messed up. Be careful not to let the red tide converge, otherwise we'll have another disaster on our hands. So basically, even if you get rid of the red tide, human bodies will, like, that are infected, will dissolve into it anyway. It liquidates human flesh, right? That is a horrifying thought. But no need to waste time on tributaries that haven't converged yet. These will continue to generate so long as there are casualties in the presence of the punishing virus. These transitions, I'm sorry, this is like actually so good. Asimov, do you think we're cleaning the red tide or the dead that became part of it? Oh, come we? It's not the right time to ask that, but oh. No one can answer this question. This disaster is dragging us slowly into hell. No place to hide, no path to flee. After the fire in the forest park ruins goes out, hordes of hetero creatures emerge worldwide. Overwhelming and unstoppable, they slaughter all living beings that stand in their way. Under cascading death, the harm caused by the unidentified twins is actually negligible. The tide of hetero creatures wanders aimlessly through the wilderness, spreading footprints of grief and death through this rotten land. The twins left among the ashes walk towards the west coast, robbing language and knowledge from dead humans and constructs along the way. After arriving at the west coast, instead of crossing the sea, they continue to move northward along the coast. They join the barrage of hetero creatures in the battle against humans and constructs stationed in the defense zone, resulting in the destruction of conservation areas in 37 cities, and leaving no survivors. When the garrison sensed that there was no chance of victory, they had no choice but to resort to avoidance tactics, pretending their action trajectory and withdrawing in advance. These predictions are not always accurate. The enemy sometimes acts separately or stays in the same area for a long period of time. But most of the time, the twins and the barrage of hetero creatures explore the one city for up to 1 to 3 days before proceeding to the next city. In order to avoid getting ravaged and devastated by the approaching barrage, residents from adjacent cities flee in advance. If the residents couldn't flee in time, they had no choice but to leave their future up to fate to decide. This is such like a haunting mental image, oh my god. If people choose to leave early because of fear, they will fall into the dilemma of competing for resources with residents of other cities. These hetero creatures are a barrage in every sense of the word, bringing death to the land wherever they inundate. Under such a catastrophe, only one conservation area where the twins pass managed to survive. Only by retreating underground had they not drawn the twins' attention. However, when the garrison in the next conservation area attempted to adopt this tactic, they were instead burned to death underground. These creatures grow in wisdom and learn how to use tools, evolving little by little. However, no one can make a conclusive decision as to whether they have feelings and temperament in the biological sense. Just as humans treat vegetation, they regard humans as a natural resource here on Earth. They pick up lone humans, like cherishing the seeds, and return them to the crowd. Although these humans would die of severe infection after coming in contact with the punishing virus, some people had witnessed the twins' harmless appearance. Like appreciating flowers, the twins also insert the damaged and broken constructs into the dense red tide, and tell them with their chilling voices to become whole again. This is so good. Before they truly understand feelings and benevolence, humans cannot rely on communication. They can only escape the twins' tracks before being plundered. At first, in order to avoid the high concentration of punishing virus on the surface, people planned to migrate to the Arctic route union. These creatures began to venture northward. With the barrage of the twins and the migrating hetero creatures bringing danger to the northwest, people turned to the southeast for refuge. With surface buildings in the conservation area lacking airtight ventilation, CPFs can no longer ensure safety in such a high concentration of the punishing virus. Most human beings live in the enclosed basement of the conservation area, leaving the resource collection and rescue operations to the constructs. Even if scavengers are fitted with a full set of protective suit, their movements are hindered by the threat of hetero creatures. When all the land outside the conservation area becomes entrenched with hidden dangers, supply consumption becomes a new problem. People are in urgent need of rescue, but the transport crafts originally used for rescue only end up turning into fuel time and again. You're forced to step into the eternal night of death, and with different languages and bodies, war is won in the afterburn of dawn. How poetic. In order to retain the few motes of light that remain in the darkness. This is gonna be a good one, isn't it? This is gonna be really good. This is so good. Right? I don't think I'm ready for this. I am so excited. I don't think I'm ready, but like, oh my god, I'm just... I can't wait, right? Everyone got their tissues ready. Everyone got their tissues like a snack or something going to be for a while. Oh, Babylonia, 9:30 p.m. The cold lights once again illuminate the symbols of the 5 powers. The gloomy space masks the anxious expression of each council member, allowing the hall to maintain a solemnity and unity in front of the camera. In silence, the light representing the will of the people appears on screen as arranged. Seeing that everything is ready, Hassan rises and announces the commencement of the meeting. I'm sure everyone already knows the topic of this meeting. During our last meeting, the overwhelming majority voted in favor of escorting all refugees who consent back to Babylonia. These days, we've made considerable sacrifices, but we've not achieved the corresponding results. He raises his hand he raises his hand and leads everyone's eyes to the light blue holo screen in front of him, which shows a group of rosters and a graph of green data indicating a downward trend. 3 hours have passed since our last failed rescue attempt. After the Puglia Forest Park disaster, Babylonia dispatched 765 transport crafts and over 374 rescue attempts at the surface. On day 1 of the disaster, we rescued 587 refugees at a loss of 13 aircrafts and 21 pilots, and crew perished. On day 2, 493 refugees were rescued with 11 severe injuries, 42 minor injuries, 27 aircrafts were lost, and 36 pilots and crew perished. On day 3, I'm sensing a bit of a pattern here. 271 refugees rescued with 21 severe injuries. 7 died from their wounds upon reaching Babylonia. 53 aircrafts were lost, and 71 pilots and crew perished. In order to increase the success of these rescue operations, we dispatched Cerberus and Strikehawk. These elite squads have been able to protect most of the crew during ambushes. However, the hetero creatures are becoming increasingly relentless. Even our elite forces are struggling to prevent losses during air transit. The line graph continues to sink in front of the camera to the lowest point of the dataset. As shown in the figures, the success rate of our rescue operation continues to decline with each passing day. We've tried various tactics and even resorted to autonomous rescue pods, but there's no obvious change. They are in a state of insurrection, and will attack everything within range. According to our latest statistics, our success rate has fallen below 3.12% for 12 consecutive days. I'm sensing a bit of an issue here. The cost of these rescue operations in terms of constructs, materials, and transportation continues to escalate. Without an intact transport craft, even the elite teams currently stranded on the surface are unable to return to Babylonia. A red line indicating an upward trend is overlaid on the green chart, creating an exaggerated X shape. As further to continue these rescue operations, I believe you have already collected votes prior to this meeting. Yes, Mr. President. According to the votes, 57% of the public believe the number of casualties far exceeds the number of those rescues, and these meaningless operations should cease immediately. The lower than anticipated disapproval rate caught many of the council members' attention, causing everyone to begin whispering in the shadows. Yeah, only 57%? Hang on a second, that's like optimistic, right? I assumed the disapproval rate would be closer to 100% given our losses. Me too! The remaining 43% of voters believe that we should continue these operations, or at least return the elite squads back to Babylonia. Test out. Simulate both scenarios. With the current tactics, I need like an AI voice for this. With the current tactics, the success rate will result in asymptote. Oh, asymptote! I know that word. Asymptote of 0 or negative number. It's like a graph thing, right? Asymptote is like a graph thing. Oh, I forgot what it means though. It's like it's to like you look at the curve of a graph and like there's like maybe try British voice to AI. Okay, with the current tactics, the success rate will result in an asymptote of 0. Sounds like saying asymptote. I think it's asymptote, but I don't know how many syllables are in it. With the current tactics, the success rate will result in an asymptote of 0 or a negative number. Deducing the combat effectiveness of elite squads, no direct engagement with the twins results in a 97.1% survival rate on the surface. Approaches it but never reaches it. That's it. That's the one. That's the one. And it's decided. Given these statistics, we will suspend surface rescue operations and prioritize necessary logistics for Babylonia. That being said, we will not abandon our comrades stranded on Earth. Parliament will urge the task force to modify its tactics as soon as possible to improve the success rate and make a second rescue attempt. With the meeting adjourned, Hassan is joined in his office by an expected guest here to discuss an expected topic. Is it Nicola? Or Asimov? I noticed this problem too. It's Nicola! Compared with researching how to change rescue tactics, Corona will be more inclined towards a full evacuation. They garnered less support than expected this time. That's good news. This also means your desire to make a second rescue attempt didn't fall on deaf ears. After a moment of contemplation, Hassan raises his hand again and projects a video recording onto the screen. Have you seen this? Lucia, Captain of Grey Raven, issuing a mission report to HQ. We have successfully cleared the hetero creatures from the Puglia Forest Park ruins and have fully evacuated outside of the corruption zone. There is a high level of punishing concentration here due to the large presence of hetero creatures. According to the information we have received, the surrounding areas are the same except in the direction leading to the ARU. However, we are unable to escort this many refugees by foot, nor does the ARU have enough supplies to sustain such a high influx of refugees. After we confirmed the twins heading towards the west coast, we took the commandant and 67 humans to the basement in City 043's conservation area. We have enough supplies here to sustain us for 15 days, requesting immediate aid. Teasel is still MIA. Commandant Vanessa and Baminana from Egret are also with us. They suffered some injuries, but they are no longer in critical condition after being treated by Liv. Why did Liv treat Vanessa? Oh my god, no. No. Liv should not have to do that. She pauses for a second. As for Commandant, Abby. We just rendezvoused with Liv. She's more qualified to issue a report. She points her terminal at Liv. Fortunately, the Commandant's abdominal wound didn't affect any vital organs. However, during the evacuation, the Commandant suffered a serious head injury, leading to brain trauma and dural hematoma. I mean, no one's gonna notice. You'd have to find my brain first. After we moved to the conservation area of City 043, we used the medical facilities here to perform a craniotomy on the Commandant and remove the hematoma. You did brain surgery on me! Again, how did you find the brain in the first place? While we were searching for a conservation area to operate in, we were delayed after being attacked by a barrage of hetero creatures. Now the situation isn't looking good. The Commandant is in a coma and battling an infection. The medical equipment here is less than ideal, and most of the medical supplies have been taken away. If this continues, the Commandant may face septic shock. Well, yeah, you upgraded my brain with dirty equipment. The microscope. Nice. Hopefully we can bring the Commandant back to Babylonia for treatment. But based on the current safety concerns in transit, I'm afraid that even if we make it back, the turbulence will only cause secondary injuries to the Commandant. We need immediate medical relief. Whether that be for the Commandant or the injured residents here in City 043's conservation area. That's our current sitrap. Please send support as soon as possible. Lucy's recording cuts out. This is the mission report we received after they just retreated from the Puglia Forest Park ruins. We dispatched more supplies and support to provide emergency relief, but Ebby shows no signs of improvement. The return of ceremony of Atlantis gave people hope and made them care for heroes. After the fire in Puglia, people want to know Grey Raven's whereabouts. I think it's an appropriate time to disclose their current situation. You've suffered heavy casualties this time. Commander Harley, Joe, and Yada barely made it back to Babylonia with Simon in a coma. They're still at Star of Life, and Simon has yet to regain consciousness. Edgar and numerous other constructs are still stranded on the surface. If even Great Raven and Evie have suffered such serious losses, this will be a huge blow to the people's confidence in victory. At that point, I'm sure even more people will be in favor of abandoning the rescue effort. If we don't inform the people, they will only turn to rumors. Sometimes acceptance is more helpful to us to overcome difficulties. But surely we approach this in a more delicate manner. What if I say I wanted to use this as a bargaining chip with Kurono? Huh? What do you mean by that? You mean the Omega file? Correct. According to the Science Council's report, the Omega prototype is complete. It has the ability to absorb the punishing virus, but the effect is limited. Given the information in the report, it seems that it can't actively capture the punishing virus. However, it can absorb it by coming into contact with the virus. Considering its current form, even if we devote all resources to mass production, it's going to be difficult to achieve this desired effect. However, if we can direct large quantities of the punishing virus to the Omega prototype, we may be able to achieve a vastly different effect. How can constructs absorb the punishing virus? Isn't that a characteristic reserved for Ascendants? You aren't thinking of joining forces with Kurono, are you? I don't trust Kurono! The Science Council stole a portion of Kurono's R&D through its counter-intelligence program. They're using Ascendant data to develop a specialized frame. If Asimov can confirm the Omega weapon's compatibility with this new frame, we can use the current situation to discuss it with them. Yeah, this is for Liv, right? Heavy rain falls on a gloomy afternoon. Raven has already been stranded on the surface for over a month. During this time, Liv has been meticulously caring for Evie, who has shown no signs of regaining consciousness. The rain outside the basement has gradually washed away the coagulated blood on the streets. Absent of humans, the ruins are now only filled with corrupted and hetero creatures lingering aimlessly. Before the abandoned CPF-040 and the Puglia Forest Park were set ablaze, people had noticed the punishing concentration steadily rising with the appearance of the Red Tide. At that time, people simply attributed this phenomenon to the heterocore and the Red Tide. They believed this was the manifestation of the punishing virus, as it accumulated and evolved, not that they were the culprits. Nobody was aware of a much greater disaster silently looming in the distance. They only targeted the Red Tide, thinking that if it was eliminated, their problems would be solved. Thus, they used the Longinus arsenal to obliterate the Red Tide and its monstrosities. However, the punishing virus still remained. Nothing could dissipate it. Their efforts were akin to evaporating a stream, the condensation of which only returned to the air. The airborne punishing virus was then absorbed by the mother, what should have been an overflowing punishing concentration seemingly fell, during which it used this time to breed yet another disaster. With the CPF-040 and Puglia Forest Park reduced to ruins, the punishing virus trapped within it was released into the world, further fanning the flames of a world already at its limit. In this vast Red Sea, the emergence of humanoid creatures only indicated the further evolution of the punishing creatures. However, they are not the greatest threat, nor are they the ultimate fruit born from disaster. Today, the hotbed known as the Red Tide continues to sow its seeds across the lands as it marches onwards to over bloodstains, both new and old, in the joyous pitter-patter of rain. Humanity, how the children of Earth have fallen. Now they are cast adrift like a ship without sails, huddling in the narrow cabins they call the conservation areas and praying to the CPFs for the minuscule protection they can provide. Oh. Oh wow. Oh wow. Conservation area basement. 9:30 p.m. This looks really cool. Evie's brain is damaged. But my soul is casually streaming. Yeah, this is just like the ghost of Evie right now streaming. Sounds close to the event. This is the main story. The story is just this dark. Right as the Council of Babylonia is deliberating whether to suspend rescue, humanity on Earth eagerly awaits good news in the enclosed basement. Several days have passed since they last received aid. Food and medical supplies dwindle before their eyes. However, for people in any conservation area, stepping out of the enclosed basement and returning to their old ways as scavengers means certain death. They have no choice but to remain in the conservation area, under the protection of the constructs. Didn't they say supplies were on the way? How much longer we gotta wait? In the enclosed basement filled with the stench of decaying flesh, a haggard refugee suddenly shouts at his partner. Who knows? Maybe they failed again. His companion seems less anxious, stroking the old guitar as he plucks its strings. How can you play that thing at a time like this, Zach? What else can I do? We all have our own ways of handling stress. Is he gonna sing? I can't sing. I'm not gonna sing that. The young refugee named Chuck sings weakly as he strums along with each word, but this only ignites the last ounce of reason in the other resident, who begins to yell at him angrily. Had I known it was going to be like this, we should have evacuated while we still had a chance. Hearing the sudden outburst, Liv looks up anxiously from beside the patient she is attending to and watches him out of the corner of her eye. If it hadn't been for those damn corrupted and those hetero or whatevers pursuing the transport crafts, we would have been out of here already. I told you we should have left earlier, but no! You were too much of a chicken! It's that chicken shit. Chicken shit about it, crashing on the way back to Babylonia. Babylonia finally sent rescue and we missed the boat. But didn't it end up crashing anyways? I wasn't just being paranoid now, was I? Not to mention the construct kept guarding this place. Their commandant didn't go on it either. Didn't you hear, idiot? Their commandant's head wound can't handle the turbulence. I was just thinking. We wait a few days until it's safe, then go back with their commandant. I wasn't expecting it to get worse. Then, what are you going on about? We stay here, we die. We go on the transport craft, we die. That's what we got to live for now. What the hell are you talking about? We already made it out of danger once already. The conservation area in Pulia Forest was a damn death trap. The whole place was blown to smithereens. Kaboom! He jumps out of bed and mimics the explosion in the ruins. Can't you see? With the punishing concentration as high as it is, even the refugees living out in the wilderness are fighting to enter the conservation areas. Just look at that guy with the guitar. But despite all that, we're still alive. And we're going to keep on living. Despite Chuck's angry glare, he shakes through the residents excitedly as if to cheer himself up by shouting. Alright, alright. I'll go find some other place to play. Where else is there to go down here? Chuck doesn't respond. Instead, he just quietly grabs the guitar and proceeds further into the basement. If you've still got this much energy to shout, give me some of your rations tomorrow. He pushes him away and slides quietly. He grabs his injured leg and struggles to adjust his posture. If you don't got any, then we still have protective gear. What's that gonna do? That head wound you got in the way here. It must have given you a concussion if you think that'll help us kill those monsters. I just want... His voice suddenly withers. Noticing his partner's dejected mood, the middle-aged man sits up and pats him on the back. It was just a scrap CPF 100 kilometers away that was blown up. That's all. It's nothing serious. It'll be alright. If it was just that, then why the hell are we still stuck here? Already on the verge of a mental breakdown. The man begins to sob as panic sets in. Hey, don't cry. It'll be alright. Doctor, my head wound. Has the wound opened again? I'll be right with you. Thanks. You haven't had any shut-eye this past few days, have you? Constructs don't need sleep. I can still keep going for a few more days, but you need more rest. And stop irritating your wound. It just hurts and itches at the same time. I can't help myself. The middle-aged man gazes up at Liv, dark circles surrounding his glossy eyes. Ow! I'm gonna change how I sit now. Hey, snot-nosed brat. Tell me, how many days have we been here? His fatigued, an unclear question gets lost in the surrounding noise, yielding no response. No. Oh. A whole night passed since Lucy and Lee brought back the construct wounded in the rescue attempt back to the enclosed basement in the conservation area. After Lee performed basic maintenance, he recovered most of his ability to participate in a new rescue mission. Unable to return to Babylonia, the construct have become entrenched in a war of attrition. Issues caused by the damage to their frames and lack of maintenance chambers are beginning to wear on them. People are still huddled in the cold and damp basement of the conservation area, craning their necks and waiting for a sound from the outside. They look forward to new development, whether that be the news of the punishing concentration decreasing, rescue supplies to be arranged for their own conservation area, or for newly rescued refugees to be sent to other conservation areas. So long as no more refugees would come, any news is eagerly awaited. But disappointment was accompanied by hunger and sickness for the 164 people crowded in this enclosed basement. In addition, there were also 10 constructs and 2 commandants. Aside from the 3 constructs and Commandant Evie of Grey Raven, Vaminata, and Commandant Vanessa of Egret, the 6 remaining constructs were the only few survivors from previous rescue attempts. Of these 6 constructs, all but 2 are seriously injured. The other 4 had already recovered mobility under Liv's care. They had joined search and rescue attempts in the surrounding area, but as time passed, fewer and fewer refugees could be found. All of the active units on the west coast had been searched. Day 2 at 6 AM after the second rescue attempt by Babylonia. Lee has returned from the search and rescue mission with 2 constructs. Seeing all the people sleeping in the basement, he lowers his voice. He stands outside the sealed door, shakes the rain off his frame, and hands 2 small boxes to the construct in front of him. This is all the supplies we can find. Place it in storage for now. Yes, sir. Oh. I mean, she looks cool, but... God damn, she needs more... We need more medical supplies. Lucia still hasn't completed her mission in City 044. I'm going to go help her. What's the situation? The conservation areas along the west coast have all been completely destroyed. All of them? Oh, I seem to be blocking a little bit of it. They moved the text a little bit further to the side, so you guys can't see it that well. If I'm blocking it too much, just let me know. Yes, just like Vanessa predicted, the twins have nothing left but destruction in their wake, as they've gone up to the west coast. During this period, they walked from Puglia Forest to the west coast, then up north and stayed several days near the ARU. Instead of entering the ARU, they redirected their route to the southeastern coast. That is the Puglia Forest Park ruins, and returned here. At present, the twins have arrived near City 041. They choose to return to Puglia Forest. That should bode well for us, considering that City 043 isn't near City 040. If they decide to enter City 042, their next target might be here. So once Lucia comes back, we need to make a plan quickly. Are there any survivors in any of the cities along the west coast? Not many. Only 3, 2 of which I brought back. The other one went to another conservation area looking for a friend. 2 adolescent boys stand behind him, one of which is holding a cane, his leg badly corrupted. The other appears weak but seems otherwise healthy. His corruption appears serious. Looks as if he needs serum. Well, there's still some serum in the initial supplies, but there's only 1 room left in the basement. Follow me. What about matches? The adolescent boy imitates the tone of their voices and keeps his voice down. Matches? Behind you. Before he can be heard, a furry... Oh, little doggo! Oh! A furry figure crowded into the door. Although its fur is dirty and it looks frail, they say it's a border collie! Matches! Oh, Matches the dog! The boy lets out a sigh of relief as he pets his fluffy head. Thanks for letting me bring in. If there's anything you need me to do. No, thank you for bringing food. The other boy beside him gives him a resentful sneer, waking up several people lightly sleeping beside them who look curiously at the door. Matches is my family! No one can eat him! No! He's not food! Friend, yeah, you're willing to starve people for the sake of your family. No, we're not eating the dog! No! The boy strides into the room with a fake smile and nods to the curious person inside the bed. Hey bro, wanna hear something funny? Nakio was teaching his dog to drive a car on the way over here. He raises his hands and acts like he's holding a steering wheel as he continues on. Matches, this goes left and this goes right. Cool, huh? Now we just need to find a car. Don't make fun of this kid, he's struggling. Let people have the pupper. Amused, the tired refugees look at the boy and his dog, then burst out laughing. For a moment, everyone cheers up a bit in the dull basement. But the jokester quickly stops laughing. Thank you for your hospitality, everyone. I'm sorry we didn't bring many supplies. The boy seems accustomed to dealing with refugees. By cracking a joke and greeting everyone, he seems to quickly resolve the crowd's hostility to the loss of another share of their rations. What's the situation outside? Everything's destroyed from the park ruins to the west coast. Hearing this, the refugees begin murmuring to one another. Because of those 2 things? And a ton of those hetero creatures. We were ducking and hiding behind every corner all the way here. Well, since it appears the west coast is pretty much destroyed, who knows where those 2 things will go next? The refugee hands him a thumb-sized biscuit. Here, take this. Thanks for the news. Those constructs exchange their intel with each other every day, and they refuse to tell us anything. I'm going to go help Lucia. Seems like she's in a predicament. I'll leave you in charge here, Liv. Lee waves to Liv and steps out with several constructs fit to move. Okay, I'll have everything under control. Be careful! The officer staying in the room next door said she had some information, but it'll only cause us to lose all hope. So she doesn't want to talk about it for the time being. And what's the point of that? How can we be any more hopeless? We've been conducting reconnaissance missions. I can't say that word. Reconnaissance? We've been conducting reconnaissance missions in the surrounding area, but nothing has changed. We'll let everyone know right away if the situation begins to improve or if there's any danger. She did not say anything more. She walks by to another boy to lead him to a room deep inside the rest. Thank you. Just as they are about to cross the room, the boy who had just eaten the biscuit suddenly speaks. Okay, oh yeah, just to let everyone know. Be sure to guard your rations. Everyone, know what happened to our supplies in the warehouse when our conservation area was destroyed? Hey, I didn't do anything! Chill out, I'm not talking about you. After all, if you went into the warehouse, you'd have more than your leg corrupted. I mean his dog! No, not the dog! Do you see his ears, like, droop or something? He's dogging a bunch of cans while his contracts go and recover our supplies. The mutt even ate the supplies my friend gave his life for. Now I'm stuck here. That's not true. Matt just didn't do that. A person was trapped in there. Oh. When the contracts went to bring out the supplies, they just said there were 2 bodies and a bunch of empty cans in there. What if they ran in to eat the supplies, then died from the high concentration of punishing virus? Everyone knew that going into their warehouse was certain death. Were they so starving they didn't even care if they died? I think they just rushed into the warehouse to stop the dog. No! No, the dog did nothing wrong. I refuse to believe it. I don't know why they ran in there, but Matches and I didn't take any of the supplies. We just... Hey, kiddo. The refugee, who appeared to be the leader, steps out of the shadowy corner and approaches the boy. No. I don't want to argue whether your dog ate the cans or not. You're already gone. Talking about it isn't going to do anything. I just want to ask, how many supplies did you bring? I'm sorry, but I didn't bring any. Then what are we to do about your dog? This question seems more like a command, turning everyone's laughter into solemn silence. They grimly stared at the boy's flustered and evasive eyes. In other words, if you want it to stay here, you want to feed your dog with our supplies, right? I'm sorry, I'll feed him myself. How are you gonna do that? You don't have any protective suit, and your leg is wounded. Well, he can share his supplies with the dog. Doesn't mean he's gonna eat your supplies, right? He can share his own supplies. You think you can do that by yourself? You say that now, but then who's to stop you when you're off with our supplies in the middle of the night? Make him leave! We can't even feed ourselves! Where are we gonna get food to feed a dog too? Yeah, I'm starving! You even took my friend's supplies. No, leave this kid alone! The boy's cry ignites the grief and despair piled up by the crowd over many days. They all stand up one after another, regardless of their injuries. We can't just keep taking refugees! We don't have enough food to get through the day! Refugees, keep coming! We're going to starve to death! Damn kid, don't blame us for not welcoming you with open arms. But if I can't even feed myself, then what makes you think you get a share of our food? You've had enough despair and starvation! Selfish brat! And I think we'd feed your dog. Why don't we barbecue your dog? I'll give you a pack of biscuits as a thank you. Oh my god. Don't you think about it? The timid boy suddenly raises his voice. Matt, this is my family. Family? Think you can steal food to feed your family? The atmosphere tenses up as either side refuse to back down. Hey, they're about to fight! Don't worry about it. The leader will break it up if they do. I can leave if you want. I won't let you hurt him. Alright, scram you worthless brat. I'm already being kind enough as it is, not punching your face in. Can these guys stop? Oh my god. I understand like this stresses getting people, but this is not it. He stands up, grabs the boy by the collar, and kicks away Matches! No! Don't kick the dog! He rushes over to protect him. Seeing that there's going to be a conflict in the crowd, Liv, who has always been gentle, puts down her medicine and rushes herself between the boy and the angry mob. Oh, you want to protect this mutt, Miss Doctor? He said it's his family. Family? What are you talking about? In this dog-eat-dog world, plundering's the only way to live. Here we go again. Is it Kina? Kina's spouting that nonsense again. Just let him go crazy. Those concerts will put him in his place when they've seen enough. Put who in his place? Now that her teammates are gone, she's the only construct here. She can't even move with her leg broken. What's a construct like her gonna do? I'll show you that the law of the jungle is the only truth. We need to kill that dog in order to survive. You're right about that in battle, but this isn't a battle where we should fight. Doesn't matter. If I want it, I'll even sacrifice my own family. Don't think a dog is gonna stop me. I agree, Liv. That's a real moment. Liv stops arguing. Instead, she looks directly at the middle-aged man standing before in silence. Babylonia scum. He spits angrily, rolls up his worn cuffs, and swings a haymaker at Liv. But no, all it does is make her take a step back with her broken leg. That's all you Babylonians are good for. Quit bullying a wounded doctor, Kina. It's embarrassing. The refugee, referred to as Kina, begrudgingly swallows his retort. Glaring at Liv, he rolls down his sleeves, holds his red fist with his other hand, and sits down in the corner with an angry look on his face. Time to sacrifice him. Yeah, let's sacrifice this guy instead. No matter where they came from, these constructs, especially stuck with the leg injury, saved us and have taken care of us for so many days. If the law of the jungle ruled the world, you wouldn't deserve to be saved. The punishing virus would have turned you into a piece of rotten meat to be fed to this dog. Kina grits his teeth and shakes his teeth. Shakes his head, shakes his teeth, shakes his head! You brought this upon us! Yes, but I don't want to cause a dispute. I just want to ask this doctor and that boy, do you have any way to convince everyone? The crowd's gaze shifts back to the boy and his family. I'll just take my share and split it with matches. We won't steal anything, I promise. You can quarantine me if that makes everyone feel better. Well, since you say so, I'm willing to believe you. You don't need to be quarantined. Not like we have the space anyway. I accept your proposal. What does everyone else think? The hungry crowd is silent. No one raises any objection. And it's settled. But Kina, come with me for a moment. Oh, please, like, just punch his face in. Come on. What's your name? Since the food shortage cannot be fixed, she can at least do something that is within her power. She pats the boy on the shoulder and gently leads him into the room. Oh, Liv! The good Liv's little smile. I love her. My name's Stanley, and this is Matches. Woof! How do you like bark? I don't know. I can meow. I can't bark though. The border collie gives a gentle yip as a greeting, then follows Stanley into the room. Thank you for being so kind to me, Miss Construct. Don't worry about it. You can call me Liv. Thank you, Miss Liv, and to your friend for saving me. And bringing Matches along. Sorry for the trouble I caused. There's not much I can do, but if you think of anything... He bows humbly and carefully thanks Liv once again in fear of saying something wrong. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Takes a lot of courage to look after that little guy in a place like this. Not to mention, you and Matches have already had your fair share of hunger and suffering. I'm sure you guys can tough it out just a little longer. Woof. Is your leg okay? I patched it up, but we don't have enough supplies for me to fully repair it. Alright. She takes out a tattered bag stained with blood. Inside it contains dry military rations. This was supposed to be for our commandant. But the seal was broken during our retreat. It's about to expire. Mind if I give it to Matches? Liv! Liv is the most wholesome construct. She is like a little shining light in the darkness of this world. Really? Thank you so much! But your commandant doesn't need it. Appears so for now. I hope your commandant gets well soon. Me too. Sensing Liv's sadness, Matches wags his tail and tries to lick her hand. Oh. Don't, Matches! Stanley quickly pulls Matches back. She's a doctor. She needs to keep her hands sanitized. There's not enough supplies for that. We can't be a burden on them. Matches perky ears and head droops slowly as he understands. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. The boy appears skittish, likely due to frequently being ostracized. Seeing Liv take out a bandage and disinfect it, the boy rolls up his pant, exposing a festering wound from corruption, and begins helping Liv. Is the boy's personality because of Matches? Stanley, the situation continues to get worse. What are you going to do? He looks down in silence. I get what you mean, Miss Liv. I know animals can't be corrupted by the punishing virus. They can only carry it, so... I thought about releasing Matches into the wild. But he's already used to living with humans, even before I met him. If I let him go, the next time he sees another human, he might get attacked again. I know I'm being selfish, but I need Matches by my side. It's the only thing keeping me going. So I'll just keep him with me. If I ever run out of supplies, I'll abandon myself. Not Matches. Don't say that, please. Do you even realize what you just said? Thank you, Miss Liv. He refrains from answering. Instead, he just sincerely thanks her one last time. Every person wandering these lands has turmoil uniquely their own. It's useless even to ask. The only way to resolve their suffering is to restore the earth to its vitality. Anything else would only temporarily delay the pain. But this goal is It's too far away. People have no choice but to immerse themselves in daily life. In order to not open old wounds, delay the pain, we refrain from pushing the question. She just adeptly disinfects and manages Stanley's wound, and injects him with serum. As long as there's something that can be improved, that's the best consolation at this moment. Your corruption won't get any worse as long as you stay here in the enclosed basement. And also... Ow. Since you aren't willing to let Matches go, you need to keep living, got it? Don't be going around saying you'll abandon yourself so casually. It's just like you said, you depend on Matches and Matches depends on you. Okay. Mentioning Matches, the boy's voice becomes softer. He thanks Liv again, snuggles up with Matches, and quickly falls asleep. Oh. I hope this boy's alright. I hope that boy stays alright. This is an improvement. This is an impromptu internal meeting. Everybody, please keep all information mentioned in this meeting confidential. After the disaster broke out at the Puglia Forest Park ruins, the council members have already participated in countless impromptu meetings. An impromptu meeting used to mean an emergency. Now it also means a difficult dilemma to overcome. As everyone knows, the situation on Earth is taking a turn for the worst. A high punishing concentration has caused varying degrees of evolution in hetero creatures across the different regions. They have learned to attack in groups. If they are injured, they quickly retreat and regroup in the red tide. Those winged hetero creatures have increased their flight speed and altitude, allowing them to attack transport crafts. However, our forces stranded on the surface have been unable to stop twins from advancing. For now, they can only withdraw. The CVF has just been destroyed, the greenhouse collapsed, and the blood of the dead turned into the red tide, breeding new enemies. We have made great sacrifices to resolve this disaster with little to show for it. If this continues, everything that has been restored on the surface will be in vain. We need something that can turn the tide in our fight against the punishing virus. Preliminary research on the Omega file Abby obtained from Atlantis is beginning to show progress. The Omega prototype produced by the Science Council has been proved to be capable of absorbing the punishing virus. However, it is unable to change the overall environment at its current stage. I propose we focus all of Babylonia's resources and research into this program. Upon announcing this topic for the meeting, Hassan opens the floor for discussion, but no one in the dark room voices their opinion. We need to put aside our differences and focus our efforts on solving this crisis immediately. This is really a wise use of our resources. Babylonia can be completely self-sufficient so long as we control our consumption and cut supplies for troops on the surface. That may be the case, but is it sustainable? Our current crisis isn't just the high punishing concentration on the surface, but also ascendants infiltrating Gestal and the hetero creatures to obtain air superiority. Not to mention the emergence of the twins. What makes you think they won't continue to evolve? We should at least come up with a concrete method for solving this crisis before we discuss putting all our eggs in one basket. We've already devised a method. However, this method requires assistance from Project Winter to achieve the maximum effect. Uttering these two words causes whispers to echo throughout the dimly lit council. According to my knowledge, the Science Council has also dabbled in Project Winter. However, those conservatives have only been committed to enhancing the stability of specialized frames. They haven't expanded their efforts into controlling the punishing virus. Controlling the punishing virus? The councilman looks at President Hassan sitting silently in front of him. I'm sure you're aware that based on the current progress of Project Winter, the specialized frame designed with the latest data have serious defects. They're similar to an ascendant frame by actively gathering the punishing virus within the frame and the user's mind. However, since the user isn't an ascendant, they can't resist the punishing virus, nor can they control the frame. Anyone who switched to the new specialized frame was unable to persist in actual combat. They couldn't even last 20 minutes on the surface before succumbing to corruption. Even if we can somehow delay corruption, there will still be serious damage to their mind. Commandants sacrifice their lives to stabilize their minds as a result of mind beacon pollution. Some of the councilmen who had already receded into the shadows show no intent on hiding their position. As a result, it takes the initiative to express their position and voice their concerns. Even if the punishing virus cannot be controlled for now, we can resolve issues with corruption using the Omega prototype. As for mind corruption, leave that to the CTO. During the battle with Alpha and Ushio assumed direct control over Commandant Ebby of Grey Raven, forcibly connecting the Commandant with the nearby Corrupted. I don't need to reiterate the effects on most Commandants when they link with the Corrupted, but the symptoms of Ebby weren't as serious. The three other convicts of Grey Raven were able to maintain a secure link with Ebby despite the corruption. Ushio, Liv, Lee, and Chrome, who had upgraded to the specialized frame, they've all achieved a level of mind stability capable of handling specialized frames. However, due to their instability of this new specialized frame, constructs that have already been affected by the specialized frame are not fit for this dangerous mission. So, that just leaves Lee and Liv. But Ebby has declined to participate in Project Winter. It depends on the content of the project. Ebby and Grey Raven defeated the Polyphage and retrieved the files from Atlantis. Heroes who have gone into detention shouldn't be used as test subjects. Well, it deliberately mentions the word hero is to remind those hiding in the shadows that even if Earth is fraught with disaster, they can't continue to operate in secret. The Control Corps supervises collaboration to ensure the personal safety of Ebby, who will not participate in any research other than that which is pertains to linking with the new specialized frames. Grey Raven is still performing missions on the surface while Ebby is in a coma. Based on the current situation, transport crafts are unable to safely reach the surface, let alone escort Raven back to Babylonia. This is what we discuss next. There is an underground base that belongs to Chrono in City 047, where a large number of resources, transport crafts, and a spaceship are stored. If permissible, we can retrieve Evie and the other 2 constructs from Grey Raven. Whispers begin to circulate among the Parliament. Have you tested the Omega prototype yet? We've successfully run simulations, but we haven't deployed it on the surface yet. If we can obtain test results regarding its effectiveness against the twins, both sides should be in a more equal standing. Correct. However, we must take it one step at a time. Given the sacrifice required for a round-trip journey to the surface, they can't be expected to pay with their lives for tests that doesn't yet yield results. Once they return to Babylonia, what you do if Evie doesn't begin to improve? We will wait until Evie shows signs of improvements before proceeding. If the commandant doesn't regain consciousness, we will think of another plan. If there is any hope of averting this disaster, we will change our plans accordingly. The council looks at Hilda, but she remains silent as it choirs, and acquiesces to the other result implied by Nicola's phrasing. This desolate world no longer leaves any room for tenderness. We're going to wait until Evie shows signs of improvement before conducting the experiment. The situation on Earth is taking a turn for the worst. President Hassan reiterates his opening statement. If you want to leave researchers time to start their work, the situation demands an immediate course of action. Even if we manage to mitigate corruption without a mind beacon that can withstand pollution, specialized frames will be difficult to maintain. Correct. Current data predicts that if we cannot resolve issues with mind stability, the subject will die within 3 hours of participating in actual combat. Well, that's not very promising, is it? Asimov carrying Babylonia? Absolutely. I love Asimov so much. Seriously, under-simped in the PGR fandom. We need to change that. I need to change that, actually. I need to do what I can to make more people appreciate him, because he's... Just look at him! Hearing such a minuscule amount of time, everyone's whispers turn to an outcry. However, a council member hiding in the shadows gives a pleasant look of surprise. Can't believe it lasted 3 hours that I commanded to maintain stability. Is that it? What do you mean, is that it? Last time when we used the specialized frame developed with the new data couldn't even pass the corruption test. Need Asimov fanfics? Absolutely. Even though they had acquired data from Glory, that implemented numerous barriers and restrictions. Without a commandant that can resist pollution from mind beacons, or someone able to maintain mind stability like Chrome, it was just a useless shell. Even for someone to last just 1 minute as a human bomb proved to be a disaster. This is just the first deployment. Yet they've already managed to last 3 hours in the simulation. Imagine what we can achieve with such a project in the future, with the combined effort of all departments. I can't wait to see her smile at the results. The underground base in City 047 is a major asset and is a lot of property. But the higher ups shouldn't refuse such a rare invitation from the Parliament. V commissions Asimov's Skeb fan art stream when? Oh, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me! Even now, they don't put down their hypocritical masks. What's wrong with making sacrifices for the sake of science? But only 3 hours? Isn't this experiment a little inhumane? To think you know what inhumane even means. Have you finished cleaning up the aftermath of all those deaths? Or are you still being sarcastic? Centrist councilman retorts sarcastically, unable to remain silent any longer. I will arrange for remunerations. Being concerned with personal sacrifices would be an insult to everyone who is still struggling, as well as the soldiers and civilians who died in the disaster. Is there a specific plan to integrate the Omega prototype with specialized frames? Yes, but it is currently top secret. Then how can you verify the efficacy of such a plan? Each party must first negotiate its conditions before verification be made by both parties. Can the Science Council guarantee results from this collaborative effort? This is just our preliminary course of action. I still haven't received the agent and data we need to conduct more tests before making any conclusions. If we want to improve our current predicament, we have only one choice. Cooperation. In any case, this is the beginning of hope. But it is only just the beginning. Oh wait, does it say where? Wait. Ah, okay, wait. It says. I didn't even notice. Sorry. It says where the meeting's taking place on here. So this is now Grey Raven. Where's this? Ah, it's so cool. I didn't even notice. I'm a little bit behind. It's an unchanging, lifeless afternoon. The continuous drizzle pounds the ground and damp air flows into the dirt, increasing the cold bit by bit. Someone with a guitar sits among several like-minded musicians, strumming weakly. Someone takes out a pair of cards they were almost crumpled and slickly tosses them in front of their comrade's bed. Someone rummages through their pants pocket, searching desperately for a bit of wheat lost between stitches. Someone knows that they're dying of a terminal disease, and have given their rations away to others for the past several days. Oh. Someone lies down in a damp corner, weeping for the relatives they just buried. Oh. Well, most ignore the passing time, the dim light outside, and the continuous rain. They look at the old muddled ceiling. Their eyes had lost their light, leaving only an empty silence. But despair will not stop growing in those who raise their heads and surrender. Liv routinely checks the condition of all the...
This is my first time donating. Really enjoyed your PGR stream. Hope you have a nice day.
Thank you! Thank you! That jump scared me! Thank you so much, for the gacha buttons. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That actually jump scared me. I'm glad you're enjoying the PGR streams. I love them too. I need to stream this game more. I've been really busy recently, so I've like not been able to do any like big lore streams. But I wanna this next month. I wanna catch up on that stuff I missed. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It really jump scared me though. Right. Full focus. With the lack of maintenance chambers, she hasn't rested for many days. During a search and rescue mission, Liv's leg was seriously injured while protecting her target. However, in order to leave medical supplies for refugees to come, she only splints her broken leg and refrains from fully repairing it. But she is by no means an exception. Both people and convicts alike are forced to stand on a sinking island. No one can be spared. Catching what stuff I missed really strived. Oh no, I mean like in previous PGR story stuff. I've missed like some hidden stuff in the past that I want to cover it eventually. Like hidden story stuff, but I'll get there eventually. Oh, knock knock knock. Wait, I can do. Hey, look at these sound effects. Suddenly, there's a sharp knocking on the door outside the isolation door. The sound is as light as a feather through the hardened steel. Someone's at the door. She quickly closes her eyes and searches for the activity signal outside the door. A human. Liv wonders who would wander through the dangerous wilderness full of hetero creatures, but decides to open the heavy isolation door. Hello. A man and a woman rush to the gap in the isolation door. Is she Pregante? Is that bad to say? Is she Pregante? Or or is that like assuming? The woman's long hair and clothes are well kept, as if they had been carefully cleaned recently. The other man beside her, holding a child covered in blood, seems a little familiar. Is there a doctor here? This boy's been stabbed in the back. I am. Give him to me. Is she Pregante? Is she Pregante? Oh, Shrek? Is this... Okay. Thank God, where should I set him? Over there. He hurries past the crowd and runs in the direction Liv pointed to. There aren't any beds left. Is the only spot here on the ground? Looking around at the crowd of people, he asks Liv as she limps in from behind it. Unfortunately, the extra sheets. I have my own fold-up cot. Stanley gets up from the folding bed with matches and frowns as he looks at the child in the man's arms. Use mine. Thank you. Is she Pregante just hogging all the rations? You can't ask that. He nods and thanks and gently sits the child down in the folding bed. Stanley turns and leans against the corner with a gloomy expression as if lost in thought. Does he have any allergies or medical issues prior to his wound? I don't know. Do you? I don't know either. It's fine. I'll give an evaluation before I give him an injection. Liv opens up his shirt and inspects the wound on his back. Thank you. To stop the bleeding. How was he wounded? A hetero creature did it, but I'm not sure how. I wasn't with him at the time. Alright. Looks like we need a serum. What has he eaten the past few days? I don't know. He said he hasn't found any food the past few days and was just starving last night, so he wanted a pack of my biscuits. Stanley looks at the man's backpack, which is obviously full of supplies. After eating it, he said he wanted to go to the next conservation area and look for supplies, then borrowed one of my protective suits and left. Seeing Liv treat the child, they finally sign him leave and find a place to rest. Why? Why would you let him go alone? Your backpack is obviously full of supplies. Why would you let a child risk his life? The man is caught off guard by this sudden question. He turns and looks closely at the boy standing in front of him and frowns as if remembering something. What's a kid like you? Sorry, it's because of me. She is Frigante! Yay! There we go. Sorry. I'm Frigante. No, sorry. My brain has been rotted. I'm pregnant. Sprained my ankle. I can't walk that fast. The child said he wanted to go with the others, so he left early. I didn't think he would. He sighs and looks at the child in the fold-up cot. Without any anesthesia, he cries in pain while Liv suttures his wound. Oh my god, the internet has rotted my brain. Liv remains unwavering as he concentrates on suturing the wound more quickly to end the boy's suffering. As the boy cries, Stanley slides against the wall and sits down. Seeing his emotions, Matches buries his head in his arms. Sad wolf, just wolf. Then why get pregnant? I mean, good question, but like that's a bad question, right? You know, it might not have been intentional. It's a bad. Do not ask that, Stanley. Don't ask this question. It might not have been intentional. Stanley's voice is quiet but full of resentment, contrary to his usual modesty. What did you say? Since you obviously can't raise him, why have another child? He grits his teeth and yells as the boy continues to cry. Owen wasn't expecting to be asked this question by such a young boy. Just as she opens her mouth to respond, she suddenly stops herself. He's lucky you found him and brought him to such a kind doctor. But what in the future? He's going to be just like me, or worse. Oh, why do you say that? Why? Because my parents were just like you. They had me without thinking about the future. As soon as they couldn't raise me, they just kicked me to the side of the road. Without thinking about the future. Exactly! You have a child in the way! You know what I'm talking about! Refugees and conservation areas give preferential treatment to expecting parents. And those with children. I see. Do you think... No, I'm not gonna accuse her of getting... I'm not gonna accuse her of that. No. She lowers her head, not denying the boy's accusation. I know they have good intentions, but some people like to take advantage of this, just like my parents. They use these good intentions for their own benefit with considering the future. After my mom was pregnant, they were given special admission into the conservation area, where they had me and my brother. When I was two years old, my dad gave me to another family for a bowl of porridge. Oh my god, you got, okay. My adoptive father turned out to be just like him too. He was just freeloading on the sympathy of others and would use me to get supplies from the conservation area. But no matter which parents I was with, they would only ever give me the scraps. Once I got a little bigger and lost this privilege, they threw me by the roadside just like those empty cans they finished eating. How could they do such a thing? Hearing Stanley speak, the surrounding refugees began to whisper to each other. I've heard people doing that. Conservation areas just want children to survive. But who would have thought they'd be bastards like them? How are they bastards? Without them, who'd dare to have children in a world like this? They don't look into who the child belongs to and just give out supplies. How can they? And can you guarantee you'd be alive tomorrow? If someone's alive to take care of their child, that's all that matters. Get his attachment to matches a lot more now. Yeah, I do too. I do too. But have you ever thought about it? How can abandoned children survive on the side of the road? Being a burden on others, banished from conservation areas and cursed at. So I want to ask you as a parent, why you would have a child if you can't take care of them? Are you just looking for short-term benefits? Or is it because you don't care about your child's future? She hangs her head in silence, unable to come up with an answer. Lance fills the depressing air until the familiar man coughs quietly. Sorry. This isn't an answer, but I'm not the child's father. Okay. And of course, she isn't his mother. But oh, okay. Wait. You mean which? Are we talking about the one? Are we talking about the pregante or the boy, like the birthed one now? Which one are we talking about? Because I think it'd be a bit weird if the child that was making her pregnant was not the mother of the injured kid. Cool. Glad we cleared that up because I was very confused for a second. Her husband and I used to be merchants. Profession is much more dangerous now, but some are still willing to take the risk. Sorry. Half of the supplies belong to her husband, and I can't go eating someone else's food now, can I? Stanley's eyes widened at the unexpected answer. Sorry, I didn't realize. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have misjudged you and spoken out of turn. It's okay, it really is a serious issue. We aren't his parents, but I heard it. I keep thinking she's talking about the Pregante. It's not how pregnancy works, I don't know! How am I supposed to know how pregnancy works? I thought you could get pregnant by sitting next to a guy, so I never sat next to any guys when I was younger. I was worried about getting Pregante, so I didn't sit next to any boys in my class, because I thought if you sat too close to them, you'd just like radio waves to get you pregnant or something, I don't know. I don't know how it works. We aren't his parents, but I heard him say he had a similar experience as your own. His biological parents died in an accident 2 years ago when he was only 8 years old. None of us can be sure that we'll live to see tomorrow in this cruel world, let alone stay together with our children. And of course, we can't guarantee a safe upbringing for our children. Okay. She slowly walks up and sits down next to Stanley, then gently pats him on the back with one hand and matches his fluffy hair with the other. Oh, wait! What if you like take him into your family, maybe? Maybe? Stanley knows more about pregnancy than Evie? Well, that's not surprising. It's not surprising. I'm not very smart. It's so hard for children to even just stay alive when they're separated from their parents at such a young age. I will consider what you said carefully and be sure to make the right decision. Okay. Enough with this crap. Isn't it obvious? If you have a child, you should raise them. Everyone is faced with hardships in this cruel world. We're all equal here. No point in complaining. Sorry. No need to apologize. The world is full of injustice. She looks at everyone and slowly closes her eyes. We're all struggling with the same adversities, but some people are armed and some people can move freely. Others carry lives yet to be born and others are forced to run before they can walk. It's amazing if you can survive in this world and save another life. Alright, it's my fault. I just don't want to see everyone looking down at the dumps. It's hard enough to have a new life born, only to get kicked back. He turned his back to the refugee woman and Stanley with a little indignation. You shouldn't downtrod on others just because you've been down on your luck. Just like how one shouldn't suppress their sadness and the hope that exists in the crowd should never be taken away. No matter which side of the debate, each has its own reasons. But Stanley, I know what you're worried about. Liv sews up the crying child's wound and wraps him in a blanket, and stands up with her hands on the edge of the cot. The arrival of a new life should be a joyful thing. We don't want to give each other a burden beyond our means. You're right. Even still, this difficulty can also be rewarding. By that, I don't just mean getting supplies using the kindness of others, but hope and dependence. Liv looks down at Matches next to Stanley and smiles quietly. Did you choose to take care of Matches because you think he'll help you get supplies? No. But by doing so, your life has become more difficult and has made your food even more scarce. But as you said, it gives your life meaning and motivation. That's why you made the choice, right? Yeah. Aw, it's a good analogy. He nods and looks at the woman beside him apologetically. Well then, how do you view this child? She lowers her head in silent contemplation. She'd still have the baby. We're barely making it through each day, and we don't have enough to eat. But it's also sad to see someone die. If there are only a few living people left in this land, what good are more supplies? This road won't be so lonely with more lives around. Yeah, that's what I mean! Hearing this, he immediately turns around excitedly and claps his hands. Whether it's a person or a dog, you need to protect them as their mom. You can't be so quick to give up. There we go, running my mouth again. Ow, 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 ow. Sorry, I'm changing how I sit. The story's so heavy. Yeah, it really is. It really, really, really is. I don't even think the worst has happened yet, though. I think it's gonna get worse from here. There we go. Having some water. He gently pats himself on the face in apology. Stanley and the woman and the crowd laugh at his motherly instinct kicking in. Sorry. I've never been too good at talking with others. Me neither. He rubs his hands with a kind smile. The dust from his hands causes him to sneeze a couple times. Well, since you're already here, how about changing the subject? What's your name? Where did you come from? How's the situation outside? Every new refugee always gets asked, where did you come from? What's the situation outside? So much to become the standard greeting. Even if they don't answer it at first, They'll be asked in private. My name is Fantine. I come from City 045 in the south. I was originally going to City 044's conservation area, but there was a problem with the CPF. What's wrong with the City 045 and 044? The conservation area in City 045 is full, and something's wrong with City 044's CPF, for which I was stopped by a convict on my way there. He said that a horde of hetero creatures attacked the conservation area and the CPF, so they're evacuating the residents. City 044? That's where Lucy and Lee are. Oh no! Hearing this, the refugees begin to whisper among each other. I thought it would be safest to the south. Looks like it's just more of the same suffering. They may not be those twins, but there are just as many hetero creatures. Guess it's not safe here anymore. We need to evacuate ASAP. Evacuate? Where else is there to go? Hey, don't panic just yet. It's all cool. Are there any safe places left out there? And what else should we do? If Babylonia doesn't send any more support, what about the Forsaken? Forsaken? Actually, this gentleman came from the Forsaken. Oh? You know the Forsaken? How's the situation over there? I don't know them too well, but I've done business with them as a merchant. They're still sheltering refugees, but every base is already overcrowded. Looks like we need to think about evacuating. They're still in a better position than most conservation areas. At least they have food reserves. But given this environment, they're in desperate need of serum. I came here to see if I could find any spare serum in the conservation areas to exchange with them. Exchange? You mentioned her husband is also a merchant. What about him? He fell into the red tide while protecting. Yay! This is pain! He fell into the red tide while protecting me. The last I heard his voice, he was already... I know he isn't alive anymore, but the Heterosapien sounded just like him. If this gentleman hadn't come here to pick up goods, I would have been torn to pieces by those Heterosapiens. Seems like you've had your fair share of experience with those monsters. The old lady nods in recognition. What's your name, young man? My name's Shrek. Shrek? Hearing his name, Liv finally realizes why the man seems so familiar. The first time she heard this name was before they encountered the polyphage. I'm not gonna make a joke about the guy's name. I'm not gonna do it. I'm thinking it very loudly, but I'm not going to. Raven had received a new mission that required them to search the coordinates left by Ushio in the deserted ruins. She'd accidentally stumbled across a book while searching for clues. Cardman Writer Genesis? She carefully opened the faded cover. After reading the whole story, she found a line of beautifully written message written on the back cover. Earth has been stricken with innumerable disasters, and time has washed every one of them away. Wait for tomorrow, because all will pass. To Shrek. There weren't any clues in the book, but Raven had coincidentally seen this message written on the wall of the ruins. Look, something's written on the wall. Following where Liv is pointing, you find a neatly written slogan on the wall of an abandoned building. Earth has been stricken with innumerable disasters, and time has washed every one of them away. Live for tomorrow, because all will pass. How very inspiring. It looks kind of new as well. Could one of the scavengers have written this? Hazily written, of course, can be seen below the slogan. Seems to be something else after those two words, but they've been roughly scrubbed off. Aww. Later, they finally saw the message following the words, of course. And also, their last memories. There's never been an endless winter or this planet. But when spring comes and the ice melts away, you won't be there to see it with me. Shrek, you will live. Let me explore the unknown. Oh. Although she learned a part of Shrek's past through the Spear of FOS, she knew it wouldn't be appropriate to bring it up at this time. Therefore, Liv decides to remain quiet. You're trading for the serum. What about her husband? What's he trading his supplies for? Also the serum. He was originally tasked with exchanging supplies, but since he hasn't returned in a long time, I went to look for him. Oh, but we're running low on serum ourselves. Do you have 4 vitals to trade for the supplies? I can only trade for 3, just in case we have new wounded refugees. It's okay, I understand. He rubs his rain-soaked hair. After I left the Forsaken, every conservation area on my way here and ran out of food and serum. Some even tried to rob me. Seems like you guys are in a lot better shape. The outside is overrun with hetero creatures. Mind if I rest here? If the doctor doesn't mind, we don't either. Yeah, look at Liv go. You don't mind a lack of space? Of course not. Thank you. He yawns carelessly, leans against the corner, and closes his eyes. Oh, so relatable. I was thinking like earlier this week when I passed out again, like in just anywhere, like, you know, randomly. I kind of like Wanshi, you know. I have like the same ability as Wanshi to fall asleep anywhere. All these people gather together, but no one knows what will happen tomorrow. What would the Commandant think after regaining consciousness? I wish you were by our side, Commandant. I think we're only getting the second part of this, honestly. It's been pure pain so far. Nightfall descends upon Earth once more. Liv steps out of the room where the two commanders are resting up and looks at the landscape outside the basement. What can I do to make Evie regain consciousness? Dim moonlight covers the scarred Earth in a veil of peace, obscuring the mountains of death for those still wandering outside out in the wilderness. If time wasn't a measure of how long the explorers had left, it wouldn't be important for those hiding in the enclosed basement of the conservation area. Here, the reference for measuring minutes and seconds is no longer a clock, but a sense of hunger. When most people would go to sleep according to their biological clock, the conscripts protecting the conservation area of City 043 still haven't begun to rest. They're either guarding the conservation areas outside, or still on rescue missions, and Liv is no exception. Today, the new rescue team brought several injured refugees. Although they should have been happy to find new survivors, the increasingly scarce supplies made it impossible for them to celebrate. She wants to do something, but there's nothing she can do. She wants to speak with others, but her listeners have gone their separate ways. Before her regret can condense into a needle stabbing into her chest, she carefully weaves into her diary. Oh, hang on a second. Let me hide the text. Lindsay, 21 years old, fell from height. Open fracture, skin damage, open wound, and skin exposing broken bone. Pneumothorax, ruptured spleen, ruptured liver, septic shock, medical history nil, CPR performed. Return to spontaneous circulation. Urgent need of AB blood. Splenectomy and liver repair. However, such complicated surgeries cannot be performed in the current environment. Is there really nothing we can do? When Miss Lindsay was brought in, she was in critical condition. I heard she fell from a high-rise building trying to protect her partner. Thanks to her, Miss Jin only had minor injuries on her left hand and ankle, but her blood type did not match Miss Lindy's and could not be used for transfusion. All she could do was pray by her side. As a medic myself, I know I shouldn't believe in illusory concepts like destiny or God. Still, I hope for a miracle. Oh. Miss Lindsay was rescued at noon, but she was seriously wounded. It seemed unreasonable to try to save a seriously injured patient with such a lack of materials, because it would only prolong her pain and would not change our outcome. But I saw Miss Lindsay's desire and struggle in her eyes. Whenever she slightly regained consciousness, she would be looking for her partner. Whenever she found her, she would open her trembling mouth as if to say something. She must have something she wants to say. That's why she worked so hard to do so. So I did my best to give her first aid. Her chances were slim, but I still hope a miracle could happen. After recording Lindsay's treatment, she quietly stares at her diary for a long time as she tries to find any potential opportunity from the limited content to make a better effort to save her life or reduce her pain. However, all possible opportunities for recovery are like stones sinking into a deep pool, leaving ripples of regret at the surface as she's unable to shake the difficulty of such a feat. But this doesn't cause Liv to give up hope. She continues to search, contemplating her experiences over the past few days, and searching between the lines to find something that she can do. Mr. Lister. Lister's 37 years old. Abdomen injury caused by hetero creature attack. Acute renal... I misread that word. Injury. I misread that word. Oh no. Severe punishing infection. Festering wound. Unconscious most of the time. Medical history, post-polio syndrome, scoliosis, right foot pronation, prolonged malnutrition. Retained fluid resuscitation and keep checking for infection. I don't know much about Mr. Lister. You mean Evie? No, I misread it! I don't know much about Mr. Lister. He was just transferred from City 042 yesterday. I only know that he hates sweet-flavored cookies. Then he wakes up at 2 to 4 a.m. in the morning and cries. So true. Me too. Yeah, same. Same, Mr. Lister. activated CPF-040. We believed that there was still time to rescue others. So many teams are with us. It was a chance for the situation to get better. There was hope. But as time went on, more and more lives were lost, like remnant memories of the past. Seeds of hunger and sickness began to sprout within the survivors. A prolonged future no longer brought joy. Instead, it has rather turned into a hotbed for incubating suffering and torture. Well, that's a very poetic way to say through pain. No! Lazlia, 21 years old. Left leg fracture. Fell from height. Pneumothorax. Medium punishing infection. Multiple ulcerations in lower extremities. Still conscious. Medical history. Infection-induced cardiac tamponade. I'm messing up all these words. Emergency treatment has been performed, but a surgery cannot be performed due to lack of equipment. Keep draining and checking for infection. Suffering from severe intolerable chest pain. We're running low on painkillers. Oh god. It's always the last sentence that's kind of like haunting in some way. So let me stretch. Ow! Ow, ow, ow! There we go. Oh, hang on a second. Miss Lassia loves her bunny plush. Was left behind by our late sister. Talking about it can reduce her pain slightly. Hope she gets well soon. I hope Commander can wake up soon. Callie, 94 years old. Stage 4 gastric cardiac cancer. Esophageal cancer, severe anemia, light punishing infection, medical history, and a soybean allergy. Oh no, pneumothorax is where blood fills your windpipe. Oh my god, that's horrific. I don't think there's something I can do. I told the old man his condition as he asked. Learning the news, he's not eaten anything for 3 days. He has had nothing but water since then. Did I really do the right thing? Kanata, 47 years old, mind age. Attacked in the middle of a rescue mission, injured device damaged. Multiple broken bones throughout the body. Large area of artificial skin burned. The current supply is available, unable to fix Mr. Kanata's broken bones. He must turn off the pain module to enter hibernation in order to avoid mind deviation. However, Money has to vacate the sleeping pod for someone else. He needs to activate the pain module temporarily. He doesn't show it on his face, but I know the pain must be excruciating. Mr. Kanata looked furious when Lucia brought him back. He kept saying he should die in a battle instead of becoming a burden. But Lucia told him becoming injured isn't a burden, giving up is. He stopped arguing after hearing that. Kamado would probably say the same. I really hope Kamado can wake up soon. Nagayuki, 17 years old, mind age. Attacked in the middle of a rescue mission. Inner device damaged. Left side limbs completely destroyed. Unstable mind. Her mind instability needs Vanessa's help. All infection symptoms have disappeared, but our available resources cannot repair her device. Often shows signs of mind instability due to damaged left side limbs. Miss Nagayuki lost all her teammates in the rescue mission. Apart from the damage in their frame, her mind was also seriously damaged. I hope there's something I can do for her. She likes music. There are a few musicians among the refugees, and their songs can calm her down a little. Unfortunately, they can't help, but are scared by her wounds. I can only put her in the room next to the musicians for now. Oh, hang on! Akane, 12 years old. Severe punishing infection. Multiple traumatic wounds on the back. Medical history, bipolar disorder. Apart from injuries, Akane's extreme mood... Wait, can that even be diagnosed at 12 years old, or is that like... Oh. I don't know if it's bipolar or borderline personality disorder that can't be diagnosed until you're like at least 18. I guess it must be borderline personality disorder then, but... Apart from her injuries, Akane's extreme mood swings are also the main reason I put her under intensive care. There are no medicines that can treat her disorder within the conservation area. Many also hold a lot of prejudice against her attitudes. She must stay away from the hostile voices, but there's not enough space for her to stay alone in the basement. I'm currently putting her next to Miss Nagayuki. They're getting along well so far, but I must watch them carefully. She likes Laslia's bunny. Sometimes she even takes it away without telling Laslia, then suddenly unleashes her rage on it. I promised her I'd make her an identical bunny once I got the required materials. Oh, it's borderline personality disorder, my bad. They're nothing, like, they share symptoms. But, like, aside from that, they're, like, nothing alike. And I keep getting confused. I shouldn't. They're very different. Jane, 51 years old. Hit on the head while protecting supplies and her children. Traumatic brain injury, currently in a coma. Medical history, her children are unable to provide further information. Her symptoms are similar to those of commandants. Both suffer from bleeding and coma caused by traumatic injuries. Likewise, she's also unable to wake up. Lee found 3 lifeless bodies during his search. Next to the bodies, he also found some supplies that seem to belong to Miss Jane and her children. Well, technologies in this game are so advanced they can diagnose it earlier, I guess, yeah. Well, the reason why borderline personality disorder can't be diagnosed, to my knowledge, is because personality disorder is like, at that point in your life, you're too young to have like developed a real personality that, you know, it can't be said whether it's an actual personality disorder until like your personality is fully formed, which I believe is like, you know, after like 18 and stuff, and most people probably not diagnosed until like 20, but I'm probably wrong with that. I've been really, it's still really interesting to me, but I've probably gotten it wrong, so please correct me if I am wrong. It's just kind of cool, right? Lee found 3 lifeless bodies, during his search. Next to the bodies, he also found some supplies that seemed to belong to Miss Jane's and her children. There weren't a lot of supplies, but Lee handed the supplies to her children anyway. Weapons cannot bring privilege to anyone in this cruel world. We must unite. Is that like the box at 19 years old? Both legs amputated due to hetero creature attack. Multiple stab wounds on the back. Severe punishing infection. The stumps are ulcerated and unable to heal. Oh god, that's horrifying. Anemia. Medical history, NA. Penicillin allergy. The lack of painkillers makes him suffer from enormous pain from ulcerations and sterilization. Thanks to the serum, his infection seems to be healing. Mr. Black is a very optimistic person. He would force himself to laugh even when the pain becomes intolerable. His friends are all very proud of him. But he passed away. The wounds on his back caused tetanus. His friends buried him on the hill behind the conservation area. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If I could only pay a little more attention. If we only had more supplies. There are no ifs. I'm sorry. Orphe, 45 years old. Multiple tears in the chest and abdomen caused by hetero creature attacks. Severe punishing infection and abdominal ulceration. Prolonged malnutrition, anemia. Dysfunctional uterine bleeding. Oh god, right, that, painful. She was already in hemorrhage shock before the surgery. Thanks to blood donors, we were able to save her from death. However, her wounds aren't healing well and require intensive care. Look, Miss Orphe is a nurse in City 043's conservation area. She's been through many rescue missions. Despite her injuries, she kept confronting me as I changed her dressings. She told me not to lose my courage even after witnessing many deaths, and I should not be disappointed in myself after I failed to save someone. You must let go of our remorse and embrace the future so you won't have any regrets. I never confided in her, but she read me like an open book. No. No. Miss Orphe passed away. She saved many people in City 043's conservation area. They voluntarily hosted her funeral. She smiled and said thank you to them on her dying bed before closing her eyes. The tears are like threatening to come out right now. I'm holding them back, but they're threatening to come out. On the night prior to the blast from the Longinus Arsenal, the staff and residents of City 043's conservation area planned to evacuate to South City 044. During the evacuation, their team was attacked by hetero creatures and had to return to stay with Grey Raven, which arrived later. Everyone who stays in City 043's conservation area owes their thanks to the residents. Without them, there would be no secure shelter, and Liv wouldn't have been able to remove the commandant's hematoma. But she still wouldn't have been able to save Orphe's life. Even if you hold the precious water of life in your palm without a container, you can only watch as it drips from your grasp until it dries up. The deeper this sorrow carves into your being, the more joy you can contain. Together they come, and when one sits alone with you at your board, remember that the other is asleep upon your bed. Verily, you are suspended like scales between your sorrow and joy. Only when you're empty are you at a standstill and balanced. She has seen those who look down on life and death, as well as their calm expressions of indifference. But Liv cannot do it. She chose the more cumbersome path. During countless helpless nights, she's let silent tears burn her wounds and pain, giving her motivation to work harder to build a better tomorrow. It really happens so that together they come. It would be her motivation to tip the scales and achieve happiness. Constructs have a strong ability to fight and survive than humans. However, they cannot survive this forsaken catastrophe alone. The punishing virus, casualties of war, insufficient maintenance chambers and power, unrepairable frames. Aside from these obvious dilemmas, the cards of constructs will never waver from just a change of frames. Despite not having wounds, Lucy tightly clenches her blade among the crowd. Even Lee, a construct of a few words, has become even more reticent, and how you pronounce that word. Aside from discussing rescues and missions, he remained silent for most of the day. With the birth of the twins and the impact of the hetero hive mother, Raven has been able to move about freely. Without the commandant, the 3 people here would be among the list of names engraved on the monument. When Vanessa learned about the commandant's actions, she only sneered at it. Regardless of how much you contribute while you're alive, you're worthless when you're dead. Saying this, her eyes revealed some indescribable haze, like that of anger or sadness. No, not more of this, please. Polana, 13 years old. Acute hepatic failure caused by consumption of Amanita verna, punishing infection. Occasional coma and convulsion. We don't have any medication for acute hepatic failure. At least she's going to another conservation area to seek assistance. Without medication, I'm afraid he won't survive for another 3 days. But the other conservation area also has a patient suffering from acute hepatic failure. Commandant still cannot take any food. We're also running low on the fluid used for parenteral nutrition. What should I do? Looking at the list of critically wounded on the last page, Liv becomes lost in thought. There were only 11 critically wounded because most of the others could not make it to the moment when rescue came. The 13-year-old boy Polana passed away the night before yesterday. However, his name is still on the record because Liv has been too busy to update it. Liv heard the refugees laughing a while ago. Poisonous mushrooms will cause you to hallucinate. You'll see all sorts of crazy things. You should try it if you get the chance. Liv warned them not to try them just to see some crazy hallucinations. The only things that would happen is liver failure. That's my favorite kind of hallucination, liver failure. How did you know? What does it matter if we die of hunger or die from being poisoned? Might as well go out having fun. That is the cruel reality. The possibility of an excruciating death from hallucinogenic mushrooms has become seen as a peaceful death. Is that why you ate them? Polana. Oh my god. It's meaningless to ask questions about the deceased. Liv shakes her head and shifts her attention back to the list of supplies. Vante, left leg, oblique fracture. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, it is more! The lives and well-being of the refugees hinges on the list, but no matter how many times she checks it, the supply shortage won't miraculously get any better. No. Even now, the Commandant's life hangs in the balance. Even though she only administers the minimal electrolyte compound required, there are only enough supplies for 2 more days. Hey, Doctor! A call from within the basement interrupts Liv's thoughts. She puts down the records and hurries into the direction of the sound. Oh no, what happened? I think I heard Akane crying. Can you check up on her? Okay, thank you for telling me. She nods and quickens her pace towards Akane and Nagayuki's room. Akane! Miss Liv! Throwing herself in Liv's arms, Akane lets out a muffled cry in the comfort of Liv. Quiet as it is, Akane's cry makes its way through the basement, stirring up empathy from the other refugees. Faced with the mounting disaster, everyone is nothing but rubble amidst the rising flood of despair, leaving no hope for retreat. Babylonia's next rescue attempt is futile. What will happen to the Commandant and the people stranded here? Liv held the crying Akane and put her hand on her aching chest. Is anything I can do? She desperately awaits good news, hoping that she can have the power to end everyone's suffering. But time and again, she's helpless in changing reality. Liv pats her on the back and sings an old song to alleviate the despair hanging in the air. Aww. Oh, Liv! I'll become the wind's gaze. Countless nights and days, chasing your wake around the lake. Just stay a little longer. What song are you singing, Miss Liv? Oh, it's a song from a long time ago. Everyone sang it in the field hospital. That song, I've heard it before. The man with the guitar squeezes through the door. He shivers at the sight of Nagayuki deep asleep, but quickly recovers his aggression and sits down beside Akane and Liv. I remember a composer during post-pandemic age wrote it to commemorate their friends, but the song became a hit because so many people had lost their families and friends. Is that so? The older generation sings it for comfort. Yeah, how's this game? Brilliant. Like 10 out of 10. Genuinely. I have poured so much money into this game and I don't even regret it. This game's incredible and completely worth your time. How about I teach it to you, Akane? What do you say? My mom is Liv to teach it to me. Favoritism. Alright then, I'll teach it to her first. He strums a few chords on his guitar and begins to sing the first verse. Oh, I remember. That's it. Hey, what brings you in here playing your guitar? Hey! The sound of Chuck's guitar attracts several musicians from the room next door. They crowd in one by one and look at the people in the isolation ward with curiosity and fear. Just playing a song with the doctor. Wanna join in? Alright, can you sing? Of course, the doctor can sing. Sing, Miss Liv! Don't be afraid, open your heart and let the music flow out. Alright. Playing music might not fix anything, but getting your feelings off your chest is better than holding them in. Well, sing instead of crying! Okay. Although she's a bit unsure of herself, she takes a deep breath and begins to sing. Hang on a second. I was not expecting this. Hang on a second. I'm not crying, you are. It's so pretty. I'm turning it up all the way so you guys can hear it better, but oh my god, it's so pretty. As Liv sings, the other musicians drum the rhythm with their hands, followed by Chuck's guitar. Hearing the singing, Nagayuki opens her eyes and listens to the singing as she checks that her wounds are covered. Are these actually the lyrics to it? Like, you know, the translated lyrics? If so, I think I'm just gonna cry harder. I kinda listen to the song and wipes her tears as she sits beside Nagayuki's bed. Entranced in the music, the musicians didn't notice the crowd of curious eyes gathering behind them. Longing for the past, they enjoy the music in silence. They are? No! Well, that makes it sadder. Even as the summer evening wind, your familiar yet mysterious shadow must also. Oh, they're singing both again? Oh. I don't want to talk over it. I just want to cry. That was so beautiful. What's the full version? I want to listen to the full version and just like sob, start crying. As her voice fades, Liv finally notices the crowd standing around her as everyone erupts in applause. Yay! I love Liv is best girl. She's won my heart. I'm sorry. My heart now belongs to Liv. That sure brings back memories. I didn't think anyone could sing. Well, we don't want to waste such a rare opportunity. Let's teach everyone to sing. Don't the wounded need to rest? I'm okay. I'll listen to everyone sing too. Me too. Oh. Oh. Inspection of City 045 and 044 complete. I didn't recover any supplies, but I found a field of mature wheat in the ruins. At noon the next day, Lucia takes a heavy bag and squeezes through the sealed door with the others' contracts. You've worked hard, everyone. Get some rest in the chambers. There's also a CN version? I'm gonna cry. I want to listen to the CN version as well. You should get some rest as well, Lucia. They wave and walk to a room on the left side of the basement, leaving the 3 ravens on the door. I also asked about the medicine you requested, but I didn't have any in stock. What about the other areas? I checked, but the other conservation areas are worse off than us. We should let another critically wounded refugee join us. If this keeps up any longer. In the current situation, taking supplies from anyone else would make no difference to the status quo. Sorry. Lucia... She grabs Lucia's hand and shakes her head. It's okay. In the situation, we can't save everyone. Oh, is this the end version? Thank you! I'll listen to after the stream. Liv comforts Lucia slowly and painfully, like treading across water laden with thorns. We can only do our best. Here, I found some of the cloth and cotton you requested earlier. Thanks. Aside from this, there's also some not so good news. The conservation area at City 044 was ambushed by a horde of hero creatures. I heard that from the refugees that just arrived. What happened? Some Henlo creatures learned to attack as a group and began attacking where people gathered. We stayed there for a whole day before we could get rid of all the Henlo creatures. Parts of the conservation area were damaged, leaving only one construct to repair the CPF and evacuate the refugees gathering there. Looks like there are fewer and fewer temporary refugees. The twins are still at City 041, which puts us in danger. If these rescue missions from Babylonia keep failing, we better prepare an evacuation plan just in case. Now there are more people gathered in this conservation area than in any other place, which poses an issue for evacuation. There are few targets left that can be destroyed traveling north along the west coast. We'll be defenseless if we're attacked by either the twins or a horde of Henlo creatures. If these rescue missions from Babylonia keep failing... The three stand silently at the door to this hypothetical question. No one dares to open it and reveal what awaits. At first, the team stayed on the surface to help those in the same situation, while also giving the commandants some time to heal. They believe that there is still a ray of life in the dark depths. They believe the enemy could be defeated, that people would survive, that the commandant would return to the team. These expectations, struggles, and prayers have had no impact on the growing sense of despair. It's too early to give up. We need to believe in Babel. Right as she says believe, he suddenly lowers her head with a somber expression as if remembering some painful memory, and trails off. Lucia? It's nothing. Just that if they continue to use the same tactics for conducting rescue missions, we'll only lead to more deaths. Perhaps they just need some time to adjust their tactics. Lucia suddenly looks at the nearby room, the room where the Green Raven commandant remains resting in a coma. We should still be prepared. Once rescue... Wow! What's in the heavy sack? A refugee with keen eyes spots the rice brought back by Lucia and cries out in surprise. I found this rice in some ruins! We're going to make porridge tonight! Woohoo! Kina, get your pot! The sacrifice is enough to feed all 100 of us! His shouting gets the attention of those around him, who all stand up in surprise. That's great! Looks like we're getting porridge tonight. Finally, some good news! Want me to help make it? There should be an extra stove in the storage up top. Ours is out of gas. We just gotta bring it down here. Okay, I'll go get it. Aw, your smile! I'll also collect some purified rainwater. It's been raining non-stop the past few days. There should be more than enough water. And the rest of us will sit here and rub the rice ears with our hands to remove the husks. Huh? This ain't no rice. We can tell just by the sack. Besides, the construct had to fight to bring it. Are you too lazy to help them prepare it? Oh, don't let Lucia cook. Oh no, you don't let Lucia do it. You're the boss, we'll do as you say. Bootlick and Kina, you only ever listen to the leader. Shut up, all you do is gossip. Don't let Lucia cook the porridge. Whoa! Everyone begins to engage in joyous conversation as everyone lines up to take strands of rice and begins husking them in every corner of the base. Shortly after, the water, purifier, and cooking implements are ready. Everyone puts the husked rice in the water to be filtered, and then set the boil over the fire. Only an old man is left holding rice. He stands up weakly and attempts to address the crowd, but his feeble voice fails to garner anyone's attention. Mr. Cully, what's wrong? Ow, let me change where I'm sitting. Ow, ow, ow. Oh god. Lucia made this, I can't eat it. Since being diagnosed with cancer, he's refused to eat. Can I hold on to this? Of course, it's meant for everyone to eat. Not eat. Just save? Why save it? Hang on. Huh? He shouts with all his strength, but only diminutive syllables come out his lips. He was already malnutrition. Oh, what's the word? Not this word. He was already suffering from malnutrition before refusing to eat. Now he's more like a candle in the wind, as if he would go out any moment. Of course. These days, the old man gave his own food, or the food he could, to get to others. This is only a request, but Liv has no reason to refuse. She doesn't understand why, but seeing him struggling to speak, she refrains from asking any more questions. She just helps him sit beside the bed, next to his wife. Thank you, young lady. My legs aren't what they used to be. I told him not to stand, but he's as stubborn as a mule. The elderly couple sits together, holding their rice, and looking happy at the other crowd gathered around the large pot. The embers in their eyes, which are extinguished by despair and rain, ignited once more. People danced among the steam, dispelling their depression over the past few days. It's kind of hopeful, right? The sobbing that echoed throughout the basement had stopped. The bedridden people slowly opened their eyes to catch rays of light in their dim vision. In this dark world, everyone gathered together to watch the small portable stove and the large cooking pot as they wafted the delicious smell of rice porridge. If hope were to manifest itself, this would surely be the embodiment of it. Liv notices that the woman, who had been guiding her husband, stands up from beside, joins the crowd, and looks forlornly into the flame of the gas stove. Miss Jin! Hi, she's got a cool mask. She tries to squeeze out a polite smile, but fails. Lindsay just woke up. She wanted to try some porridge and told me to join the others. But right after that, she bites her lower lip as tears begin to trickle onto the floor. Just like you said, you won't make it through the night. No, hang on! Her sobbing becomes louder and louder. The people around her gradually quiet down as they're brought back to cold reality. Some people can't enjoy this moment. Others can't enjoy the next. Some people say that the hospital walls have heard more repentance and prayer than churches. But no matter how hard one prays in front of a life that is lost, the outcome won't change. Why did you want to sacrifice yourself to protect me? I might as well join her. Lo approaches Jin and holds her trembling hands. But she knows that even if she manages to comfort Jin, the situation won't change for the crowd. Faced with parting life, words of comfort are far too shallow. When survivors laugh around the campfire, they can't forget the shadows behind them. Light and shadow go hand in hand. If someone dies, it means someone will be saved. If a person, especially a doctor, cannot calmly face the fighting between life and death, it means they will drown in their own regret one day. But Liv knows that she cannot learn how to face the situation with reason alone. Once upon a time, an otherwise outgoing professor said this with a rare sigh. Optimism, calmness, indifference to life and death. These all help persuade ourselves, but we can't force others to maintain a positive outlook. Out. Don't deprive others of the right to be sad, nor discourage them to grieve, because persuasion is always more useful than force. Especially you, Liv. I know you can't learn how to remain emotionless when treating lives that cannot be saved. So that's why I'm telling you this. Hope you can allow yourself to be sad and use this accustomed regret as motivation to save those that can. This is also a kind of comfort for those who cannot be comforted. Persuasion is always more useful than force. But how can I... When she looks up, Liv sees Chuck and his guitar suggesting something to Liv. Should we sing instead of crying? He nods, then closes his eyes and begins to strum his guitar. Shortly after, the other musicians follow his lead and join in. In the crowd, those who've learned the song before begin to sing along with the music. Oh. I'm turning it up again. This music definitely has in your vibes. It really does. I'm not gonna sing it, but... Hearing everyone sing, Liv faintly smiles and joins them. No. Oh. That song. It's a nice song. If only the commandant was awake to hear it. We'll just have Liv sing it again when the commandant wakes up. Okay, when that time comes, we can all sing together. Oh, I want to hear it! No, Lee! Lee, please! Lee, sing it too! Please! I'll wake up from the coma right now, instantly, if Lee just sings a song at my bedside. Instantly. How to revive a shrimp. I'll pass. I think the commandant wants to hear you sing. I do! I'd wake up instantly from the coma if Lee started singing. The music and hot porridge warm the heart of this despondent crowd as they join in the chorus and clap along. What is the book? Right. A bit of a tangent, but like... There's this book, about this kid in a coma. And the whole story is from the perspective of the kid in a coma. Like how he can hear like his family around him, like how he dreams and stuff. And, like... The book ends when he wakes up from the coma, when his dog like climbs on him and starts licking his face, and it's like what makes him wake up at the very end. I don't know, it's just, that's what it reminds me of. Like apparently like a big thing can help you wake up from a coma. And in that case, in the book, it was like the dog, you know, licking the guy's face, waking him up. For me, it'd be Lee singing. That would be what it takes me to wake up from a coma. The music and hot porridge warm the hearts of the despondent crowd as they join in the chorus and clap along. They find solace in the melancholic lyrics rather than rely on false hope. They use the song to unload their grievances and shed tears, leaving only faint echoes of their cries. See? What'd I say? Playing music might not fix anything, but getting your feelings off your chest is better than holding them in. That song! Listening to the song, the old man's lips begin to tremble and his eyes burn with tears. What's wrong? He's fine. An old man like him, he's probably just thinking about the past. As people get older, some things become more clear, regardless of the song or a sack of rice. He shivers in a light, precious, and lights a precious rolled cigarette, as her eyes sink into memories. During the Golden Age, livestock and farmland were run by machines. After the meltdown of the zero-point reactor, food sources were cut off. After such a long time, it was difficult for people to take up farming and raising livestock, but some people managed to do it. Not many people were able to, also fighting the corrupted. People talked about seeds, taking seeds back to find safe places to plant crops. But once they weren't any corrupted, people desperate for food came to seize all of our hard work. She raises her hardened gaze and looks around at the refugees sitting in the basement. Just like the Great Winter Famine in the historical records, there was no stable yield of food for a long time. People could only take what they could get their hands on. Sounds like I need to cough. Without livestock or produce, we resorted to eating birds and mice. People even scavenged areas with hordes are corrupted, but few returned. People began to breed something that could raise quickly that others hated. She takes out the half-remaining rolled cigarette and draws something about 4 centimeters in length with her hands. She doesn't say what it was, but everyone understands what she meant. But there wasn't much left to feed those pesky insects, so they couldn't raise enough to be made into protein blocks like the movies in the Golden Age. And normally people wouldn't have touched them, but worst come to worst, even those are taken. If this went unchecked, we would have filled our stomachs with everything, and there wouldn't be anything left. So rules are made and spread through the word of mouth. Seeds must be left behind. Offspring and fish and eggs must not to be eaten. Plant roots must remain in the soil. Pregnant animals and their food are not to be disturbed unless there's an emergency. Once people began to abide by these rules, we noticed some improvement. Animals could be... Oh god, sorry. Animals could be seen in the mountains and forest, and seedlings found in areas that were harvested. It helped us get through our darkest time. The old folks who lived through that era still remember it. But the disaster didn't spare us. It only got worse every day. Sometimes people would break the rules when they can no longer take the hunger. And once the rules are broken, those that suffer have no choice but to do the same. That's when we met Cheese. We didn't know his real name, but that's what he was eating when we saw him. Cheese was so rare at the time, that's when we decided to call him. She takes a deep drag of her cigarette. Ash rolls down her fingers, but she doesn't seem to mind. She just sighs in the thick cloud of smoke. Nothing I'm proud of. We thought he was well off seeing him eat cheese next to a field he lived by. The old geezer snuck into his field to steal fruit for us to eat, but didn't leave any seeds. Cheese and his wife barely made it through the winter, but the baby in her belly didn't make it. The first time we heard this song was when he kneeling in his empty field, holding his wife refraining from crying as he sang to her. Oh. We didn't have the heart to go up and confess what we'd done. We'd send him some supplies, but they moved away shortly after. Since then, we've had the habit of leaving seeds for everything we eat. Even if no one cares about this rule, we can't break it ourselves. Even though the conservation areas have already been built, there's still room to raise crops and livestock there. But as you've all seen, this stuff won't last many days if anything bad happens. She shakes her head and snuffs out her cigarette. Well, enough of me rambling about these old trifles of the past. The porridge should be ready now. Let's dig in. Is virus and nanobots form a purely digital phenomenon? It's like biomechanical to my understanding. It affects both humans and machines. Yeah! Refugees, who already became too preoccupied with the thoughts of the long-awaited porridge to listen to her story, suddenly spring to life. Surprised by excitement, the convicts resting in the nearby room walk out. Let's start serving everyone! Sure! Everyone forms a line. No need to push and shove. Got it. Everyone grabs a spoon and lines up, holding their own tableware containers enthusiastically, paying extra attention to that they receive their fair share. Jin holds the porridge carefully, salutes the convict soldiers and Liv, and returns to Lindsay's bed. Old Callie, having not eaten for 3 days, takes a bite out of his wife's porridge, under her persuasion. Stanley, Shrek, Fantine, everyone except for the wounded who are still unconscious gets a bowl of warm porridge. Heat from the bowl in their hands warms their spirits as people sit down and enjoy this rare delicacy. Liv! Well, the crowd is distracted by their meal. Lucia calls Liv aside in a low voice. Yes? Come with me. What happened? What happened? Oh, we finally get to play the game! Let's go! Finally get to play the game! In the dark room, Vanessa is stirring her porridge in her cup with an exquisite coffee spoon. Commander Evie is lying on the bed next to her, still unconscious. What's wrong? Surprised I'm eating porridge from her cup? I know it's not exactly my style, but I like to make the best of things when a situation is out of my control. I'm sure you've realized by now, but Melanie has cut off aid. What? Well, but obviously been too busy taking care of everyone to realize this fact. Since the last rescue operation failed, if you ask them about their next operation, or they change their tactics, they always give a vague response. They're also not providing regular contact. Whenever I contact them, they just give me the same response. Lucy also got the same response too. Ah, we've been abandoned! Let's go! It's nothing too unusual. They've just postponed support operations to this area for the time being. They've done this in the past. It's just the first time I've experienced it. Guess your indifference means you've already been mentally prepared for this. Looks like we're on our own for now. Yeah, it's unrealistic to expect to be rescued under these circumstances. I'd do the same if I were in charge. It's the only logical solution. Aside from that, there's some good news and bad news. The good news is, even though Babylonia has cut off support, they haven't blocked my access to GPS intel. The bad news is, based on this GPS intel, the unidentified twins have entered the city 042. Ah. What are you guys gonna do? Our location is dangerous. With our numbers, we'll suffer from losses in case we run into any hostile encounters. I want to dispel the 164 people gathered into several teams, which is more conducive to action. We've had some more refugees join over the past few days. We now have 172 people in Dog. That doesn't include us and the commandant. We're already at 172 people? Decentralization is definitely conducive to dealing with emergencies, but it'll take more time to retreat. We better get ready immediately. On the way, we also need to deal with 3 problems. High punishing virus concentration, a lack of food and energy, and our creatures attacks. Protective gear can protect against the punishing virus. Punishing concentration! We don't have enough for everyone. We can move them in waves. The second problem is difficult to solve. All we can do is move slowly. As for the third problem, we'll just have to defend it with everyone. Where can we move everyone? The safe zones adjacent to City 043, City 046, 044, and 045. We just came from City 045. The conservation area is already full after taking in refugees from City 044. And personnel from City 046 evacuated after the CPF was damaged, so it's been vacant for some time. The CPF has since been repaired, but it's quite a disaster from here, not to mention, the people living there aren't exactly accepting of outsiders. And that's an understatement. It leads to inaccurate danger assessment. There's a group of armed scavengers that'll attack and rob outsiders. Ow, I'm gonna get stretched. Oh god. Ow. Yay! City 044 is completely empty, but the CPF still hasn't been repaired. Hedorah creatures have swarmed the perimeter, so they may converge into the red tide at any moment. Looks like there isn't any ideal location. Are you gonna find a place for them to live and work in peace? Is the next step to investigate whether the soil is suitable for agriculture? She gracefully eats a spoonful of her porridge, then laughs sardonically. Oh god, my throat. Just find a refuge for them to hold out for the time being. Wait for the twins to leave City 043, then return and repair the damaged buildings. The world will be used up no matter how big it is, as long as they keep treading toward the unknown. If Evie was conscious right now, I'm sure the commandant would resort to the same guerrilla tactics. You think you know Evie? No, you don't. Vanessa, shut up. Vanessa sits down her spoon and just laughs coldly at Lee. Let's temporarily divide the crowd into 3 groups for evacuation. Those who can move freely will wear protective gear and follow the safety route. We plan to bypass the potential battle zone where the red tide may converge and proceed to City 044. Lee knows Evie. Yeah, Lee does. 2 conscripts will act as guards. Well, en route, the refugees should refrain from removing their protective gear. They will return once safe living conditions are confirmed in City 044. Understood. We'll have some of the wounded take up supplies to 045. While I searched the area, I found a warehouse with a small filtering device. The conditions are poor, but if people can survive there with some simple protection. The third team will take the commandant, Vanessa, Bambinata, and then every time I say her name, I pronounce it slightly differently. Bambinata, and the rest of the wounded to City 046. Regardless of how hostile they are to outsiders, they can't do much against constructs. That sure was quick. I expect nothing less from the chief. This may solve the problems caused by the threat of insufficient materials and the twins, but it doesn't cover everything. Don't you know? Constructs need to protect the refugees from Hedorah creatures while in transit. Some of the wounded will need to be transported out. Humans will need protective gear. We don't have enough for each person. That means our group going to City 046 will be unprotected. Correct. But there's one more thing. We can't avoid casualties along the way. I hope you've seen your fair share of hardship and cruelty, Raven. Don't disrupt the team with the illusion of saving everyone. What do you mean? Seems like you guys have been spending too much time trying to rescue people out there. You don't know how many people will actually be able to keep up. I'm sure Liv can enlighten you. We can't take the wounded all at once. They also can't move quickly in the state they're in. Our vehicles won't have capacity for everyone. Are you planning to leave people behind if we run out of time? Uh-oh, exactly. But only if the time is of the essence. I don't want people's lives to be sacrificed in vain. But I don't want to risk the success of the mission. And I don't want this to be a point of contention between us. Anything you're not happy about? Or are you still expecting Evie to regain consciousness and come up with some big brain solution that won't require anyone to be sacrificed? They use the phrase big brain in PGR, let's go! If not, I'll be the active commandant here. This is the only way we can save the most lives. If worst comes to worst, do you think, who do you think is likely to encounter danger? Me and Baminata, those refugees who still have the strength to run, or that comatose commandant of yours? Forget it. After all, a puppet led by Evie will just shout, "I'll protect everyone!" then rush in and die. No point in asking you. Let's plan our next step. I still think it's necessary to evacuate the critically injured to City 045 and 046 first. You're right. If you have time, they should go first. If the healthy refugees leave first, they may be left here for good. Looks like you've become well acquainted with the inferiority of humans. This doesn't make them inferior. Everyone just wants to live, so we need to plan. Whatever you say. The twins haven't made it to City... Wait, hang on a second. No, Vanessa. Okay, right. Vanessa's whole thing is that she believes humans are superior to constructs, which is why she abuses them, right? She believes constructs are way better than, constructs are below humans. They're like toys that she can, throw away. They're expendable. She, beats them up and, she's terrible to them. Huh? This is new. I never expected her to say something like this. The whole thing is that she believes humans are superior. She hasn't made it to City 043 yet, but I've detected a large horde of predator creatures from the north. 130 clicks. Inferiority versus the vulnerabilities. Yeah, but she's still... In this case, she still, thinks that humans are worth more than... I mean, I know what you mean, but, it's just not something I'd ever imagine I'd hear her say. They're headed right for us. ETA 8 hours. How many? Roughly over 100. Can we hold them off? No, Liv. If they're already grouped up, there are more than 100. I saw something similar in City 044. There's bound to be more beyond your detection range. There may be 10 or even 100 times more than that. If they find out where we're hiding, we won't be able to defend against such a large horde. Vanessa sneers to herself and eats the porridge in her cup, which had gone cold. Looks like we won't hold out until morning, so we should evacuate immediately. Understood, but I hope we proceed according to the plan. Evacuate the wounded first, and the other construct soldiers will escort those who can walk in an orderly manner, so they can receive help from other stranded elite teams as soon as possible. Some of the wounded can leave on the transport vehicles. After all, your commandant only needs one seat. But I advise you to give up on the latter. Tricog and Cerberus are in the same situation as us. There'll be more survivors in the base with doctors, but the team won't be able to transfer the influx of wounded. If none of the wounded have survived, this wouldn't be an issue. Please don't say something like that. As I said, there are going to be sacrifices along the way. You don't expect the hetero creatures to wait for us to take your time evacuating everyone, do you? I'm willing to accept such a dire consequence. There's no choice but to accept the reality they cannot change the status quo. How many vehicles are left? Including the vehicles that we recovered over the past few days from the destroyed conservation areas. We have 3 left. It's like cars. We have 3. I don't know if I trust... I don't really trust, Lucia to drive. Hurry up and get your commandant into protective gear. Okay, I guess we're going then. Leaving the room where Vanessa and the commandant are located to begin preparations, we met with an unexpected scene outside. People having already packed their scarce bags of luggage. As Graven exits the room, the refugees look at them coldly. Where's everyone going? We're going to the Forsaken's base. There's no way you can make it there on foot. So I'm going to borrow your rescue vehicles. Hey, no, you're not. Why are you leaving all of a sudden? I know you won't tell us the truth. Seeing you all sneak around like that, I took advantage of the noise outside to eavesdrop on your conversation. So you're just gonna abandon us? What did you hear? Babyloni has stopped sending aid. I heard the contract say it. He points to the contract in the corner. They were just going over possible scenarios with the others, so I didn't think anyone had the nerve to eavesdrop on us. Doesn't matter. I knew it was only a matter of time. There have been numerous incidents in the neighboring conservation areas, and since Babyloni has hung us out to dry and those damn twins are wandering around City 041 again, we don't want to stay here and await death. These 3 vehicles are up and running, and we got the protective gear, boss. Let's go. Please don't take the vehicles. We need to evacuate the critically wounded. What are we supposed to do then? Not like we can make it there on foot. Wouldn't you be better off with the wounded when we're gone? They'll have more room and it'll be quieter. Seems like they don't know about the Henlo creatures, and the twins headed right for us. Your vehicles can't hold 172 people. How are you going to deal with corrupted Henlo creatures if you get attacked or outnumber them? The crowd falls silent for a moment before whispering amongst each other. That's why we need to leave before they swarm us. Lucy drives bike to your Emberton Luncheon. Oh yeah, Lucy. Okay, maybe I trust Lucy then. It just feels like letting them drive is like a bad idea. I don't know why. I'm nervous. That's all. Please go. Everything we've done is to ensure as many people can survive as possible. Yeah, I would trust Liv on this one. I think Liv knows what she's doing. Liv hesitates for a few seconds, but decides that it's best to inform everyone of the current situation to avert confusion. The refugees had always believed they had the right to know what was happening. A time like this requires everyone to work together to solve the problem. What would happen if they made the decision without knowing the danger? Liv can't even bear the thought of it. Please listen. I just predicted a horde of Henlo creatures approaching from the north. They'll be here in 8 hours. Also, the twins already left City 041 and have made it to City 042. We need to evacuate the wounded immediately. If you take the vehicles, we won't be able to evacuate the wounded on foot. If the Henlo creatures break through our defenses, they'll enter the basement and kill the wounded. Hearing this, the whole basement becomes speechless. The middle-aged leader looks around the crowd in silence. He contemplates for a few seconds, then turns to face Liv. We'll take your word for it, considering you've taken care of us and the wounded all this time. Saying this, he pauses for several more seconds. After hearing no objection, he continues to speak. Since you're willing to be so honest, I'll make some concessions to the contracts and the wounded. The crowd erupts in outcry, led by the shrill voices of several refugees. Leave the wounded here! Not like they'll survive much longer if we take them. Anyway, this is such like an ethical dilemma, right? It's like this was like the trolley problem. I don't want to die here. There's no way I can walk all the way there. The refugee leader remains silent among the crowd's protests until several others strong-armed the way in front of him. Boss! What's wrong? You're not wounded. You've just been hungry for a few days and now you can't walk. No way. Besides, you said those monsters will be here in 8 hours. How can we run past these monsters? If they don't come, what about those wandering outside? We're armed and there's a lot of us. We can handle ourselves as long as there aren't too many. He's right, Doctor. We wanted to take the vehicles because our people are too exhausted to walk. Given the emergence, we should give priority to the wounded that can't walk. But we aren't going to just drive away carelessly. If someone falls along the way, they'll slow the rest of us down. We'll be sitting ducks if we get attacked. I understand. Are you at least willing to leave any vehicles? How about this? He raises his voice over the crowd's discussion. We'll take the smallest vehicle to carry everyone's luggage, and for people to rest when needed. The other 2 are rescue vehicles, so they're more suitable for transporting the wounded. That way we can guarantee our safety to a certain extent, while also not disregarding the lives of others. The crowd gradually falls silent, but concerns still remain. But those Henlo creatures will be here in 8 hours! There's no way we can outrun them on foot. Even if we take all 3 vehicles, there isn't enough space for everyone. You think you'll be one of the lucky ones who get a ride? Then what should we do, boss? Walk it, coward. Calm down, we need to come up with a plan. Where are you planning on taking us and the wounded? Given the current situation, it'll be best for the healthy refugees to go to City 044. There are still issues with the CPF and the punishing concentration is high, but there won't be any issues along the planned route if everyone wears protective gear. When City 043 is safe, you can come back. Seems reasonable. Is the nearest city with a direct road, and minimal corrupted wandering around there. He deliberately raises his voice as if speaking to the crowd behind him. But if everyone going wears protective gear, there won't be enough for the wounded. There's also a warehouse at City 045 with a small flotation device. I'm not sure it's strong enough to guarantee safety, but anyone with normal level protective gear should do just fine there. Correct. That's where we'll take some of the wounded. We'll take the rest of the wounded to the conservation area in City 046. It should still have enough room to take us in. City 046. Those crazy bastards are just dangerous as corrupted. But you're right, there's not much they can do against constructs. Then it's settled. She slowly walks out of the room, as if she's been listening the whole time. Together with her is Baminata, who now resembles an old doll. We should hurry. Wait, we're not finished here. Going there on foot is going to take a while. As close as City 044 is, we might not even be able to cross City of 043's borders in 8 hours. I accept that the doctor genuinely wants us to leave the vehicles here to save the wounded, but I'm not so sure about you. You're standing in as the temporary commandant here, right? I don't know what the commandant is normally like, but I have an idea based on the others in the Grey Raven. But you... He forces a sneer. People like you put human lives on one side of the scale and your own personal interest on the other. Yes! Thank you for standing up to her. Thank you. You're saying what we're all thinking. We've only been stuck here together for a month, but I know your type. You evacuate with the founded. To say you won't abandon them and guarantee your own safety. I'm just trying to save the most lives. Given our current situation, we don't have enough time and materials to save everyone. Sacrifices will have to be made. About that wounded dead weight. Human lives aren't equal. If you had to choose between a cracked jewel or some pebble in a muddy ditch, who would you choose? As expected from one of Babylonia's officers. You bastards are just putting a price on our heads, just like what they did during the Great Excavation. Evacuation? Why did I say excavation? Evacuation! Sensing a fight about to break out between both sides, Liv wants to rush forward and say something. But she's stopped by Lee before she can do anything. Quiet down, Lawson. This great evacuation is in our hands now. The 3 cars outside are ours. If you want the 2 rescue vehicles, you have to listen to us. Try and take them back by violence. One shot from my gun here, and they'll be gone. Are you sure you want that? Well then, what is it? Let our people and the wounded retreat first. You and the other constructs stay here to stop the incoming attack. In any case, 2 cars aren't enough for everyone. They'll take the wounded and they'll come back for us. We won't have made it far at this point. You want them to come back? That's right. I'm sure the doctor and her team will be able to escort the wounded and return safely. Once everyone has been retreated safely, you and that unconscious commandant of yours can leave. I can have the other constructs escort you and leave together. I don't trust you. You'll just call them off whenever you get the chance. Slow as you are with all the wounded, you'll be targeted even before we make it out of City 043. As opposed to me ordering them to pick me up first when you hand over the vehicles? We'll have our eyes on you. You'll leave only when all the wounded have been evacuated first. Even if Grey Raven chooses to listen to you, I can leave with my puppet anytime I want. That'd be a death sentence going out there on foot, just the 2 of you. You don't want to give up that cracked jewel of yours, do you? Fine, I'll take up the rear. Quit wasting time and get out of here. Vanessa, are you sure about that? Get back here ASAP, otherwise it's going to be our funerals. One more thing, what's your name? She points to the construct beside her and beckons. My name is Sandra, commanded Vanessa. Sandra, go be one of their drivers. I'm sure there are going to be plenty of surprises along the way, given how many corrupted and hetero creatures are coming this way. Understood. Let's get going, Liv. What? She has a blindfold? Yeah, we're gonna let the blindfolded construct drive here. I'll leave the evacuation plan up to you. You're more clear on the situation with the wounded. You got it. We'll evacuate the critically wounded and some of the less severely wounded first. It's going to be difficult to take that many people all at once, given how big the stretchers are. Liv opens her medical log and quickly examines a list of wounded. The list hasn't been updated recently. The current situation is clearly printed in Liv's mind. The 8th critically wounded, Nagayuki, Kanata, and Lindsay need to stay behind for the time being. The first 2 need Vanessa to maintain stable minds, while Lindsay's wounds can't withstand the crowded and bumpy vehicles. She needs to be carried away, separately on a stretcher with stabilizers once the other construct soldiers have gathered. One the commandant used? Well, the commandant doesn't need it now. As for Mr. Kali, I don't know if he'll agree to go. The old man wasn't eating after being diagnosed with cancer. Let me ask him. Even if he doesn't agree to go, we still need space for 4 more people. These people alone will take up 2 cars. And more, they can take the little girl with them. They can make do in the crowded vehicle if we get there fast enough. Let's make some supports between stretchers so we can put them close together without being cramped. Good idea. But there's still only enough room for 4 stretchers. We can only fit a few more sitting down. I'll leave it to you then, Lee. He nods and makes his way to the warehouse. As for the second vehicle, he thumbs through the records in a terminal and makes a new list. They don't need stretchers, but even then they need to be separated due to the wounds. Even if some people lie under the seats or sit on the legs of those who aren't injured, we can't squeeze them in. Not to mention, our vehicles haven't been modified, so they can't be overloaded, right? Exactly. How many more people do we need to take? We still have 47 wounded. No, counting new arrivals over the past few days, that makes 62 people. The second car can only carry 17. With 4 people in the first car, that means we can only take 21 people in a single trip. Wait, what kind of car can take 17 people? What? What car can take 17 people? I don't think that's how it works, right? I don't think that's how it works. A car from PGR, yeah. We must have gotten in a car as like 6 and a 5-seater, which kind of sounds like illegal, I think. It probably was illegal. But like trying to fit 4 people on 3 seats in the back of a car is like very, very difficult. 17 contortionists. Nice. With 4 people in the first car, that means you can probably take only take 21 people in a single trip. I mean, you can put them in like the boot, right? That's fine. There's still some hope if we can make another trip. There's so many people like Lego blocks. Yeah, it's like a big game of I was gonna say Jenga, but Jenga's like the wrong word. Twister? Yeah, car twister. There are still several other critically injured in our commandant that need to go on the next trip. That means there's no time for hesitation. We'll need to make a 3rd trip. Yeah, let's call everyone. Okay. Lucia walks to the basement. After a short time, some wounded refugees limp out following her. Liv! Oh no, it's the Fragante woman! Since Fantine's name is on the first list, she steps out of the crowd and greets Liv with a smile. Thank you, Liv, but I want to give up my spot. She looks at the crowd and rubs her belly. It's too crowded for me, and I haven't decided if I want to bring my child into this cruel world. I need some time to think. Wait, what do you mean? What are you gonna do? You can't... Cool. After you leave, the wounded here also need to be looked after. My medical knowledge obviously doesn't compare to yours, but I can still help. Can you take the child I brought with me instead? The wound in his back is still serious, and he needs some room. Okay. Oh, and Shrek wants to speak with you. He greets Liv, pretending to be relaxed. Let me go with you. I'll sit on the roof so I don't take up any space. Besides, if any of the wounded sit up there, they'll most likely fall down, right? Are you sure? It's dangerous up there. Don't worry, I'll hold on tight. That late in pregnancy? Yeah, it's like that late in. It's like, ending it yourself in like non-sterile conditions kind of sounds very dangerous. But let's not get into that, because I feel like that's gonna be... You said you want to evacuate a warehouse in City 045, but is there a doctor to take care of them? Or are you gonna stay with them? No, that's what I've been worried about. So someone should be there to look after them, right? I'm no doctor, but I've learned a thing or two about first aid recently. Recently? Got that right. A friend of mine made me realize how important it is. If you don't trust me, I can have the Forsaken send a doctor over. That way I can continue on my way and deliver the serum. They can't possibly refuse, right? Okay, thank you. Good idea. We should also try to get support from Watanabe. If only the commandant was still conscious. We could use the commandant to pull some strings. When we finish assembling the stretchers, Lee appears behind the 3 of them with a frowning face. I know what you're worried about, but Babylonia cut off communication. Who knows, maybe we'll end up joining the Forsaken. She looks up at the dim sky, suddenly getting lost in a memory. I understand why they made this decision, and I don't think it was out of greed or malice. We're on our own now. I'm used to that by now. You guys talk things over. Want me to want me to go get the wounded? Feeling the gravity of their words, he waves and quickly runs back to the basement. Oh, Liv. Kali said he's not coming with the others. Really? I understand. Over 10 minutes later, thanks to everyone's efforts, the first group is already in position. People are crowded together, but not so cramped the wounded or crushed. Everything's ready. Let's go. I'll deal with the header creatures along the way. Liv, take care of the wounded. Lee and Sandra, the other construct, take care of the driving. Lee nods and furrows his eyebrows anxiously. He starts the engine, causing the siren on the rescue vehicle and alarm from the dashboard speakers to blare. Alert! Vehicle overloaded. Please drive safely in accordance with the law. The anxiety in Lee's inner brow increases noticeably. He quickly unscrews the cover of the speakers and adeptly cuts the alarm circuit, silencing the noise. Good job, Lee! Let's get going. Lee's driving? Yeah, I trust Lee. I don't trust him not to get lost, but I trust him to drive. He's like he piloted like a landing craft in one of the chapters. I trust him. Lucia, the wonder kettle creatures nearby are coming over. Vehicles overloaded, we can't move fast enough to get rid of them. Okay, cool. So now we clear out the enemies in the path. For safety considerations, we'll stop the vehicles for defense and run into enemies along the way. Destroy the enemies, cool. Gosh, just in Calamity jump scare, yeah. Whoops. Okay, oh god, wait, what happened? Oh no, they got me! Oh my god, they keep getting stunned. I'm gonna get stunned by them. There we go. By the way, the game sounds kinda loud, right? Should I turn it down a little bit? Should I turn the game volume down or is it alright? It's a little loud. Wait, what did I do? Oh wait, button to menu pauses me. Sorry, you guys can't hear that. The button to open the menu, it pauses me. Good job there, Abby. Good job. How do I unbind that as a keybind? This music's really cool though. Oh, I missed. Okay, my muscle memory's all gone. Come on! Ugh. Come on! I'm surprised me hitting the vehicles is reducing the durability in any way. There we go. What about this one? Oh god, where's the... Oh, there's one here! What? Hang on a second. Okay, come on. Is this behind us? Cool. Oh my god! I never learned how to play this version of Lucia. This one I don't have. So I'm like really unsure. Oh god. Come on! Oh my god! Just die already. Oh god, please. Oh my! If I could dodge, that'd be awesome. I can know what that the bar flew. Okay. Bonk. Oh my! I'm getting bullied by these tiny little guys. Oh my god! I've never. I hate these little rollers. Like little meatballs in Warframe, if you know what I'm talking about. Oh my god, these little rollers! I'm No! Leave me alone! They are the meatball equivalent of those, like the PG equivalent of those like meatballs in Warframe. I hate it. Just kept getting stunned. Ah! guys alright there? Some minor injuries, I'll handle it. Okay, moving toward you. The army of rollers, yeah. Oh my god. That was way harder than it needed to be. City 045, West Warehouse. 3:41 AM. Leaving the conservation areas in City 043, they crossed past several collapsed roads and buildings attacked by the corrupted and Henlo creatures until finally arriving at their destination, City 045, 5.5 hours later. One obvious situation isn't looking good either. But at least they promised to send a doctor and even offered to take in some refugees if the situation takes a turn for the worse. Thanks for letting me use your terminal. Shrek terminates the call and hands the terminal back to Lee. You said you were going to call the Forsaken to send someone over, but you obviously didn't have a way of reaching them. I did just now, didn't I? He points at Lee's terminal matter, as if stating the obvious. People need to rely on each other to survive in this world. We can't just think about what we have. At a time like this, even more so. He gestures to Lee, who gives him a dull look. Want any more platitudes? I've got 100 of them. Just be more prepared next time before making promises. Considering how many accidents we've had recently, what would you have done if you couldn't reach them? Nonsense. I trust you guys. It's fine, Lee. Doesn't matter whose terminal he uses as long as everything works out. How are things with you, Liv? I checked everyone's vitals and rebandaged everyone's wounds that opened up from all the bumps along the way. Sorry for writing in your book, Shrek. She returns the book titled Comfort for the Soul back to Shrek, now full of medical notes. It's okay. Books are used for recording information. I've gotten what I need from it anyway. Also, Akane, I know I promised to make an identical rabbit doll for you, but it's okay, Miss Liv. I understand. I only had time to make you a small one on the way here. If I return to City 043's conservation area, I'll make another one for you, okay? Oh, she still made one! Oh, really? Thanks. All right, let's go back. Let's go back and get the other wounded. You're not going to tell us how you're doing, huh? You mean my leg? I can manage. What's with all the vital fluid? I already rebandaged it. I'm good to go. No, Liv. Liv, look after yourself, please, Liv. If you can't take it anymore, let me know. I'll carry you. Okay, thank you, Lucia. Oh, when is the Forsaken Doctor going to be here? A day or so. We're not exactly close. If that's the case, you'll have to care for the wounded up until then. I need to go back and escort the rest of the wounded. Okay, I'll take it from here. You should get going. Oh wait, there you go. Wait, what? Wait, which one have I done? Have I done this one? I've done that one, yeah. Wait, this one next. Oh god, it's so complex. We've only been going for 3 hours and we're still on part 1. We might be here for some time. City 043 Conservation Area Basement, 3 AM. Nearly 5 hours have passed since Liv and the others set out. All refugees still able to move freely have been evacuated. They have walked for 5 hours, but they still have not managed to evacuate the conservation area in City 043 due to the overall speed of the crowd. The horde of Henlo creatures headed this way is estimated to enter the conservation area according to their scheduled arrival in 3 hours. There are only a few dozen people left in the enclosed basement, while the contract stationed in the conservation area are on the surface, leaving the refugees anxiously waiting for news from Grey Raven. Vanessa sits alone in the dark room, monitoring the trajectory of the Henlo creatures on a large number of holoscreens, and sending the intel to Babylonia with no response. Following that, she recalculates the tactical deployment of constructs in the conservation area, and the best evacuation route for Grey Raven based on the enemy's new trajectory. After completing her work, she stands up from the screens and walks to the sick bed nearby. Chief. She smiles mockingly and sits beside the bed. You knew your recklessness would have this outcome. Would you still have done what you did? Vanessa gently strokes her ear as if waiting for an answer. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, Vanessa. Let me guess, you'd say, I'll sacrifice everything to protect my comrades, huh? She gives herself a smile of self-mockery, then slowly moves her finger down to your ear and puts her hand firmly on your throat. Oh my god, don't choke me in my sleep, please. I don't like Vanessa at all. I'm sure you'd be disgusted right now seeing yourself like this. So weak and fragile that you can't even push my hand away. Like a candle in the wind, all for just a couple of puppets. What do you think the instructor who praised you so highly would say now, seeing you like this? Only Lee's not to do that? No! She leans down and whispers softly into your ear. Her fragrant aroma is... Why is that a detail? Why do we need that detail? Seems at odds with the musty smell of the basement. You definitely take back what he said, Evie. A fool like you can't even protect yourself. Vanessa quietly looks at your closed eyes. Your malnourished face from having battled illness for so long looks even more lifeless under the dim lights. Disgusting. Even if you were awake, the people who have only seen your face, plastered on the screens after the Atlantis incident, wouldn't even recognize you. Even though her mockery falls on deaf ears, she still continues her senseless behavior. Regardless, I wasn't wrong. Before this disaster happened, I saw you as a rival that must be defeated. A futile illusion. But now, what a joke. You know, Abby, I could kill you right now. The grip on your throat suddenly... I do not want to get choked in a coma by Vanessa, thank you very much. Then relaxes. She smiles and covers your pallid skin with her warm palm. What's the point? Before you went in a coma, I looked at yourself naivety with contempt. I figured you'd quickly lose in battle and realized that your starry-eyed view of the world didn't conform to reality. It wasn't exactly quick, but maybe now you'll see the world for what it really is. Your neck remains ice cold despite her warm palm. She lifts a finger and checks your pulse. Such a simple battle nearly cost you your life, Chief. What exactly distracted you? Or did I waste my time focusing on you so much? You don't deserve to be Chief, let alone a role model and a goal for others. She slowly gets up and looks at a holo-screen and a fold-up mirror next to it. The hetero creatures will be here in 3 hours. If Raven isn't back by then, you're a goner. Faminata and I can get out of here whenever we want. She combs her hair in the reflection of the mirror again, but the look in her eyes doesn't match the delicate gesture. Her gaze is wondering and vacant. I know this isn't exactly what a commandant should do. FOS College teaches us to always fight the enemy and protect as many people as we can. Look on the hiccups. The lonely murmur echoes throughout the empty room. As before, no one responds. But the battlefield isn't so merciful. Not everyone can be saved, no matter who you are, Chief. As long as people die, their reputation rights, or those ridiculous bonds are just dust in the wind. You get nothing, and the people you protected will soon forget you. Vanessa walks to the simple square table full of holo screens, but leaves a mote of attention to you laying behind her. She turns around once more and looks at the unchanged bed. Abby, you stupid and naive piece of trash. You're only respected by so many people because they're lost in their own ideals. Now you have no one to count on. Let me tell you how to maximize the value of survivors. 4:30 a.m. An hour and a half before the hetero creatures enter the conservation area, Commandant Vanessa and the 4 conscripts stationed in the conservation area have all gone to the surface to prepare for combat. In the enclosed basement, Commandant Evie, 41 soldiers with minor wounds and mobility issues, and the 4 critically wounded patients, Nagayuki, Kanata, Lindsay, and Kali, still remain. Aside from them, there's another surprising refugee. What are you looking at? Never seen anyone fall on stairs before. No, it's not that. The boy should have evacuated with the first group, but he sneaked into the warehouse on the 3rd floor underground and accidentally slipped on the stairs, hitting his head and spraining his ankle. He'd been unconscious for over an hour, completely out of sight. Despite being woken up by matches, he'd missed the opportunity to leave with the first group of refugees. What's your dog going into the warehouse at a time like this? I probably just smelled someone in here. What about you? What are you doing in here? I was just checking to see if that mutt had gone into the warehouse. Even if that meant not making it out with the others on time? I'm just gonna take a peek. He rubs the back of his head and his sprained ankle. You don't believe me, do you? Why are you being so defensive? Because your mutt ate all of my cans. My friend gave me those before he died. He risked everything to get his hands on those. But your dumb mutt ate them. Being reminded of the past, the boy chokes back tears. I already told you, matches didn't do anything. Aww. Who cares what you say? Only believe what I saw. I wouldn't have gone in there if that stupid conservation was safe. He said we should all be in the same boat. Then they took all my cans and allowed someone like you to get in. I thought I could use the cans to find my big bro. The boy falls onto an empty sick bed and starts to cry. You have a big brother? Yeah, he's the best big brother in the world, in the entire world. The boy sobs and takes out a shabby journal from his jacket pocket. Half the pages had fallen out, and the rest are barely clinging on with layers of tape. He'd tell me stories every day, and draw me whatever I wanted. He gently rubs a few remaining pages, which are covered with an assortment of vivid drawings. Roasted chicken, new clothes, an entire house, a bed, a soccer ball, a garden, even a kind-looking woman. Below the pictures, there's the same phrase repeated over and over. Can you read? A bit. How about you? That's nice. My mom taught us a bit before she died, but for one I forgot. He tries to stop crying and sniffling, then points to the writing beside the kind woman. What's so we can write our wishes in it, and Mommy will make our wishes come true up in... I'm not crying, you're crying. I'm not crying. You're crying. Mommy will make our wishes come true up in heaven. Look, Mom told us just to write this beside each picture. Mom will hear our wishes. Stanley looks to where the boy is pointing, but discovers that it isn't some magical spell. Sorry. What? Sorry I brought you into this world. What'd you say? Stanley opens his mouth to explain the meaning of the dense handwriting, but lowers his head silently as if noticing something. Nothing, I zoned out there for a second is all. I've never shown this to anyone. You just get distracted. Sorry. Anyway, why are you showing me this? Because you saved me? He awkwardly covers his face with a blanket and curls up. Forget it. What's the point of telling someone without any family? Anyway, your dog only found me because he was trying to steal food. I just didn't! Shut up! I know already. I've been watching you for the past few days. I know it now. Perhaps he was beginning to sense the truth. At least that's how Stanley interprets his response. He knows he wrongly accused Stanley, but can't admit his mistake and doesn't apologize. Go to sleep. Anxiously rolling over in bed, he winces in pain from the injuries on his head and ankle. Alright. Stanley stops speaking. He looks up into the basement and imagines what's happening outside the window. But right as he wants to lie down on the empty bed and get some rest, he hears a heart-rending cry from the other side of the basement. No! Don't go, Lindsay! And this sad cry, another person wandering in the twilight falls into the cold embrace of eternal night. How much longer until daybreak? No! My God! Oh, this hurts a lot. This hurts so much. 5:38 a.m. Driving the two rescue vehicles, Raven races back to the conservation area before the barrage of hetero creatures arrives. Familiar with the way back and no longer carrying any wounded, we managed to make the trip just in 3 hours. We're back! Returning to the enclosed basement, Graven and Sandra arrived to look at the panic among the refugees. Intermittent sobbing can be heard throughout the basement. The looming sadness is like smoke from a fire, making everyone's eyes and noses sting. Liv quickly walks into the room, to compartment. See a lifeless body lying in the blood-stained sickbed. Jen is lying by her side, weeping. Liv. She lightly shakes her head and quietly looks over at what was now apparent. Lindsay had passed away. Jen struggles to lift her head and looks at Liv, lifelessly. The hetero creatures are almost here. We need to leave. She shakes her head and lightly grips Lindsay's ice-cold wrist. Still don't know why Lindsay saved me. Seeing you in agony like this, there was even a moment I hated you. We could all have left at the same time. We have been spared from the pain, the agony, or having to say goodbye like this. Someone's asked Liv, is it really meaningful to treat a patient who is bound to die? Before death's peaceful embrace, prolonging their patient's life is actually just prolonging their pain. But he saw the struggle under Lindsay's eyes, and her desire for life, and the words she could not say. So Liv chose this cruelty. Did she regain consciousness at all? Yeah, just before she died, but she only said a few words. What did she say? No! I'm happy you're okay. My life didn't go to waste. But don't come looking for me just yet. I asked her what she saved me. She said, because I'm a scaredy cat. What's that got to do with it? What does that mean? Lindsay! Her tears fall in continuous stream like raindrops on the floor. Scaredy cat. If there's anything in the world that can arouse humanity's strongest fear, it's death. And she calls herself a scaredy cat and is willing to face death alone to protect another person. I didn't know Lindsay too well, but I think people who are willing to give up their lives to save another person must value the lives of others more than theirs. She must be deeply afraid of your death. She struggled to her last breath to tell you that. Really? But I feel the same way about you, Lindsay. As if soaked by the downpour of sorrow, Jin sobs in front of Liv's chest. So you need to keep living. That's what Lindsay wanted. Okay. She nods quietly as she cries. We're running out of time, Liv. We need to get everyone out of here. Jin, let's get going. Still unable to stop her sobbing, she gets up from Lindsay's bed and takes a step forward toward Liv. Yes, let's go. Why should you persuade someone who wants to die? Do you think those 2 vehicles can accommodate everyone here? But as everyone calms down a moment, Vanessa pulls everyone back to reality. Also, we have a boy and a dog unaccounted for. I just barely missed the first group, and I sprained my ankle. The boy looks around at the crowd and matches beside Stanley. Can I still go? It depends if they have time to come back a 3rd time. But the Henlo creature will be here by then, won't they? Right, I'm detecting a massive incoming horde. There's no way we can take them ourselves while also protecting the refugees. It's looked like this is the last trip. Silence fills the basement. Everyone's nerves hang in anticipation to be read their sentencing. Get your commandant on board first, then squeeze the rest in however you like. As for those who can't get in, they stay here. And for those who need to be carried out of here, the crowd rushes to the basement, exit without waiting for her to finish speaking, nearly pushing Vanessa to the ground. Alright, get your commandant on board. Oh, this is gonna be painful, isn't it? As the 3 of them carry the commandant to the surface, the scene erupts into chaos. Quit pushing and shoving! The roars of Henlo creatures gradually become audible, causing everyone to panic. Liv rushes into the chaotic crowd to protect vehicles from being overturned by the crowd. Form a line! Liv's injury makes it difficult to stand up straight in the crowd. Some people reluctantly form a line as she tries to block the vehicle. Most of the injured refugees rush the door, causing a whole rescue vehicle to shake. I'm gonna push my way in if I have to. There's not enough space! Why are you pushing? You're barely even hurt! Think you can steal my spot? Of course I do! Hear that sound? It's like an earthquake! They're gonna be here any minute! That's the sound of everyone's feet. Who the hell do you think you are? Quit stepping on my shoulders! Doesn't matter. Ugh, I'm getting on! Amidst the chaos and crowding, people no longer care about each other's wounds. They regard themselves as luggage and cram the vehicle full. Even then, some people make no attempt to board the vehicle. Give me a spot! Scram, you're not even hurt. Take care of yourself. There's a dog in here. Why don't we kick the dog out so someone else can fit in? Wonderful. That's quite the clown car you got. Vanessa, now's not the time. Just sits back from afar and goes, "Yes, this is a total clown fiesta," and then just like walks away. Vanessa stands at the basement entrance and applauds the crowd in her usual mocking attitude. So how fast can the overloaded vehicle drive? Think you can outrun the Henlo creatures? No one responds to her question. Everyone just holds their breath in anticipation. You don't leave space for several of the critically injured, or even the commandant. Think RAVEN will serve you anyway? Leave the commandant with me. I don't need my hands to fight. Leave the commandant with me. You're better off taking care of the wounded. Ah, yes, please. Keep me with Liv, please. Thank you. Thank you. And it's settled. For those who aren't on board, sorry. Looks like you have to stay here. See you in another— Wow, Vanessa! You are an absolute prick, right? Okay, right. Sorry for going full British, but Vanessa, you're an absolute prick. I think you're a terrible person. That is not what you say to people who are gonna die. Screw you. No, don't leave me! I wanna find my big bro! I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so reckless. I beg you, take me with you, anywhere! He kneels down behind the rescue vehicle in despair and looks up to plead at those who board the vehicle and climb the windows and roof as they ignore his cries. That's all I want. I don't want to die. Don't be afraid. Put on some protective gear and hide. We'll come back to pick you up. No, don't leave me, please. I beg you. He kneels at Liv's feet and begs her. You'll really come back, Miss Liv? I promise. All right. You can take my spot. No. Stanley and Matches squeeze their way out of the tightly packed vehicle. I'll wait for you here. Get going. Stanley, thank you! Sorry I blamed you all this time. He hugs Stanley as a constant stream of tears and snot rolls down his cheeks. It's nothing. No, Stanley! So decided, leave the rest here? Didn't. It's okay. I'll keep Lindsay company. No, it's not okay. An old voice and its owner squeeze out the vehicle. Go, kiddo. You got your whole life ahead of you. Don't let Lindsay's sacrifice be in vain. But with these old bones of mine, besides, I can't bring myself to leave my husband. I'll keep him company. But if you feel sorry for me, then I want you to do something for me. She takes out a tightly closed bag containing the rice left over by Kali. No! 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 One day when you find a safe place to live, plant this rice. And no matter what you eat, leave some seeds for future generations and pass on our tradition. Okay. Good girl. And all of this is worth it. She hands the bag to Jin and pats her on the shoulders. Get going, kiddo. Jin nods, carefully taking the bag, then boards the vehicle. Let's get going. I'll carry Nagiyuki. Captain, you take Kanata. Okay. The old lady smiles and waves to everyone. The boy hurriedly takes out his notebook before leaving, tears out the last blank page and hands it to Stanley with his pen. This is a thank you gift. It can make your wishes come true. Thank you. Now get going. No! The three people staying here watch Lucia and Vanessa get into the driver's cabin. The overloaded vehicle groans and drives away in a less than optimistic speed. The moment the vehicle drives out the conservation area, it looks back at the others and where Lindsay lies, a cold thought enters her mind. Do we still have time? Is there any other way? No, there isn't. If only we could carry even more people. We have no other choice. Liv painfully forces herself to look back on the road. Despite the severe pain from her leg wound, she runs in step with the vehicle. We can hurry. There's still time. I don't like this. I don't like where this is going. 5:58 a.m. The two overloaded rescue vehicles drive away at full speed for 6 minutes, but looking back, they can still see the full outline of this conservation area. Vanessa looks at the speedometer, which only shows 37 kilometers per hour. In order to correct this meaningless escape, she stops the vehicle and humps out the driver's seat. We cannot run the hetero creatures at this speed. She looks at the crowd squeezed into the back of the vehicle. The crowd looks at her outside. As a human, she should be in the same position as the moment, but their eyes are filled with fear. We need to cut it down to 15 people per vehicle so we can leave in time. Vanessa, no! 15? What? But there are just over 40 of us! You want more of us to die? If we don't, all of us will die here. A deafening protest breaks out in the crowded vehicle. Vanessa's eyes, it's a twisted box with countless redundant mouths growing on it. I don't agree with this. Oh, what are you gonna do? Lucia doesn't immediately answer. She looks at her companions, asking Liv and Lee for their consent with her eyes. We'll stay here and stop the hetero creatures, then lure them away to get everyone time to retreat. Color me surprised. I expect nothing else from a puppet of Ebby. Do you know what this will lead to? Your naivety will get the commandant killed. I don't deny the risk, but I prefer to believe in the strength of Great Raven. Strength? 3 exhausted constructs, one of which is injured. Great Raven really has inherited the commandant's naivety and arrogance. We already left a lot of people behind. We know the risk, but we won't back down. Is that what the chief wants? That fool in your arm only saved you because someone was a little too big for their britches. Don't insult the commandant. If it wasn't for this fool, we wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't have been saved. Oh, so you should give up the commandant's life to save these worthless refugees. Nothing with life is worthless. We'll stick together and overcome any obstacle. We never flee in the battlefield because of hardships or fear. Won't flee. Hearing this, she thinks of T-Cell. Vanessa has no interest in knowing whether he was seriously injured and couldn't return, or if he's on the same road as those deserters. For a long time, Egrant has attracted people who were afraid of death because of its low casualty rate and tactics designed to maximize benefits. In the face of such an unwinnable battle, serious injury and affection would be highly likely. This wasn't the first time she'd seen such puppets, but every puppet that tries to escape and disobey its master's orders has been well trained by Vanessa. Shouldn't a puppet be punished for disobeying its master? She has always believed in this truth, but still could not stop her puppets from defecting. She doesn't feel that she's wrong, but rather they were selfish and afraid of death. In her opinion, since Emmy is unconscious, Graven will find a chance to escape in order to survive. But Graven hasn't. They've saved her and the refugees, and they're willing to give up their lives to stick to the commandant's faith. Harley Joe, Simon, Yata, Eleanor, the others are so reckless. They won't return to Babylonia until they ensure the mission is completed, and they've saved everyone they could. Why? Before graduating from FOS college, a seemingly unpopular instructor had said to her, "Every life has its own unique value. No matter how small, they are all part of this world. You want to be the best commandant, you must remember this truth. If you despise life and detest worthless things, you will lose everything one day. Hearing this, she thought the instructor was just an idealist trying to scare tactics promote friendly cooperation. When tactics failed, and she was in trouble, she never thought about this idea. I like the expression on her face. This is good. This is good. But now the fool she deemed unworthy is quietly lying in the arms of the construct. Even without saying a word, the construct still quietly abide by the commandant's ideology. Only then does she think about what the instructor had said. Is this what makes us different? She reaches out as if to grasp some non-existent phantom, but then smiles. Giggling. Eggert will take care of luring the hetero creatures. What? But you heard me. It's only Vaminator and me, but I'm prepared to fight. Character development! Hang on a second! My respect for Vanessa has grown a little bit. Just a little bit. She shakes her tactical bag containing her last trump card. Vaminata has long been acquainted with Vanessa's ideology. Countless puppets have disappeared or sacrificed in exchange for victory. But this time is different. Vanessa wants to prove that she can achieve victory while making this puppet a companion to stay with. Rare Vanessa W, yeah! Instead of giving Vaminata the contents of her tactical bag, she puts herself on the chessboard. But you won't survive against the many hetero creatures, no matter what you've got in that bag. What are you talking about? I don't misjudge my own strength, unlike that naive commandant. Take Evie and go with these people. Don't wait for me to clear up these troubles. You haven't reached your destination yet. But, with any other bright ideas? Even if you stay here, you will only get caught in the crossfire. What about you? I have my ways. This is reminding me. Sorry, this is really like off topic. But you know what this is reminding me of right now? You know, like school trips. When I went on school trips in my school, we didn't have like big school buses or anything. We had like little minivans that only could fit about like sort of 15 people in it, like 15-20 people. And it kind of reminds me of that for some reason. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of nostalgic thinking about getting crammed in like a minivan or something. But then my teachers would like race the minivans to see which one could arrive back. Vans or buses? No, we had like minivans, which basically just like a sort of big car / small bus. But like they would race them to see which one would get back first or like arrive at locations. Which I think sometimes will just go a little bit over the speed limit with kids inside, but it was okay because it was funny. Anyway, unrelated. Don't worry, I won't die here, so I'll tell that to the chief for me. Remember that I saved your lives today. You better thank me when I get back. Vanessa, let's get going. She's already made up her mind. No, like we had like minivans, and like they were owned by the school, and the teachers would like train to drive them. So the teachers would like drive them themselves. They had to like special training for it. But like we didn't have like buses unless it was like a really big trip, in which case we get like coaches or like buses. But for like most trips, it'd just be like a few people, so they get like minivans instead. Anyway, it was very unrelated, but it just reminded me of like, you know, the races that my teachers used to have in vans with kids inside. And anyway, let's get going. She's already made up her mind. Thank you. She waves lazily to everyone with her usual smile and watches the two vehicles drive away in silence. When the vehicles slowly disappear out of sight, they hear the sound of hetero creatures gradually approaching. First, we should draw their attention. Yes, mistress. Carrying Vanessa in her arms, Vaminata uses the short-range drone to leap into the air. In the light of the daybreak, they see the sloped path in the city has turned into a scarlet wave. Oh god. 3 survivors and 1 deceased. What does that mean? Oh god. Refugee evacuation must be British schooling. I mean, yeah, more or less. British schooling is one weird thing. 6:13 a.m. Shortly after the main troop is evacuated, the ground quakes and reverberates due to some sort of explosion. After the deafening noises fade away, the world goes quiet for another half minute before the footsteps of a horde of hetero creatures come from somewhere nearby. You know, sometimes I think about like what my old teachers would think of me if they'd have known that I, some random anime girl on the internet now. I just think, damn, if they saw me, they'd be so disappointed. Pretty cool to give you a free gacha game of this novel, very base. Yeah, we've been doing 17 stages of like actual written text, and only like 1 of them we played any sort of like gameplay in. I love this game so much. They do not seem to notice the people hiding in the basement. The basement. That was very weird to say. The basement. Instead, they go straight across the conservation area and head for where the explosion took place. The footsteps continue for more than half an hour. Then a few more loud bangs come from the distance. Trapped in the basement, the elders and the boy have no way of knowing what is going on out there. But they notice the central purification filter has started glowing red after the footsteps of those hetero creatures disappeared. No one can tell what the red indicators meant. They only know something has stopped working. Then the malfunctioning central purification filter starts sending in thick mist to the punishing virus instead of breathable air. It is no longer safe to hide underground. The old woman helps Kali return to the surface, but then returns to where they were half an hour later. Oh, I swear that was the red tide. They were like mud scattered everywhere on the surface, some even buried in pits. It would be a funny twist if one of my teachers was one of my subscribers. I don't think any of them were the kind of people to watch VTubers. But if by some miracle they ever find my channel, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I let you down. She points at her leg. The place of her body below the ankles covered in red tide has started to fester. The pits are even deeper further out. We're trapped here. Distressed, she sighs and sits on the stretcher. She cannot move her attention away from Kali. Oh man, try to rest. Ouch. I know, I'm hurting too! I slipped into red tide just to find you a path forward. My legs are festering now. I'm afraid my time is coming soon. Rest now. When you wake up, the pain will have gone away. Trembling, Kali nods and lies on the empty stretcher. Aww. 11 AM. It has been 5 hours after the main troop evacuated. Judging by how fast they traveled last time, they have to be well on their way back. At the thought of this, Stanley smiles. He raises his hand to rub Matches' head in an attempt to keep hunger at bay by feeling its soft touch. The old woman sitting not very far away lifts up her pants and reveals a... Okay. I was very concerned for a second. It reveals a pair of legs that have been completely coated away by the punishing virus. Okay, that's not where I thought it was gonna go. Before Liv leaves, she... Sorry! I was confused, alright! Before Liv leaves, she leaves behind 2 serums and a can from their scarce resources. The three struggle to decide how to distribute the supplies, and eventually give the can to Stanley, and let the old couple have the serums. But Stanley doesn't open the can immediately. He plans to save this precious supply until the very last. Now the supplies have been distributed, the boy leaves the 2 elders and goes into the room next door for some sleep. As Callie falls asleep, the old woman still has her eyes wide open, seeming to be reminiscing something. 4 PM. It has been 10 hours after the main troop evacuated. Even dressed in the protective suit, Stanley could still feel the open wounds on her legs festering very quickly. He doesn't know where to find a device to assess the concentration of the punishing virus, but judging from the purulence coming out of his wounds, he can roughly come up with an estimate. How much longer will they take? Judging by their speed last time, they should have returned here by now, but so far they've heard nothing. Perhaps they're traveling slower this time because there are more people. Stanley tries to calm his nerves. People in City 044. Before they left on foot, Stanley heard Liv mentions the CPF of City 044 also malfunctioned. But he believes Liv and Grey Raven will repair the centrifugation filter, and he also believes what she said, that by planning a safety route they can stay away from the red tide. But he's not sure whether he can find such a safety route himself. Is the punishing virus in City 044 as dense as it is here? He keeps thinking about these 2 questions, but so far he can only find a negative answer to them both. Helexakis time goes by. He has to rip and pull at the sheep pillow to distract himself from the pain. Is it mistranslation? Is this all happening to him? Like the like stuff, or? Oh, Matches! Worried, Matches keeps licking Stanley's hand, which keeps a firm grip on the pillow. This would have brought Stanley peace of mind, but the same trick does not work so well this time. Nevertheless, he tries his best to raise his trembling hand and take Matches in his arms. I'm glad you're okay. How I wish humans are just like animals. You carry the punishing virus, but you are not affected by it. It's okay. I'm sure it'll get better. Liv said so herself. She will return. Woof. Tears stream down Stanley's face and drop on Match's head. but the tears stop rolling down from there. As if the dog's fur stick sucks the tears dry. As if the dog stops the pain. No! I will get better! He struggles to put a smile on his face, takes out the pen and paper the other boy gave him. If I could realize my wishes, I want to leave this place and find freedom. Knowing it will end up in vain, he dares to dream all the same. The corner of this paper that makes wishes come true, he draws a pair of simple wings. Nope. I'm gonna hold back the tears. Take me to the sky, across and beyond the red tide. Like a drowning person holding onto his life-saving straw, he thickens the lines of the pair of wings. Together with my matches, away from this place, to somewhere we belong. However, tormented by hunger, agony, and the punishing virus, he struggles to see the wings clearly no matter how hard he thickens those lines. In a trance, Stanley notices a series of crimson pearls drop on the pair of wings and blossom like a flower of despair. It's blood. 9 p.m. After nightfall, the surface now painted in red is as dark and silent as the basement. After 15 hours of waiting, there's still no news bringing hope from outside the gate of this conservation area. Callie awakens several hours later in the days. He approaches his partner and taps on her shoulder, but realizes she's as cold as ice. Lena! He struggles to pronounce her name, but this ice-cold body will no longer respond to his call. Time is always one step ahead. He couldn't even say goodbye before she went gently into that good night. In the dim light, the old man caresses her wrinkled skin, the festering wounds as if he's coming back through his memories and trying to recall the Lena he remembers. They spent a long time together. Illness and aging took many of his memories, but the remaining ones are all whispering the same name. Lena. Lena. With the tears in his eyes, he looks at the woman named Lena and holds her cold hands with his rough ones before leaning against her. Wait for me. We'll go back home together. Hunger, cancer, infection, aging. These are his tickets to heaven. He will surely follow in his wife's footsteps very soon. I'm not crying, you're crying. Cozy breeze travels across this land ravaged by disaster as the light of dawn shines. But this beautiful view does not bode well for the boy who suffers from his festering wounds. The only thing keeping the pain at bay from him is the night when he's asleep. It's been 24 hours since the main troop evacuated. Hopeless people waiting in the basement still receive no news from the outside world. What could have happened to them? Or have they decided to abandon us? For the next few hours, he tries to fall asleep again many times. But time and time again he's awakened by pain or hunger. He struggles to get out of bed, but realizes he's too weak to do so. Many people left with him. It would be bad if anything happened to them. But I think I'm okay with that. After all, I never enjoyed living. No! Do you even realize what you just said? In a trance, he recalls what Liv once asked him. But the memory is soaked in a sea of nothingness and hard to recollect. He only just remembers that before this everlasting, desperate night arrived, he thought he was not afraid of illness or death because of the pain he had suffered. What did I say? Struggling to recollect the fragmented piece of his memories, the boy curbs his body, fighting hard to resist the insurmountable pain. Festering wounds torment both his body and his soul. If life is so painful, he might as well embrace... he might as well embrace death. What if he could break free from the suffering and live somewhere peacefully without pain? No, that's impossible. He tries to convince himself, but deep down he still wants to give it a try. Woof. No hope is lost. Stanley hears a sound coming from the gate of the basement. It seems someone's approaching. They're back! After hours of waiting, this glimpse of hope is like the injection of adrenaline, giving him enough power to fight off the physical pain and fatigue and struggle to stand up. Excited and happy, he staggers to find the old couple sleeping next door. Callie! They're back! Callie? No. Stanley notices the old couple aren't moving. Confused, he takes 2 steps forward and tries to tap on Callie's shoulder, but realizes their faces are pale white. He tries to resuscitate them, just like how an adult would do, but realizes their bodies have long grown cold and stiff. He slowly lifts up their clothes and sees their skins have turned into the pestered red tide, just like the wounds on his body. Matches, even they are... It's okay. Even if we're the only ones left, we'll make it out of this place. His clothes are soaked with sticky coagulated purulence and blood. The slightest pull at the clothes brings him indescribable pain. The To find hope that lies beyond the sealed gate, he holds his cane firmly and heads for the outside world. The deep loud noise, the sealed gate opens. The morning breeze carries a stench that floods the basement, heralding how he will find no salvation in the outside world. What was the sound that he heard? And where did it come from? Was it the wind and ruins making the noises, or was it his mind playing tricks on him? Where are you? Mustering all his strength, he cries. The shout echoes through the wasteland of the conservation area. Eventually, one wind answers his call. It must still be near, right? The others are not back yet, but it just might be a scavenger who accidentally trespassed this area. The boy does not want to give up hope. He takes a step forward and leaves the people sleeping forever in that basement as he starts climbing and searching. 10 AM. He leaves the basement and searches the entire conservation area. But even now he's reached the top of this building. There's not a single soul in sight. It has been 28 hours since the main troop left. No one's coming back. Everyone's dead. Having lost all hope, he lies prone on the top of the building and looks down at its central courtyard below. He wants to cry, but there are no tears left to be shed. Take me away from this place, please! The search in this building isn't very spacious. He spent 4 hours moving around. With every step he takes, the wounds pain him. He's run out of stamina. There's no way he can return the way he came. For more than a month, he and Matches have never had a proper meal. It's not just him. Even Matches has run out of strength and lied flat on the floor. To most scavengers, 20 hours is nothing, but time that passes in the twinkling of an eye. It was like that to Stanley once. But having been tormented by a month of hunger and illness, 24 hours of suffering and 4 hours of seeking are enough to nearly kill him. The boy's on the verge of death. Silently, he looks at the can in his hand. That is his hope. Will things start getting better if Matches and I eat this now? The answer to that is no. A half-full can will not bring back strength or heal wounds. Back will not change. He's trapped on top of a building in the conservation area. There's no way he can walk all the way back. Before long, he'll be affected by the punishing virus. His body will fester and he'll meet his end here. To him, eating it is pointless now. He might as well save it for another creature that needs it more. The boy has made up his mind. He opens the can and places it in front of... and places it in front of Matches. Come, you can have it. Watching as Matches chows down the food, he finds a smile on his face. Why am I still smiling, he thinks to himself. Is it because the situation has improved? Of course not. This boy is smiling because he sees Matches happy. That alone brings peace to his mind. Sorry, I couldn't find any supplies to feed you sooner. He looks up to the sky through that pair of wings he drew on the paper. His memories previously blurred to him are becoming clearer. I need Matches by my side. He's the only thing keeping me going. If I ever run out of supplies, I'll abandon myself, not Match. No, 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 no. Ah. I remember now. I remember what I told Liv. Putting the paper back into his pocket, he grasped the delusional fantasy. Matches. I'm happy I still have a can left for you. So, he has no regrets. No. In his mind. Oh god, I need to... In his mind, the boy, during his death, grows a pair of wings on his back. I'm not crying, you're crying. I'm leaving this place to soar in the sky. Woof. Sorry I can't take you with me. But you hate me for that. If you don't answer me, I'll take that as a no. Forgive me. I'm sorry. Ah. He still has to stand up and slowly moves closer to the edges. No, 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 no. Ow. cure pain. I might as well just get it over with and read it now so I can like cry. We can all cry together, right? Okay, right. Do you think they're ever coming back? I hope they do, but at the same time I fear they might run into the red tide that surrounds this conservation area. With his every movement, those festering wounds began being pulled and torn by insufferable pain, but he doesn't stop. Wolf! They do return and realize there's no one left here. Will they be sad? No. I guess I won't live long enough to find out. He shakes his head to shake off the meaningless thoughts, but still he decides to leave a message on the back of the paper. I don't know if I'm writing it right. I only have more time to learn. With this little regret, he pulls the paper, scribbled with barely intelligible message into the cleanest pocket of his shirt. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now, Matches. Oh. Stay strong and live, even if you have to eat my body to survive. Do it. This is all I can do for you. Woof woof. He spreads the wings. Oh. I need to put it the Evie machine broke again, just so I have this. This is the Evie is loading. Evie is like mentally loading indicator. He spreads the wings in his mind, and like a bird longing for freedom, he embraces the sky and looks up to chase the sunlight. I'm sorry. See you in the next life. The boy jumps off the building. Damn. You can't say do a flip. You can't say it. Thanks for that joke in these these dark times. I needed that laugh. Oh god. But as expected, a pair of spiritual wings cannot take flight. The boy quickly falls to the ground and hits a pile of empty boxes. If it was in a scripted story, his pain would have stopped right then and there. Reality doesn't have so much mercy on him. The pieces of scraps in those boxes have delayed his death. Grim Reaper didn't come to collect his soul and take away his pain as quickly as he thought. No! Oh no! He tries to move his body, but he's no longer in control. And all he can do is wait and see how things unfold. The first thing he notices is the sound of flowing liquid. Unlike the sound of raindrops falling on the ground or water streaming out on a tube, this is more like when you break a bottle and the milk inside starts leaking out. There isn't much difference. You can still tell the liquid is thicker than water. It's most likely his blood. Later on, numbness and pain start seeping through his limbs and eating away his... Oh my god! You didn't need to make it hurt this much, Kuro! Oh my god. You didn't need to make it hurt this much. Oh my god. Later on, numbness and pain start seeping through his limbs and eating away his consciousness. When the feeling of pain fills his limbs, Stanley realizes that he no longer has enough strength to shout. Death has never been just a number or a name on a list of victims. It's a body that carries the weight of both past and the future, experiencing unimaginable pain as the mind gets ground to dust. The agony of fractured limbs becomes almost eternal. Each drop of blood takes years to fall into the ground. No! It hurts. His voice is muffled by the blood as it turns into bubbling noises. Oh my god! His heart is ravaged by pain. He's known this would be so tormenting. But he still chose to take his own life this way. Death has never been easy. It's not a simple way out. Do I regret this? Before this day, he had witnessed many people's death. Many refugees would tell themselves the worst that can happen is death. He remembers when he passed by the conservation area. A conservation worker wearing glasses mentioned a term. It's a sane suicide fantasy. He said the thought might look pessimistic and negative, but it could help people find a way out, and that process also find a little bit of courage to carry on. Except that it isn't really a way out. Once you step into it, things become a downward spiral. The boy is being tormented by extreme pain that continues to attack his mind and soul. He still cannot shout, so instead his heart bleeds and wails and screams for him. As it happens, a question to himself becomes clear. Will death really free me? No! God damn it, why do you have to make it hurt so much? You don't need to do this! No! An old man once told him that freedom was the ability to run free even when you were burdened with shackles. If a man gives up a life to chase freedom, he is but a slave of his desire, forced to give up on himself. Every inch of his body is in pain and protesting his foolish decision. The agony is pulling at his mind, begging him to stand up and save himself. So did this all happen because he made a wrong choice? No. He struggles and utters the same answer he'd given to so many questions. From the very beginning, thought about the possibility main troop might not return. And even so, Stanley doesn't regret giving another person a chance to evacuate. My regret is that, since he was born, he suffered much pain and failed many people. What makes an idea very clear. If he had a choice, he didn't wish to be born in this world. This regret planted a seed in his mind that has been growing ever since, which is why he always put others before himself. But no matter how much he regrets this life, he cannot deny his existence. So this child who resents and despises life so much, knowing death isn't the way out, and there's a heavy price to pay, there's no choice but to face his tragic ending all the same. People who have not experienced love will spend their lives looking for substitutes. This child, abandoned time and time again, has always wanted to prove somehow that he didn't always have to be left behind. Now that he's felt the pain and loneliness of pain, he finally understands the value of life. He's more certain than ever that he has no regrets. This is all I ever wished for. Suffering the pain that is tearing him apart, the boy finds his answer and starts praying. Just notice matches. No! You didn't need to say that! I didn't notice! You didn't need to mention that! I didn't even notice it! Oh my god! And when all the blood has escaped, the body becomes frozen in time. It was only a brief moment. Stanley felt it strongly. His soul went through the ground, learned how to fly. You can't just end it there, no! Ow. Well, that hurt. That one hurt. Ouch. Wow. Let's keep going. This is only part 1 as well out of 3. Oh god. I mean, I know, like, I can't tell if I'm crying because it's actually sad or just because I'm a bit of a crybaby. I'm always a bit of a crybaby, right? But there's some stuff that I can't like stomach, and like the stuff from Roland's interlude and the stuff that happened now are like the two hard limits I have. And that stuff gets me the most. I'm not gonna say it because I don't think I can say it without crying even more, but like, wow. Ouch. That stuff, it hits pretty hard. Oh god. Too real? Yeah, it's way too real. I think that, like, you know, if I didn't have you guys with me, I probably wouldn't be able to stomach it at all. I think I probably would, like, just given up and, like, skip the chapter because I don't have the courage to read that kind of stuff, but... yeah, that's a real pain. Yeah, one more left, though, for this part. Yes, one more left for this part. Oh my god, my heart. Ouch. Hopefully, I'm gonna say hopefully this one isn't as sad, but like I know it's not gonna change. And like it's just gonna keep getting more and more sad, but like, you know, there's some stuff that I just can't handle, and like people trying to toaster bath themselves is like up there. That's like the thing I can't read at all. So yeah, let's read this final part of this final stage of this first part of chapter 17. No, you know what? I need. Let's hope. I hope this will be better. I say, and then this. Just gonna. Where is it? There we go. See, I would have thought they weren't gonna come back. I was convinced that Liv just pulled that, you know, I was convinced that Liv did a Wanshi, right? I was convinced Liv pulled a Wanshi and was like, yeah, don't worry, we'll be back, and then she never comes back. Because that's, you know, what Wanshi does. But... seeing matches there too as well. Oh my god. Right. I'm gonna choke on my own snot at this rate. I am such a mess right now. I'm like ugly crying. Damn. This game hasn't destroyed me this much since Selena's interlude. Oh god. Right. I need like tissues. I don't have tissues. I'm gonna use my sleeve of my hoodie. Liv said she'd be back. Yeah, but like, I was almost hoping that she'd pull a Wanshi. After like 24 hours, I was hoping that she would just do what like Wanshi does and like not actually come back, but just like tell them that for comfort in their last moments. Sorry. Alright, I think... Here we go. Right. Shall we suffer some more together? Oh god. It had been 32 hours since you left the conservation area. I keep forgetting we're actually playing a game, like... So you left the conservation area, city 043. 034. No, 043. I can't read. My eyes are too, like, cloudy. I can't see anything. The girl finally makes it back to this place. Her leg fractured and broken. Liv wants to speak, but her words are lost before they can reach her trembling lips. Her leg's in pain, but compared to that, what she feels in her chest is even worse. It's like something got stuck in there and it's pulling at her pain nerves. No matter how many times she checks, the result is the same. The boy in front of her has grown cold and lifeless. The sunlight, At noon, is warm. Gentle breeze echoes through the central courtyard, and the empty halls like a playful child. This exit to freedom is so close, yet so far to reach for those trapped here. Sorrow and sadness she tried so hard to bury inside her heart over these past few days were too much to bear. She can no longer hold it in. Her mind crumbles, letting out all her most emotional feelings. She hates herself. Skinny border collie circles around it. Pure pain. Pure pain. The skinny border collie circles around his dead master, licking the blood that has run dry and turned black. But the wounds will never heal again. Oh god. He turns around and touches Liv's hand with his nose, telling her to use... telling her to use the bandage. A girl dressed in a white suit looks down at the item in her hand. It's a gift that comes from her perilous journey over the past 31 hours. Back then, there was still hope. Making it through countless collapsed buildings, laying a rubble hole surrounded by the corrupted and hetero creatures. 2 overloaded ambulances drove for 13 hours before they reached the conservation area of City 046. Just as Lucia predicted, the armed scavengers living in this place are not at all friendly. After some exchanges using violent forces and firepower, their leader finally agreed to have a friendly conversation with the constructs. Get out of here! Constructs are not welcome here! This conservation area is a promised land. We kept our side of the bargain and rebuilt it, but Valoni took the liberty and gave it to someone else. Now we have finally reclaimed what is rightfully ours. You filthy dogs still refuse to let us be? No, we just wanted to find shelter for our wounded people in these cars. I'm sick and tired of your excuses. They just told us last time they had prioritized those in need due to limited resources. And guess what happened? We were driven away and forced to rebuild another place. Now that's not what we want. You're indeed under attack by a barrage of hetero creatures. We will never take advantage of your space. Please listen to us and give us a chance. Liv tries to explain the many benefits if everyone helps each other. Oh god, now I'm hiccuping. But the scavengers don't listen to reason. In the end, what makes them compromise is the hetero creature disaster that took place in City 043. In exchange, all the constructs but the Grey Ravens must remain there to stand guard and protect City 046 from the potential threat of more hetero creatures. Since the threat is real, I will insist no longer. I hope we can survive together, but when things get out of hand, we'll have to save our own skin first. Bring your casualties inside. Don't forget your promises. Rest assured, I never go back on my words. No, Liv. No, Liv. After helping the casualties and refugees settle down and handing over their duties in the conservation area of City 046 to their guards, Raven returns once again to City 043. After the problem is resolved, Raven once again returns once again to City 043. What awaits them isn't the flat wasteland they used to see in the outskirts of the city. In the outskirts of City, this outskirt area of City 043. Instead, they see despair in crimson color. This time, the red tide isn't as overwhelming as the one they encountered in City 075, but it's more than enough to submerge the outskirts of City 043. Thankfully, the conservation area is located on high ground and safe from threat, for now. We don't have enough protection measures. We must proceed with caution. It's okay, I know an underground tunnel. It was metro system abandoned halfway through its development. Many corrupted workers still remain there. This could be dangerous, and we'll have to take a detour, but it's absolutely doable. We'll make it there in time. If nothing went wrong, they could have safely made it. Could have safely made it past through the red tide and back to the conservation area in 3 hours. There's no would have. Without the commandant's access, they have no way of knowing in which city the twins are. And when they appear within the detecting range of lift sensors, Graven realizes the incarnation of despair and catastrophe has already made it across City 042 and right at this very place. No. Screw off, you guys. You're pretty, you just kind of look weird. They want to cross the red tide, and they're approaching the conservation area. Callie, Lena, Stanley, and Matches are still there in the conservation area. We have to stop them. We cannot directly make it through the red tide, but if we take a detour, we'll be too late. Let's draw their attention. That is the only way to stop them from getting inside the conservation area. Alright. Standing right next to the red tide, Lee shoots at the twins from 3.8 kilometers away several times. The distance proves to be a problem as those shots fail to land on the targets. If only Snipe, or Wachi were here. Wait a minute, I think they're turning around and heading for us. Have we been spotted? Well, no shit, Lee just fired at them for distance. What? They're indeed approaching us. Perhaps they heard our voices? Or maybe Lee's shooting at them! Hey, maybe that's what to do with it. The possibilities of the creatures have learned, or should I say stolen, the movement detecting technologies from a certain construct. In any case, we have managed to draw our target's attention. Let's split up and retreat. We must not engage in a fight. Alright. You go that way. Liv will carry you. The three of them immediately jump off the car and run off in different directions under the cover of the night. The twins seem to have noticed this trick and stop for a few seconds to rethink their next move. Then they imitate Raven's tactic. The male twin turns to chase Lee as the female twin follows closely behind Liv and Lucia. Thanks, Lee, very cool, yeah. Pursuit could use for hours. They hunt Raven with such ease that it's more like they are playing with their prey. We cannot shake them off. I don't think they're even going at full speed. What must we do to escape? Lee, what's your status? Same as yours. It's still on my tail. Well, they managed to distract the twins from the conservation area. They're also trapping themselves in a tricky situation at the same time. Soon the three of them are exhausted, desperate and about to give up. They receive a call from the Babylonia HQ. Seizing their one chance to shake off the twins, the members of RAVEN agree to participate in the first testing program of the Omega prototype. Starting from there, they are caught in a fierce fight where bullets fly and blades clash. The three of them suffer different levels of injuries. Liv's leg, previously bandaged and supported by a splint, fractures completely. She can barely move without Lucia helping her. And when they finally return, it's all too late. The three of them split up the search for survivors in City 043, but Vanessa and Mabinata are nowhere to be found. Tired and wounded, Liv trudges back to the conservation area, only to find these few people who stayed behind have passed away. All the deaths that Liv witnessed before didn't make her indifferent or cold-hearted. She regrets her inability to save lives. If only I had the ability to change all this, or had been able to take them with us, I would have been able to save them. Callie, Lena, Stanley, Vanessa, Baminata, all of them. There's no would have. Meanwhile, okay, are we safe? Are we safe? Can I finally stop crying? Are we finally doing better? Oh god, my heart. My poor little shrimpy heart. Oh god, right. Need to cover. Meanwhile, the researchers and decision makers of Babylonia are waiting anxiously, dying to know if their hope was born any fruits. Yay, Celica! Yes, the god of the PGR universe. The mission is complete. Glad we made it. It seems Raven has enough strength to handle the twins. No, if they have enough strength, they would be driven to the corner. He sighs. Now that is rare. Had we given Raven more time to prepare, they would have done better, and the result would have also been better. Oh, a little break from the fields? Yeah, a little break. A little bit of break. But there's no would have. Devastated by the disaster and haunted by our enemies, neither the victims nor the Raven had time to react. And those maniacs wouldn't wait either. Show me the records. Nicola takes the terminal from Celica. Together the two of them look at its data, their eyebrows furrowed. Imagine like you get your FaceTime, you see this guy on the other side, what do? His face is just like anime but with weirdly realistic shading. Like his lips are not anime, they're like too realistic. Oh god. In the footage, Raven barely managed to complete the rescue mission at the crash site and throw the Omega prototype at the male twin. Coming into contact with the cube, his skin starts to fester, melt, and peel off. Hey, nice! Like a human, he wailed and watched as the skin fell to the ground. That's all the damage we can do? But it seems his punishing virus was absorbed. Recycle the weapon. We'll do another test round on the female twin. Okay. Does he look like Nicola's rejected son? Yeah, kind of! After an ugly fight, they finally landed the Mega prototype on the female twin as well. The same festering process occurred, this time eating away her hands and chest. No, her boob is gone! the Omega weapon can also absorb chest matter. Good to know. Not that it'll do anything for me though. only that, the festering wound caused by the weapon didn't heal shortly afterward. We have the data we need. The two... Wait, does that mean punishing virus is stored in the booba? Wait, is that why heroes are so big? They're full of punishing virus? In that case, I can never get infected. I'm immune to the punishing virus. I've got no place to store it. We have all the data we need. The two tests show pretty much the same result. Our mission is done. Fall back. She turns around only to find Liv's leg is broken. Liv, we gotta get out of here. She grabs Liv by her hand and uses the thruster to take flight, quickly pulling away from those two extremely dangerous threats. The twins learn to adapt very fast, but they are not smart enough to see through the tricks of our Omega weapon yet. Recorded data shows the twins watch as Liv and the others left. They were looking at each other's wounds and making twisted, horrifying sounds. Don't worry about me. I'm not leaving you here. And who are they imitating this time? After the two went out of sight, the twins finally start to observe the Omega prototype dropped on the ground. Okay, but after a while, like, how do you know if they're imitating and how do you know if they're like, you know, what they've learned? They no longer made physical contact. Instead, they found their tools from their surroundings and used them to touch the cube in front of them. Before soon, this Mega prototype Hassan, once called Hope, stopped functioning because it was both overloaded and ravaged by stones. Records stop here. Are they still following RAVEN? No, Asma believes they're now wary of the Mega prototype, which is why they have also given up on pursuing RAVEN. But I don't think they... No, it's nothing. He was right. This experiment did help RAVEN get out of that dangerous situation. What happened to our team has helped deliver the Mega prototype. Oh, what happened to our team that helped deliver the Mega prototype? RAVEN managed to tried to save them. 4 survived and 6 died, and they only managed to retrieve 1 supply box. With these ugly numbers. 2 no, this isn't a fair deal. Oh, I guess because they're artificial, it's a question whether they ever get sensors or they're just imitating. But aren't we all just imitating though? Like, isn't like that just what we do as like people? We just imitate things around us. Like eventually we get to a point where we've absorbed so much information and are imitating so much that we can like, you know, form our own sentences and stuff. But like, we learn language by imitating other people. We learn emotions by imitating other people. We like learn information by imitating, you know, and you know, retaining that information, and then regurgitating it later. A lot are like, you know, maybe they only have the sort of sentience level of like a baby or something, but they're still learning and processing information and then regurgitating it, right? They are still, they're still learning. But like, the question is like, at what point, if they absorb so much information, they're basically functionally like identical to humans? Because if all we do is like learn and absorb information and then like repeat it, then how like when they start doing that, will they be considered, you know, sentient and stuff? Sorry, I'm getting a bit too philosophical, but like, anyway. We didn't send down this cube, this Mega prototype, just to rescue people. Sacrifices are inevitable. Had we faltered, we wouldn't have suffered heavier losses. I guess they can construct something independently using what they've learned. Yeah, it's like they know when to say, don't leave me and stuff, if they're like, you know, under attack and one of them's hurt. They're obviously learning, like, you know, situational, the concept of like something being situational, right? That's pretty important. Have we delivered the data and records to Asimov? Yes, he confirmed it. But I'm curious to know whether, like, you know, humanity will ever accept them as sentient. Because, like, yeah, I feel like, you get to a certain point, you've learned so much that, like, you, you know, you still learning and regurgitating information, but, like, you're able to form stuff by yourself. My worry is that humanity will never actually see these like twins as like independent beings and not just like people who regurgitate stuff. Looks like they just copy recorded voices and speak them through their mouths. That could be really interesting. But then I wonder if, sorry, I'm thinking of alternates from from the Mandela catalog, which is basically just what they do as well. But like, what if they ever reach the point where they can like, you know, form sentences by themselves? Anyway. Would humanity ever accept ChatGPT and AI tools becoming sentient? Yeah, exactly. Like, if an AI ever did become sentient, would we ever accept it? Would we ever believe it? Or would we just like go, oh no, you're just telling us that, you know? Anyway, it's really interesting, like philosophical stuff, I guess. He confirmed it. The Omega prototype does have the power to absorb the punishing rights and actually hurt the twins. Hassan feels relieved. Oh no, 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 no. Liv's about to fall deeper down a vortex of regrets. A loud barking sound interrupts her thoughts. Matches. Upon hearing his name, a border collie sits next to Liv like a good boy. You were the only one left. Should she take him with her? The people are biased. They don't like Matches. Perhaps she should let him go, free for his own good. But he might not live safely out there. The enemies wandering in the outside world might attack Matches, including those humans. Liv doesn't know what to do. But then she notices something white in the boy's breast pocket. What's this? No! No! Her trembling hand takes out a note stained with blood from that breast pocket. She opens the note and sees a pair of wings. The lines are thick as if they're going to penetrate this paper. Her fingers move along the pencil lines and flip the paper over, and she finds the scribbled message left by the boy. I'm worried about Matches. By the time you return, Matches is still here. Please take him with you. I don't regret leaving that vehicle. I wanted to help him. You see me like this. Please don't be sad. In fact, you have kept your promise and returned. This makes me happy. Thank you. I'm afraid I must go now. No. Wait, is there more? Okay, I thought it was the last one, but there's more. One more left in this chapter, I guess, or this part. It's okay, we're here for you. Thank you. Right, I have a question because I do want to do Liv's interlude today, even if it kind of spoils future stuff. I think at the end of this, I'll do Liv's interlude, and then we'll pick this up another time. Yeah, because I want to do the first part, Liv's interlude, and then we'll see. It might spoil stuff in the future parts, but like I don't want to wait. I want to get it done today. So that's a risk I'm sort of willing to take. We'll suffer together again, but no, don't do that. The thing is, I want to do this interview today, but in order to do it, I want to like I need to do more story, which is like another extra sort of like few hours. But I'm guessing the interlude is gonna be like another 2 hours, right? I can't do the entire story tonight. I don't have much time, actually. I would stream. I would gladly stream till like midnight if I could, and it's like 5:30 p.m. now, but I can't. So I think after this one we're gonna do sad Liv interlude break, and then we'll pick this back up maybe next week or something to finish the rest of the main story. At least as far as we can get. It's gonna probably be a few more streams, but right, we'll finish this for now though. Because we've been going for like 4.5 hours, so interlude spoils too much. How? Okay. Because I do want to do the interlude. Because again, if I'm covering like new content, I want to cover the new content, including, you know, the interlude and stuff, for the sake of just showing off the update. How far into the interlude can we go? It spoils immediately. Okay. I mean, how bad are the spoilers we talking about? Because I did stuff that like spoiled chapter 13. Like, I haven't finished chapter 13 yet, so. Into after the third part of the main story. Okay, well I can't do that today then. Very big. It ruins it? Okay. I'm thinking. Was how she became Imperia? Okay. Because, like, I don't think... How big is the second part in this? It's as big as Isla's Booba. Okay, right. I mean, if I don't have the context, it's fine, right? Probably interlude somewhere during, in between or during part 3. It's basically in the story chapter. Well, it's... Second part is less fight, more story. Extreme... Like this, second part and 3 and 1 live stream, I think it's not long. Wait, okay, right, we'll have a look anyway. We'll do this for now. But I do wanna... Because again, this is like a sponsored stream. I do wanna make sure I cover everything that I'm supposed to. So... Yeah. First part's really dialogue heavy compared to the two parts. Cool, okay. Liv properly buries Lindsay, Callie, Lena, and Stanley. But she takes matches and leaves conservation area 043. Along the journey, she remains silent. The voices of self-doubts overwhelm her mind. It is until she meets up with her companions she finally picks herself up. Upon returning to conservation area 046, Liv gives the bloodstained note back to its owner. The boy has found his brother among the armed refugees. Holding the note in his arms, he starts crying. But just as she expected, the people are hostile against the border collie. They won't live to take him outside. Will I truly be able to change all this? Whether it's Matches and Stanley, or the other memories buried deep in her mind. The life she couldn't savor like the sand in an hourglass, falling down to the bottom as every second passes. Even when she does catch a grain of sand, it will eventually meet the same tragic fate, just like Matches. Just like how Stanley didn't want Fantine to have a child, no one could change this world. Even survival's just extending the pain. I couldn't even help Commandant. The thought of the unconscious Commandant, Liv starts to get overwhelmed by grief and despair. If Ebby never wakes up, that means the mistake they made in the Pulia Forest Park ruins has cost the Commandant's life. Sorry, I'm sorry. But her apology and guilt could no longer reach that human. If Ebby did wake up, why would the Commandant have told her? A long time ago, she took apologies. She too apologized for her inability. Back then, Ebby had said something to her. It is meaningful. Even the smallest change and help can make a difference, although they may not seem so for the time being. It's only meaningless if you give up. On recalling this familiar voice, we feel so much more ease and calm. But let's not give up yet. I have to push a little further. She nods to herself, trying to recollect the strength to fight and help. Before Liv could shake off the negative thoughts, she hears a commotion from outside. No! Wait, what happened? Oh no! It's Johnny and the others, The armed refugee holds a bloodstained cloth in his hand, struggling to catch up his breath. Latte died before he could finish his sentence. I don't even know where they are. Liv! Lucy wants to remind Liv, but realizes that she has already started the search. This is bad. There are only a few targets in the search area, and they're all severely infected by punishing virus. So they're all corrupted. They might not be within the search range. Perhaps they... Worst case scenario comes to her mind, but she doesn't want to say it out loud. When did they leave? About 10 hours ago. Shortly after you left, they took Fantine and drove your car to go outside. Why did they bring Fantine along? She said she had been pregnant for 39 weeks and had to find supplies to get prepared for the delivery. Tried to stop her, but she and the others didn't know what supplies she needed, so she had to be there herself. It's been 10 hours. I wonder if we can find them, even if we split up to search. There's no need to waste your strength. They brought a pregnant woman with them. They said something happened to Johnny and died in front of him. Sorry, there's something in my eye. My tears! Yay! The only person who's still MIA instead of KIA is that woman. But we should go, Liv. Woof! Matches, you wanna come along? Woof woof! Yes, take this dog with you too. He would have just wasted our food anyway. If we didn't turn him into food. You! No, silence, woman. Don't be sad, Liv. Vera told me Border Collies are very clever. He just might help us find our target. She knows Liv is still blaming herself for what happened. Before Liv gets overwhelmed by grief again, Lucia quickly brings her attention back to the task at hand. You know where we can find Fantine's luggage? I want to let Matches sniff it and remember her smell. Yeah, so bring it in here right away. Oh! That's why they went this time to 10 hours ago. Raven has it returned to conservation area 046 to search for supplies and prepared for delivery. Fantine gives a heads up to the contract station in the conservation area and leaves with Johnny and the others. Protected by her companions, she manages to collect all the required supplies earlier than she expects. Being pregnant, she cannot move around too much, so she sits on the bench in the mall square, waiting. Looking at the setting sun, she rubs her hand against the blanket she just found and checks the supplies she will need when she delivers her child. Yep, everything is here. She looks up into the distance and thinks about the future of her child as she waits for her companions to return. I don't know if it's a good idea to bring you into this world. She thinks about the harsh, cruel world and ponders the question. Only you could answer that question for me. My child, that'd be nice. Before meeting Stanley, someone asked her the same question. Back then, she didn't hesitate to give a positive answer. Francine grew up in an environment where she was constantly hungry, on the run. But even so, she considered herself a happy, lucky girl. She was loved by her family and her husband. She wanted to share that feeling with her child. The two of them had planned out a future for their baby, and worked very hard to make it happen. She remembers how she and her husband were crying tears of joy when they heard the news that they could stay in the conservation area. But everything came crumbling down after that disaster in the Puglia Forest Park ruins. Those who once loved her so much are now nothing but memories of the past. No. If things get worse, she wouldn't be able to protect herself, let alone her child. Is it really a good idea to bring our child into this world? She lost count of how many times she pondered this question after that conversation with Stanley. Everyone's gone. There's no home for me to go back to. If I lose this child as well. Tears start rolling in her eyes as Valentine thinks about the possibility that she has to live her life alone. Love goes both ways. She wants to love her child and be loved back. It's like I'm doing this for my own good. Now, it is a selfish act to bring a new life into this cruel world just to not feel lonely and feel loved. That's not fair for this child. But how can we know for sure that this child will hate this world? No. Short and eventful as it is, her 27 years of life are beautiful thanks to her loved ones, and especially her parents. No one knows what the future holds. So who should make this decision? As Francine is thinking, a somewhat familiar voice comes from the corner of the alley. Run, now! She looks towards where the raspy voice comes from and sees a staggering heterosapien. Francine, run now! What is a heterosapien doing here? Why does it speak like a human? Wait, what? Fantine has no time to think. Fortunately, its sound has caught Fantine's attention, and she runs away before it's too late. Help! He has read a lot of books and knows that running at 39 weeks of pregnancy could lead to an early... Oh my god, no. Don't. Do not do this. She's not ready for seeing the baby yet. But at the moment, she has no choice but to run as fast as she can while holding her belly. God, please give me a little bit more time. Her pain gradually increases. Fantine sprints with all her might towards the familiar street ahead. Woof, 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 woof! The heterosapien we defeated just now had the same sound as Johnny. We're too late. No news from Fantine yet. Let's keep searching. Okay. How long was she running? And how long did she pass out? 10 hours or more. Fantine has no idea. All she knows is that the moon has risen and the sun has set, concealing the bloodstains on the road. The child in her arms, who should have been born in a clean room, slipped into this world unprepared and landed in the mud. Wait! No! Sorry. This is supposed to be like a really intense moment. The way that they described it almost made it sound like the baby shot out at full force. I don't think babies could just slip out though. I'm not an expert. I don't know anything about pregnancy. I don't think babies can slip out like that. It requires like, you know, effort. I don't just like it did just fall out when she was running. Yeah, exactly. It did. That's not how it works, right? It actually can? Oh my god, wait, that's news to me. Babies can just fall out of you. Right, okay. That's, Huh. Hello there, little one. It's a girl. Warm blood keeps flowing out from her body and she feels cold. No, okay. They can do that? Oh my god, right? That is news to me. I didn't realize that they could just, like, fall out of you. I thought it was gonna be, like... I thought it was, like... I'm not gonna say what I was thinking, but... Warm blood keeps flowing out from her body and she feels colder and colder from the loss of blood. Have you experienced nursing? Yeah, thank you for correcting my anatomy knowledge. She doesn't have to know. Yeah, she can tell. There's no time to lose. Hunting travels as she picks up the baby covered in blood and swaddles her in a soft blanket. Sorry, we have no choice. She struggles to reach out her hand to the most vulnerable part of the baby. The baby's neck is so soft and delicate. What the fuck? I'm more in disbelief than anything else. Oh my god! Strangle it, and this little life, who's not yet seen the world, will have a quick and painless death. This little life will not have to wait in the long cold night for help, nor will she have to face the terrible unknown. But it shouldn't be like this. He knows the children come into the world through their parents, not from them. You can give love to a child, but not ideas. The parent is the bow, and the child is the arrow of life that comes from the bowstring. This bow woman has long since understood her role, but still she's determined to destroy her arrow. I have to make this choice for you, sweetie. You hate mommy, right? Sorry. No! Is it because she regrets her decision back then? Does she regret meeting her husband and conceiving this little life? Would she have lived a safe life if she hadn't been pregnant? Maybe. But I wouldn't have been as happy as I am now. Are you really happy? The first answer that comes to Fantine's mind is neither yes or no. Before she could say anything, her hands betray her in a tremor and pat the baby instead. As if knowing her mother's grief, the baby responds with loud cries, announcing the arrival of a new life. Such a cowardly and selfish mother. Having you in this world is neither my happiness nor my torment, my longing. The nearer death draws, the more she cannot part with this little life. Cold moonlight, Fantine huddles in despair and makes a prayer to a being she's never believed in before. Please save this child. Let her live. Please give her enough time to choose wisely. Afterward, as if to answer her prayers, a loud bark comes from a short distance. A pink figure comes and takes the glimmer of hope from Fantine's hands. Fantine! What's going on? This is postpartum bleeding. Liv carries a lot of medical supplies with her. She had thought about the situation of blood loss, but she shouted in the crowd and no one answered, so she had to come on her own to help. I can't do a blood transfusion now, and even if I can't stop the bleeding... Even if I can stop the bleeding... Thank you, Liv. Liv doesn't want to hear thank you in this situation. No, I haven't done anything yet! And can I ask her one thing? Yes, I'm listening. Take my baby away, please let her live. Help her grow up and make sure she can think for herself and make her own decision. Liv looks at the baby in her arms once more. It's a miracle this little girl is alive and kicking. Only after she's certain the promise is not an empty one, does Liv nod to Fantine. No problem. Thank you, Liv. The dying Fantine breathed a sigh of relief with a smile on her pale face. When she grows up, please tell her, Mommy and Daddy brought her into the world. Because we thought this world was as beautiful as it was turbulent. We would love to tell her about it ourselves, but we can't. We're useless. No, don't say that. Sorry. Here's with her smiling face. So, if in the future she tries her best to get what she wants but still hates the world, tell her to go find Mommy and... Tell her to go find Mommy and Daddy. Fantine! It's okay. Life isn't supposed to be a bondage, but a force for good. The choice is hers. I want to name her Cassette. What do you think? Cassette. It's a beautiful name. Good. I don't regret giving birth to my baby girl. I've been looking forward to seeing her. Now I see her, but I won't be there for her anymore. Panty closes her eyes slowly. Her smile does not fade with her life, as if she is still repeating her last words to live. Without giving birth to my baby girl. You'll not regret dying? Why? The boy's answer was written on paper, wanted to help others. The woman's answer is pronounced. She gave birth to a life she held dear. No, matches! The border collie sniffs the meaning of life and death here, makes a sad whimper. Both the boy and the woman, in their different situations and with their different beliefs, made the same choice. They sacrificed themselves for the sake of another life. There was this boy of whom toward the future and despised life he saved. There was also this woman who embraced the future and a much-loved life she gave birth to. Of her faint, the hope appeared. They both tried to stop the world from spiraling into a calamity. At this moment, Liv finally understands what conviction and expectation are all about. Even the smallest change and help can make a difference, although it may not seem so for the time being. Yes, that's right. Life is so short, but that doesn't make it meaningless. Every life leaves its unique mark on the world, passing itself on to the next life. Embracing the death of oneself and the others is the true meaning of life, Liv thinks. Death gives life from one being to another being. The birds, beasts, insects, and flowers. And those lives, in turn, will give their lives to others through death. Life breeds life. Without death, life would not continue. The teary-eyed Liv is holding tiny cassette and matches tightly. Yes, death is not an eternal departure. They live on in those people they cherish. Even if we may never see each other again. Even if it makes us feel sad and regretful. I will carry on despite the pain and never give up. With her sorrows vented, Liv feels nothing but resolve. I can make a difference. Whether it's human or construct, animal or insect, it's the diversity of life that makes the world so beautiful. That's why Commandant said even the smallest change can help make a difference. Well, it may not seem so for the time being. I'll protect the hope that you gave your lives for. I won't let you down. I won't give up no matter how insignificant my contribution seems. It's like I don't give up until matches help me find Fantine and Cassette. Every life and every little effort count. We can make it. Liv is so strong. Liv is so strong, seriously. As a character, I can't imagine just having that level of, like... What's the word? Just resilience to the world, I guess. I'm just... It's an L, right? It's a real pain. Real pain and suffering. Shall we continue? Let's keep going. I can keep going for like another couple hours, so we can see how far we can get in part 2. Chris keeps going in Actual Angel. Honestly, like, as a character, Liv is just incredibly, I guess, inspirational. I guess, yeah. I guess I can say I aspire to have that level of, like, hope, in a way. Level of resilience. She's incredible. I love Liv. It's definitely... This whole chapter is really painful, but we're not gonna stop just now. We're gonna keep going, and see how far we can get. But please just play this game. If you haven't already, which I don't know if you haven't, like, you're probably gonna get spoiled now, but... If you haven't yet, please just play this game. It's so good. I promise it's worth it. You have a headache from crying? Whoa, same! Hopefully it at least goes a little bit up before it goes back down again. What can I do now? Well, I need to keep treating the wounded. What else can I do? There are people who get injured every single day, and supplies are scarce. If the source of the catastrophe is removed, all the problems will be solved, right? On our way back to Conservation Area 046, Liv is reminded of the Omega prototype. She hadn't paid much attention to it during the test because of the hasty procedure, but in retrospect, the power of the weapon is the key to saving the world. If we could test it again with adequate preparation, we could surely achieve better results, right? You got your wallet, it's empty, maybe in 3 months. This game is very free-to-play friendly. Very, 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 very free-to-play friendly. Like, whenever a character has, like, a debut banner, it's 100% made up. which means like you're not gonna lose 50-50, whatever. There's no like off rate. If a character comes out, the debut banner is 100% rate up. It's the weapons, like they are cheap to get. Every like sort of there's every like memory, which are kind of like I guess relics or like artifacts, whatever you want to call them. They are super like you farm them. They're really easy to get. Like this game is incredibly free-to-play friendly, and I really mean that. I've spent money on PGR. I'm gonna be very honest. I spent quite a bit of money on this game. That's purely my own like wanting to support the developers because this game is seriously incredible. And I just spent it on like skins and stuff. Like it's worth it. It's really worth it. And weapons don't go away. Yeah, exactly. Weapon banners don't go away. And you can actually pick like A ranks, which are like the sort of there's A ranks and S ranks. You can like pick which A rank you want. Like you get an 80% chance in a 10 pull to get that A rank, so you can like influence which pulls you get as well. But yeah, this game is very free-to-play friendly. Good sales pitch. They should sponsor me. Yeah. They should definitely. Cure game definitely sponsor me. No, but genuinely, like I was playing this. You can see on my channel, I was playing this game for like months before I actually got sponsored. Like this game is so good. I've poured so much money into like merch and into like the game itself because it's so worth it. I don't regret any money I spent on this game at all. Even though I spent quite a bit on like a skin for Lee. Absolutely worth it. Anyway. If we could test it again with adequate preparation, we would surely achieve better results, right? But a weapon test is dangerous and may hurt people. With Cosette in her arms, I was hesitating for quite a while before she finally asks Lucia. It is watching Emmy play PGR so nostalgic, yeah! But I just love, like, seriously, the story in this game is like... I haven't played a gacha game with this level of story. Other games have gotten close, but this is like the peak of writing, I think. I don't think you can really get better than this. Lucia! Do you remember the Mega prototype we tested before? Oh, by the way, you haven't probably seen much gameplay of this game as well. This game's gameplay is incredibly good as well. And PC Client coming soon. PC Client hopefully coming soon. Fingers crossed. I really want to see it come on PC. Yeah, so thinking about that too. I remember it could absorb the punishing virus. Something that never happened before. About that, Liv tells Lucia what she thinks. Apply for the testing program again. She thinks about it for a moment. Good idea. The previous test was too hasty. We're better prepared this time. We'll definitely get better results. Once we eliminate the punishing virus, we'll solve many other problems too. Imagine what the raves will be like. Yes, actually, seeing the PGR is like doing, like with the story and the voice acting and the characters and in the cinematics, even though they're sort of rare to have like a cinematic. For instance, when I was watching the anniversary stream, I was like, wow, this is incredible. Like, I am so excited for Wuthering Waves because PGR is like the pinnacle of like mobile gacha games for me. Seeing Wuthering Waves as well, whatever that might be like in the future, I am so excited because like Kuro Games writing is the best, honestly the best. You really can't get better than PGR's writing. Feminist by the fact that I'm like, my face is completely stained with tears from crying so hard. This game does not like hold back any punches. It makes you suffer and it makes the character suffer too. It's absolutely worth it. It's so good. Anyway, so I'm getting distracted. I just love this game so much. Yes, I remember the look on Lee's face when he saw the test data. I'm sure he wants to try again too. Our top priority is now to find a way out of the predicament. We've got to be more proactive. That makes 2 of us. Can I apply for it? Are you sure? Liv rarely offers to do that, but Lucia smiles and is not surprised at all. You can't wait to get it done, right? Yes, waiting in the morning can't change anything. I've been thinking, Liv, you're really a strong girl, unlike those who keep to themselves. You care about what you and other people feel. Even if it's overwhelming for you sometimes, you can get over it and pull yourself together very soon. Lucia, go and do what you want to do. Lena will give you our full support, and when your application is approved, the 3 of us will go for the test together. This new weapon will definitely play an important role in reclaiming Earth. If we can find a solution, we'll help everybody out of this misery. Sure. Oh. In Conservation Area 046, Liv tends to all the patients in need of treatment as usual. Since the leader of the armed refugees was informed of the story of Cosette, she stops complaining about matches. When all her patients get their treatment, Liv takes Cosette, who's in a swaddle, to the cubicle of Commandant Ebby. She changes Cosette's nappy and feeds her some nutritional powder until the baby falls asleep. And Liv puts Cosette in the makeshift cradle next to the commandant's bed. She gets up and carefully checks the commandant while pressing the comms button. She thinks it will take a while before somebody answers, but she hears a familiar voice immediately. Celica! Nice! Hello, Liv. Celica, there's something I wanted to ask you. Is there a follow-up test to that weapon we tested earlier? What's the plan? I want to apply for further tests. What happened? You look so much more determined than before. Yeah, she's been through a little bit, Celica. Nothing happened. Just want to do what I can to get us out of this predicament. Liv, I mean, if there was a mission that would get us out of the predicament, but would most likely pay the highest price, would you do it? The highest price? I mean, the safety of Lucia, Liam, and Commandant? I certainly wouldn't do it. No, it's about your own safety. My safety? That's right! Although Celica keeps emphasizing the if, she doesn't look like it's just a hypothesis. Liv used to feel powerless. Sadness and regret can't change anything. She decides to move on no matter what. But at the same time, she's also aware of the fact that as long as the punishing virus is still around, the problems will drag on. And if the punishing virus is gone, the Omega Weapon can make that happen. That's what everybody has been waiting for. Liv knows she can't let this opportunity slip away. What if she has to die to make it happen? Liv remains silent for a moment, but eventually she smiles in the face of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it really worked, I'd do it. Oh, Liv. Seriously, you really think so? Yes. So many people died right in front of me, and I could do nothing to help. Now everybody, the task force and humans, are trapped in this catastrophe, and no one will be spared, including the elite squads. It's just a matter of time before the catastrophe kills us all. I want to do something that promises to make a difference. I'd love to give it a go. Oh, Liv, I love her so much. Celica, I don't see anyone die anymore. Actually, about this, the president hasn't decided whether to give you the call or not. Are you alone now? There are only Commandant, me, and this little baby here. A baby? Is it a refugee's child? Is the mother dead? Yes. Abby is still in a coma? Yes. The signal is cut off for a moment before Celica's face reappears in the terminal. I'll transfer you to the Parliament Hall. Please keep your environment quiet. Alright. Noticing the seriousness in Celica's expression, Liv turns back to make sure Cosette is sleeping before nodding to Celica. Celica's face flares in the dark blue screen. BP-108, Liv, Raven Task Force. On behalf of the Babylonian Parliament, I send an invitation to you. The cool mechanical female voice echoes in the darkness. It is uttered by nobody, yet it can be anybody. In the war against the punishing virus, humans have never won a true victory. According to the calculation of Gestalt, no one will survive this catastrophe if effective measures are not taken. At the outbreak of the catastrophe in the Polyopharis Park ruins, the Science Council already made a preliminary recreation of the technology recorded in the Omega file. We managed to retrieve and analyze the test data of the Omega prototype through the contact of Grey Raven with the unidentified twins. The weapon's effectiveness in absorbing the punishing virus has been confirmed, and with its help, the infected mechanoid and constructs can recover too. Even the corrupted. Due to technical constraints, it's not yet possible to achieve all the research objectives at the stage. BP-108, we need you to support this technology and put the Omega weapon into use as soon as possible. What do you want me to do? Become a carrier for the Omega weapon. A carrier? Use the latest specialized frame, and its property is to attract the punishing virus, allowing the virus to pass through your mind and be completely absorbed by the Omega weapon. Through my mind? That's the only way to maximize the effect of the Omega weapon. This is a dangerous task, because we can't control the rate of attraction of the virus. Once it exceeds the rate of the absorption of the Omega weapon, we'll get infected completely. In addition to that, there's also a high risk your frame won't be able to reboot again, or use recall due to that means sweet effect, doesn't it? Or use recall due to symptoms such as mind deviation and contamination. But in order to reclaim recall, okay, right? If recall does like nothing, right? Why would it not tell her that it enhances recall? Like, if it's all a lie anyway, why don't I just tell her that recall is unaffected? It's just to keep her like happy, you know? The whole like idea of recall is to make constructs feel more safe. Why would you take that away from them? If it just does nothing anyway, right? Why not say it makes recall more effective? like, why would you make her more anxious, right? That's like against the whole idea of recall in the first place. Anyway. In order to reclaim Earth and go back to our common home, we must do whatever it takes to overcome this predicament. VP-108, humanity needs you. Will the punishing virus really be cleared and the infected individuals recovered? This will be our first attempt at this technology. At this stage, there remains a lot of uncertainties. VP-108, we need a pioneer. Fine, someone has to take the first step. VP-108, does that mean you agree to our invitation? Yes. Please confirm that you can quit the mission once you take it. Confirm. Please, it's like, do you agree to the end-user license agreement? Yep. And the terms of use, the terms of service. Please confirm you're aware of the danger of this mission. At the end of this experiment, your chance of survival is only 7.23%. Confirm. VP-108, on behalf of the Babylonian Parliament and humanity, I thank you for your service. Please tell me what to do next. The hall is solemn and silent. Middle-aged man with an... Sorry, I have a really immature brain. A middle-aged man, with... I'm gonna say it, I'm gonna laugh too hard. With an upright posture, gets up and stands in front of a table. Liv. Hassan, put it away. Put your posture away. Take my hand back to Babylon. Sorry, I'm ruining the moment. After this talk, I'll send a notice to all contracts stranded on the ground to explain the situation. After I get their consent, they'll be escorted back by them. There's an undestroyed underground base in City 047 where some transport and an airship are stored, along with the last of our supplies. They're all we've got now. I'll let you open the base. We'll talk about what to do next when you return safely. Hold on, I have one more request. Please let me take a baby with me. Oh, Liv. Liv is speaking to Babylonia. Constructs that had been transferred from City 043 are talking to the constructs that have been survived the Omega prototype delivery mission. Seeing Lucio and Lee walk into the lounge, one of the constructs jumps from its chair. So you guys finished your work now? To her surprise, Lucio sees a familiar face from the initial annihilation of the Heterohive Mother among the 4 surviving constructs. We get out of the transport. We need your time to say hi to Captain Lucio and the other members of Great Raven. Exactly. Hello, I'm Percy. I'm with Lucio and Captain Chrome in City 075 before. I've heard Lucio mention you guys. You must be Captain Percy. You gave the locator to command it, right? That's right. How are your injuries? We're all fine. My people are now taking a break inside the cabin. Wanna check on them? Not now. Let them take a good rest. Why did you come down in the first place? We volunteered. Too many people had died. There's strong and important work to do. And the rest have their own concerns. At least you volunteers are not forced to come here. Besides, Captain said we were blessed to have survived the accident last time. So we need to make good use of our luck, right? Reina! It's the truth! We survived again! I'll tell you a little secret. Captain is the only one who survived all these missions, so he... Hey! Well, strong people usually have problems like that. Come on, I got your back here. Reina lets out a loud laugh while patting Percy's back. His cheerful laugh is so reassuring and relaxing for these weary and battle-hardened fighters. During this brief respite, the terminals of all constructs start to beep. As Liv leaves the dim cubicle, she notices that all the constructs are watching their terminals. A familiar voice of the president comes from the screen, wrapping up a short speech. I had no idea the Omega weapon could be incorporated into a frame. Such a specialized frame would be a serious burden on one's mind, just like Chrome's glory. There's no misinformation in the Parliament's announcement. They just told Liv, and only Liv, the worst-case scenario. Liv, did you see the message? Aha, yes, did you see the message? President Hassan said they wanted you to use the new specialized frame. Well, actually, they told me they had the plan because I volunteered to do the test. President Hassan is very concerned about the commandant's condition. He would like to take the commandant to Babylonia for thorough treatment. As long as I can go back, I'll take the commandant with me. I'm gonna stretch. My back is gone out. Oh, oh, oh. There we go. I see. The commandant does need to go back to Babylonia. It's just that... Liv, are you sure you can do it? Specialized frames are nothing new to us. With the commandant still in a coma, I'm a bit worried about you. Lucia. Lucia looks terribly worried, which makes Liv a bit anxious too. We finally have a chance to reverse the catastrophe. Liv tries not to show too much affection. If Lucia and Lee knew the consequences of this mission, they would have done all they could to stop her. Isn't back stretching dangerous to shrimps? No, it makes my back feel better. My back is in so much pain from just like sitting hunched over that like stretching feels so nice. So nice. Oh, I actually tied out the game. Good job there, Abby. Out. Oh god. Sorry. It really bothers me. I need to go with you. Lucia looks at Lee, who nods without saying a word. Alright, the four of us go together then. Great, Captain. We're going back! This is a voluntary escort mission, not a return mission. We may die on the way. I'm aware of that, but I'm sure we'll make it. I need to sit with better posture. No, my chair is ruined. My chair is absolutely destroyed. I want to be an escort too, even though we're likely to be killed. Still, this is the only way to return to Babylonia. Besides, without Liv, I would have been killed already. That goes for me too. I've been in this room as alive thanks to Liv. Because Liv is so nice, isn't she? Alright, then who's going to? Everyone in the room raises their hands. Thank you. You don't have to thank us. Sandra's interrupted by a beep from her terminal. Sandra! Are you still with the Grey Raven? Yes. Both of them are Sandra's teammates and are in charge of different areas during the mission. They have been keeping in touch through comms. How's it going? Well, some of us are going to check over there. How many of you are leaving? We're all going too. Looks like there are going to be a lot of people. Why are you all joining the mission? It's not really about the mission. Do you know that the underground base in City 047 was left behind by Corona? The remains of a lot of supplies as well as transports. I don't know why they suddenly figured it out, decided to give the Parliament permission. The Parliament now wants to use the supplies in that base for disaster relief. That's why so many people are going to City 047. We can take this opportunity to go back to Babylonia. It's now or never. I agree. Since you're going too, we made up in the underground base in City 047, alright? Yeah, see you there. She goes off the call. Hold on, guys. I really appreciate it. We promised the people here to protect them. We all leave. Who's gonna take care of them? No, it's okay. Just come. Come with us anyway to Babylonia. It's cool. I see your point, but that old creature barrage is coming. I can't do detection, and I'm no match for those creatures. Still have the manual on taking care of the wounded you wrote for me, so I can work as a nurse here. But if anything dangerous is attacking this place, I won't be able to help. That's right. So what do we do now? Shall we stay? Lucia double checks the action plan. If she wants to protect everybody, the best option is for her and Lee to stay. No, Lee, come with me! Lee, please! Lee, come with me, please! I need you, Lee. Come on. But a strange feeling comes to her mind, as if she neglected something very important. Lucia frowns. The last time she felt this way was when she was on her way to capture the Ascendant by order of RAVEN. Is this just a coincidence? Lucia, what's wrong? I have a bad feeling about this. Lucia... Is overworrying mean mistrust? Liv calls Lucia in a pleading tone. Lucia relents. Sorry, I was overreacting. Alright, let's make a plan. Get the spray bottles? No! The president said there were plenty of supplies in the base, so I'm sure everybody wants to get their hands on them. We're pretty close to the underground base, and we have plenty of time to do round trips. So suggest we take everyone there in different groups. Okay, sounds good. The underground base is going to be bustling. I know, supplies are scarce these days. People will be flocking there. I'll talk to their leader about the base. Okay, it's not going to be a dangerous trip. But we need escorts. Just be on the safe side. I'll say for now. 2 vehicles can't hold everybody, so I guess we'll have to make a few more trips. I'll stay here with you, Ray. Okay. Let's hit the road. Nicely. Driving assault. Graven arrives. Oh, this whole scene gives me like flashbacks. Graven arrives at the entrance to the underground base of City 074 at midday. After leaving the commandant in the sleeping pod, they're waiting for a while before a large influx of people comes from different directions. He opens the base's warehouse and hands out the supplies inside to the eager crowds. Days of hunger have finally quelled. For for the time being. Everybody seems to be in a better mood. In the evening, even the refugees who've been relocated to City 044 arrive in their cars. After an exchange of pleasantries, they go back with supplies. Yeah, roll interlude, exactly. Someone shows up as the moon rises. Hey, we meet again! He talks to the Grey Raven and learns the wounded in Conservation Area 045 are being treated by Forsaken Doctor. Everything's fine. In order not to deplete the supplies there, Chuck has decided to get some supplies from the underground base in City 047. As he hangs around, matches the border collie, spots him, and follows his motorbike to Forsaken's base. As dawn breaks, it's time to embark on the journey. The constructs from different squads get together in groups escorted by the interim captain for a final confirmation and roll call in front of the airship. I'm sure you all know from the president's message that the battle on our way back to Berlin will be a tough one. This is a voluntary mission. I don't care why you risk your lives to be part of it. I just want you to understand that one thing, getting rid of the punishing virus is the only way for humanity. This is difficult as well as a noble battle. This is a life-changing moment for us all. So we must win. There's half an hour to go before our departure. Say goodbye to your friends and get ready for the journey ahead. And then we'll win back the future of humanity. And Earth. Roger. Liv! I haven't seen that look on your face for a long time. Huh? You think I have a poker face? That's not what I meant, but you always looked like you were forcing yourself to smile. While your facial expression looked natural, your shoulders were always tense. Maybe it's because it's a relief to finally see some hope. Matches, Stanley, Fantine, Cosette, whether they're people, animals, or constructs, I hope they are all safe and sound. It's because you're weak doesn't mean you're useless. Eh? Is that what Commandant said? That's right. I remember the second half of the sentence was, they give you parts out if you don't understand that, right? Remembering the past, they start to laugh. Yes, I just joined Raven at the time. I was a very confident construct who snapped at a teammate, another support construct who couldn't kill the enemy as quickly as he did on mission. Most people couldn't be bothered with things like that. None of the other commandants stepped in. Yes, I still remember the commandant said, just because a single cog can't stand up to the enemy, doesn't mean it should be left behind. Totally agree. They really just like memorizing stuff that commandant said and just regurgitating it. Like, okay, right, I guess this is the commandant fan club. Whether it's human or an animal, or even an insect or a bacterium, just because they seem weak doesn't mean they should be dismissed. They are all unique and irreplaceable in their own positions. It's the diversity of lives on Earth that give us hope. That's why I'm so delighted to be involved in this research and hope it will make a difference. Lucia! They don't want to write OOC, yeah. They want to memorize everything we say, so they don't write us in our fanfics, like, out of character. Lucia, you need to take care of the people here after I leave. But remember, you and Lee must take care of yourselves first. Liv's smile is gone and she speaks very slowly. I will, I promise you. Liv nods and turns to look at the stairs before her. Those who are going with her are waiting there. Let's hit the road, Liv. Come on. Are you ready? Alright, I'm off. Have a safe trip! Liv boards the airship with Cosette and Commandant Evie. Seemingly long journey is only the beginning of hope and parting for both Liv and the other surviving humans. No matter how much she wants to stay, she has to go. Nice, let's go. Liv in the not Liv, Lee in the background. Oh! I have to order cryptid ravage the entire world. 8:55. Oh, at 30 a.m. 8:30 a.m. This is new. Spaceship! Phew! Captain Ulk from Mountain Vulture. I'll be the temporary commander of this escort mission. Hi, Ulk. Oh, is it Oik? This is Liv from the Grey Raven. We've already confirmed the safety of our commandant and the protection target. Great. Full speed ahead, Hopper. The future of humanity depends on this mission. We need to transport all the targets back to Babylonia at all costs. The future of Earth! We try to stick to this mission and fear no sacrifice. Stick to the mission, fear no sacrifice! Everyone, please be safe. Hello, can you hear me? I forgot to mention something. Hopper carries a repulsion shield recently developed to deal with the flying enemies. But Hopper's not capable of keeping it running for a long time, so you have to stay connected to keep it running. Understood. And you are... I'm Kina. I used to work in the maintenance of Hopper. We will see each other again if you can come back alive. Shady mission with Kurano. Never seen someone being so picky while using my stuff. How adorable. Alright, just remember to stay connected with Homer to keep the shield powered. Shields will help defend against enemies. Features an identification friend or foe system that will detect the enemies and clear them out itself. Now Liv is an helper. Please turn on the shield and activate the power connection channel. Roger. Turning on shield. Confirm. Activating the channel. Confirm. Establishing power connection. 3, 2, 1. Connected. Punishing ice reaction detected ahead. This music's really intense. Multiple units approaching fast. They do need to turn it down a little bit, by the way, if it's a bit too loud. We will take care of the escort mission. You will support Construct. Stay in hope to scout enemies for us. Understood. I'll share the detection signals to everyone to adjust the formation accordingly. The red orb signifies attack formations. Oh, these are great, cool. So red orb is attack. Red is attack. Blue is defense. Yellow is speed. All out. Red attack, blue. Oh, red attack, blue defense. Right? These things? Are these enemies? I've already lost one? Hang on a second. What do you mean I've already lost one? I've already lost 2? 3? Hang on, what? Those tiny little red things are what it should be. Oh my, wait, how do I even attack? Okay, right. Oh. They're all bad. So I killed them all. Well, I'm not exactly a pilot. That's why you don't catch me like, you know, flying plane. I can't even drive a car. How do you expect me to pilot a plane? I can't even drive a car. For obvious reasons, but you know. Oh yeah, now I'm playing Liv, this version of Liv. It's obvious the voice acting changed, and I really like it. Yeah, I like this voice. Shield back up, let's go! I did just get everyone killed though. Hey, more people! What's this glitching? You guys can see the glitching too, right? Anything gonna come? Oh, from down below. Oh god, they are okay. They are just getting a little hit. Wait. Well, that's just like a skill issue. They shouldn't have just driven into those things, right? How are you supposed to get rid of them sooner? How are you supposed to get rid of them? Don't get rid of them. How are you supposed to keep them alive? How do you supposed to get rid of like these things over here? How am I supposed to wait? What? The controls are confusing me. How are you supposed to keep them? What? How are you supposed to keep them alive? It's like impossible. The projectiles are so tiny. Information? Well, I've gotten like how many people killed at this point? It's like 8 ships. How many people are on per ship? So complete transformation? Yeah, it's like how am I supposed to kill the things though? There we go. Let's finally start the plot value. How am I supposed to do this? Look, how am I supposed... What? Okay, right, so I'm supposed to move them, but now they're just, like, getting in the way, right? How do I kill the ships? I'm killed again. How do you keep them alive? It's impossible. They'll just attack your shield anyway. What? How do you do this? Okay, well, let me see those are away. We're safe now. Hopefully someone's out of power. We've got casualties as well. Yeah, a few casualties. So it's time to give up. You have to transport those who are still alive back to Babylonia. Just got a few kills. It's fine. Acceptable casualties. The airship transport escorting Liv disappearing into the sky. Beneath the fiery red clouds, a girl is walking alone in the wilderness, enveloped by a giant black shadow. The high concentration of the punishing virus in the air has deterred even the best equipped constructs, but doesn't affect the girl at all. It took a lot of effort for me to become what I am now. I really want everybody to see this. I have more important things to do right now. Mecha Babushka, give me the coordinates. Mecha Babushka? Wait, what? What you do will not change this catastrophe. Do it even if it's in vain. I don't want humanity and all those beautiful creatures to perish. The girl doesn't look so carefree as she usually does. And Techi's firm and serious. Is this Nanami? Is this Nanami? I'll help them realize their wishes, and in exchange they'll help me too. She feels a pang of nostalgia as she looks up at the sky and waves goodbye to the home beyond the clouds. Goodbye. Don't forget Nanami! Nanami! My girl, Nanami! Let's go! No! I'm just happy to see her mentioned. I'm like, yes, Nanami! That's my girl! That's her! Time to read. Nanami joins the battle. Yes, it's Nanami! Let's go! I love Nanami so much! Nanami, my beloved. Incredible. It's been 15 days since Liv returned to Babylonia. It's also 15 days since she's been adapting to her new frame. The peaceful facade of Babylonia would have tricked her into believing that everything has gone back to normal, if not for the obstacles and pain she's experienced throughout the adaptation. The god of the Patriotic universe. No, you mean Celica. Celica's the god. Nanami is like... Nanami. The constructs that returned with Liv either have been sent to the Star of Life or are currently being treated, or have the names recorded in the casualty list. Those humans gathered at Conservation Area 043 and 046 mostly survived. I got my hiccups. But the conditions of a few of them are still critical. Nanami's the Nanami of the future universe. Exactly! Apart from following the protocol to work on an adaptation, it was mostly spent her time in the Star of Life, assisting the doctors there and looking at after the patients. She seems to have brought her habit on the surface back with her. Besides taking care of the patients, Liv will also jot down their particulars in her journal. She knows that terminals that contain non-essential information will reset after her frame is destroyed, so she's chosen pen and paper instead. Cassette, brought to Babylonia from the surface, is also staying at Star of Life under observation. She seems to be doing fine right now. Celica has told Liv that Cassette will be transferred to the youth center later to await adoption, or she might stay there until she has grown up. It's been over 2 months since Evie was injured, and the Puglia Forest Park ruins. Since returning to Babylonia, the command has been receiving the best medical treatment possible. The days pass by, and Evie shows no sign of waking up. Not even when heavily wounded Simon has woken up from his coma and has come to visit the medical personnel's help. Well, the doctors in the Star of Life know full well that if Evie does not wake up soon, there might be no waking up at all. Being in a coma for over 3 months will create irreversible complications in a human's body. Yeah, I mean... Even if a miracle happens after 3 months, the best option is the Chief Commander has it turned into a construct. Miracles do not just happen. Not to mention that, should the Commandant wake up, all awaits the digestible plans the Parliament has planned, eagerly paving the road to the end of a hero's journey. Whenever night falls and most of the patients and nurses are asleep, Liv will still be busy working in the halls of the Star of Life. The only time she stops is when she receives the daily mission report from the service, and she will take a brief rest, or eased by the images of the figures in relative safety. She's a sparrow, trapped in an hourglass, knowing that she will soon be buried by the shifting sand, and she refuses to give up on searching for a way out. As noon arrives on another busy day of the Star of Life, Liv departs briefly for the Science Council. She's already ready to return and continue to help after finishing today's adaptation of the Council. As long as she can offer an extra pair of hands, she can give everyone else a little breathing room, more patients could be treated. She finds someone she's not seen for a while in Asimov's laboratory. Bianca! I understand the details. Specialized device you requested has been approved as well. It'll arrive here tomorrow. Seeing Liv enter, Bianca simply nods at her without saying anything. I'll be going if there's nothing else. Of course. I love Asimov so much. Looking at Liv, Bianca seems to have 1,000 words left unsaid in her eyes. Still, she remains silent, nodding again and bidding farewell. Take care. As she watches Bianca leave the laboratory, she hears another familiar voice from the door, one she's not heard for a very long time. Oh! Wait, I don't recognize this person, but is this... I recognize the silhouette. Is this... Is this teacher? I recognize this pattern on the side of her. Good afternoon. Huh? What, do you have to look like you just saw a paralyzed patient playing football? My apologies, Professor. Yeah, it was this teacher! Yes! I was just surprised to see you. I heard you left Star of Light to focus on academic research and you're no longer teaching or practicing. You're not wrong. I applied for early retirement to concentrate on things and research that I actually care about. But in times like this, no one gets to say on the sidelines, I suppose. So here I am. She shrugs, smiling. Someone has told me what happened to you on the surface. So daring. I was checking the Raven commanded. Not an easy job to bring someone with a brain injury like that back on One Piece. Don't be too hard on yourself. Choices were made and the die was cast. I know what happened down there. You did your best. Hearing the words the professor used to say to comfort students, this shows a hint of bitterness in her smile. Word is you're making an extraordinary frame here? You got me curious. Tell me more. It's classified. I've submitted my request and signed the NDA. Here, see for yourself. She opens her terminal and shows Asimov the notice she just received. Unless you don't trust the doctor that delivered you. Why does she finish saying that? Sounds of containers being knocked over and a little girl gasping can be heard from a cubicle inside. The notice just says you're allowed to join. I don't think you've agreed to do it yet. I should learn more about the project before coming to a decision, shouldn't I? Asimov does not bother to argue anymore. He taps on the monitor before him and pulls up a folder of Hippocrates. I see! So this is it. It's the frame that utilizes the data from an agent, right? Chrono isn't over their heads. It's Asimov lore? Oh! Trying to make an ascendant of your own. Might be powerful in the battlefield, but the frame comes with a side effect, doesn't it? It attracts the punishing wise like an actual ascendant. Since the user of the frame cannot withstand the infection, they'll die soon after they're deployed. But attracting the punishing virus is the effect of the Omega weapon needs. It's the only way it can survive capture the virus. Where does it send the punishing virus? We're still unable to explain most of it. Right now all I can say is the Omega weapon functions more like into a tunnel or wormhole that pulls the punishing virus. This frame has brought us hope precisely because it can make the punishing virus go away for real. That flew over Abby's head? Wait, what? I saw a little girl gasping and stuff. Was that it? Oh, wait! As in... Wait, what? She was there when Asimov was birthed? Was also slid out? Wait. Okay, right. Asimov lore. Sorry, this slid out thing keeps getting me. With proper control, we can even cure the corrupted. You won't be looking like this if things have been going this smoothly. A specialized frame cannot control the rate it draws the punishing virus. Given the current virus concentration on the surface, it's very likely the Omega weapon cannot keep up with the amount the frame is drawing in. What will happen to the virus that the Omega weapon cannot capture? Will they just in fact live? Asimov answers her with his silence. She's only going to give us another corrupted. If things go wrong, we might even get another ascendant. Commander Nickel agrees we might risk turning Liv into an ascendant. That's why he has asked the Purifying Force to support the operation. We're just confirming the situation with Bianca earlier. she's bringing over some equipment tomorrow that requires special authorization. Equipment from the Purifying Force, a Mind Needle probe, and an EMP discharge collar. Huh? Saying that you slid out feels like it should be an insult. Yes! Yes! You slid out and hit your head on the way down. Are they really gonna give Liv an EMP collar? Like, a shock collar for robots that just like... Well, it's not even like a shock collar. It's like an instant, like, knockout collar for robots, right? Did he tell you about this? Yes, Asimov and Commander Nicola told me before we started the adaptation. Do you know what those things, two things do? One of them monitors my mind, activities, and the other one can directly extinguish my mind. You signed the agreement after you learned about them? I did, since I don't want to become the enemy either. A hint of gloom flashes on the cheerful professor's face. She's not voiced any disagreement. But if you retrieve Liv before the infection crosses the threshold, even with a specialized frame, your mega weapon cannot hold on for too long. Everything is a work in progress. You can only improve it after testing. Didn't you solve this once? With the Smith boy, Chrome. The way he solved it was by including an inhibitor, so the Ascendant data wouldn't surpass what he can handle. There are two reasons why we can't use an inhibitor this time. Drawing in the punishing virus is, by default, an act of surpassing the threshold. If we put a limit on that, this project won't be able to do what it's meant to do. Of course these people would come up with something like this when they consider human life simply part of the cost of their experiments. But this isn't turning a heater on and off. What are our options, either hot or cold, inhibitor or no inhibitor? There must be another way. There would be. The specialized frame is developed from an agent's data, so its essence is similar to an Ascendant. Connecting with the mind of a frame like this often means corrupting a commandant's mind beacon. After getting the data from Chrome and the fight with the Hetero Hive Mother, I reinforced the inhibitor on the Glory frame. Right now, a specialized frame is as stable as an Arclight. During any unforeseen circumstance, both frames only have a 0.64 chance to deviate. Should a deviation occur, only the Raven Commandant Evie can stabilize his mind. Given that Evie is still in a coma, we've lost our only guarantee. That's why Corona's so obsessed with Evie. I wasn't too keen to find out the details, but it certainly seems like it. They have trouble solving the infection, and they couldn't get their hands on the constructs with remarkably stable minds. Without a commandant who can withstand it, the frames they build can't be deployed, or it'll just result in the user's demise. How'd you know about Corona, Professor? A sweet young man promised I'd be interested in Evie and Project Winter, so let him talk. Asimov's expression! He very rarely shows emotion, but like, that little shocked face, like, I like it when he shows just a tiny little bit of emotion. He said he wanted the budget to continue smoothly so the frames they make can improve and stop hurting the users. That's why they need my help. Oh, how passionate young people are nowadays. I didn't even give an answer, and he was showering me with praise for over 10 minutes. I thought my old research is all but forgotten. People often ask me how I stay so young, but no one listens when I say it's healthy diets, enough sleep, regular exercise, and staying away from cigarettes and alcohol. Healthy diets, enough sleep, and regular exercise. Yeah, at this point, it's a miracle I'm forever 17. I'm gonna... I stay forever 17, but all these things, I can't say... can't say particularly. I stay away from these things, of course. 2 out of 5, good enough? Yeah, 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5. Are you joining the research? Hold on, one more question. Why Liv? That was my choice. But I've heard that they were eyeing you before you applied. No one could avoid the outcome, even if it weren't Liv. Say that kind of speech for someone who hasn't seen her share of death. And the number of lives isn't a factor. I'll always care for those I care about. The most important factors we consider were mind stability and strain. You have to exclude those who have their minds damaged by a specialized frame. It would require something more stable. Among our top 3 candidates, Liv is second on the list. Oh, who's first? Lee is also from Grey Raven. Ah, yes, right. Let's not do this to Lee. Lee is not getting these from the frame. He's too precious for that. Most of us here are 2 out of 5. Let's go! 2 out of 5 is 40%. That's good enough, right? Still, this frame is our first attempt. There's still a lot of uncertainty, but someone out there has been trying to suppress it. Someone, huh? I can hazard a guess who that is. Who knows, maybe we're talking about the same person. Were those the only things you considered? The other factor was the fact that Liv applied for the program herself. Hippocrates let out a deep sigh, switching to a more comfortable posture on the chair. Alright, I agree to join the operation. The agent's data would have caused all kinds of issues, even from the simulated connection during adaptation. The migraine you feel would be the most obvious one, yes? Yes. Right, you wouldn't have said anything if you weren't asked. Although frames aren't my specialty, I can still help when it comes to mind stability. I'll also be the attending physician of your commandant. If we can get Evie to wake up, we'll at least have a shot at tackling problems regarding the mind. Thank you, Professor. Of course! If you have any requests, now's the time. Hippocrates taps the monitor in front of Asimov and presents the design of the new frame to Liv. I'm not the one who does the modification, but the more the frame matches what you want, the better it is for you in your future battles. Looking at the pure white frame on the schematics, she's reminded of a similar piece of paper she once held in her hands. Wings! Oh my god. That is... I love this game so much. I love this game so much. Like, little details like that you don't think anything of until like, they explain why the characters have it. Like, it's like Vera with her spear, right? Vera in her most recent frame with her spear, Garnet. I did not think that was gonna be a detail. Whether it's Evie or the people who are still struggling, only the Eclipse frame could fly. They would be able to travel over the hills and of the flood, through the danger to wherever she's needed to help those she could have saved. To be able to fly, there should be wings. Oh my god. This game plans everything. And I call it fish scales. Not like say a fish scales, it looks like a fish tail. Like the wings at the back look like a fish tail. Oh, okay. It had been 15 days since the transport craft vanished into the sky. Time is a pot that brews misery from the hunger and pain of those who have remained on the surface. After the twins are hurt, they have since changed their course, heading north once again. This time they're approaching from the plains on the east. With the south returning to a momentary peace, many without shelters have started gathering at the underground base of City 047. Even with the many resources stored there, they will run out one day. Having been informed about the presence of the barrage of hetero creatures, most people want to depart the area to avoid exhausting their resources. Still, they're apprehensive about the regions without constructs. Well, everyone is at a loss. Graven coordinates. Coordinates. No, is it coordinates or coordinates? It's coordinates with the other squads. And as Strikehawk and Cerberus meet up with them in City 074. As the two teams switch their posts with the other constructs who've stayed behind. Although they have not seen each other for a while, most of the three squads are in no mood to catch up, save a quick confirmation of each member's status and conditions. Given the situation they're in, they can tell what each other has been through without needing to say anything. Still, one person remained blissfully cheerful. Calamity! Calamity! Little ray of sunshine, Calamity. How you two of the three Ravens? How you both doing? Are you here to say that you've been doing fine? Shouldn't I be fine when I see my buddies alive and well? Who knows, Lee stops answering Calamity. The day after the catastrophe, Strikehawk and Cerberus were both assigned to missions to escort the transport crafts, traveling between the surface and Babylonia. In the beginning, the rate of successful rescues is high, with the elite squads leading the charge. But even they could not withstand the many attacks mid-flight. Although they managed to protect the personnel, they could not save the transport craft from crashing to the ground. They tried multiple times with little to no results, and so the escort mission turned into rescue missions on the surface. At least the constructs remaining here are safe, as well as Liv, who managed to return to Babylonia. That's all they can ask for. There's no time to waste. Let's assign the upcoming missions. Understood. Having checked everyone's statuses, the three captains assigned the 687 people in City 047 into 8 platoons according to their expertise. Each member of Grey Raven, Cerberus, and Strikehawk will form a new squad with 2 other constructs who have stayed behind, each squad leading a platoon to head for the different conservation areas. In smaller groups, they're more capable of handling unexpected situations, while reducing conflicts for scarce resources. If worse comes to worse, the loss will be minimal. With everyone's agreement, people begin to collect their belongings before waiting outside the base. We need to follow the contracts and leave. Hold on. Hey, Noctis! Noctis suddenly stops everyone from proceeding, pointing at Kama. Kama's here too! Sorry. We're sending it to meet us away. Reachable only through comms. Seems like one of us hasn't been assigned his duty yet. My apologies for not explaining earlier. Because of Kama's unique quality, he's unable to work with others by himself. He'll be following Wanshi in the upcoming mission. The more I want to see Wanshi. Sorry, I want to see. Oh wait. I like how you can tell that like the art when they draw like some artists when they draw art they like cut out like parts of the face and reposition them to like change the postures. You can see the lines from where the artist has done next one. I think they forgot to like fill them in afterwards in the art. You can see when it's like the transparency is lowered that there are like gaps in the art in the face from where like the artist is yeah reposition stuff to make the proportions look better. I want to see Noctis and Kamo like interact. There are more wounded in Wanshi's platoon. He would have been too occupied with them to fight. Kamo won't enter the base. He'll be patrolling outside. This guy. Once they complete the what mega weapon, he'll be able to get rid of his unique quality, won't he? About that, we did talk to Kamo when we received the notice. Even if the mega weapon is really capable of that, he has no wish to change who he is right now. That's fair. See, now it's okay, right? The other one was like a different expression, right? This looks a lot better because, I mean, you can still see some lines, but I guess they changed it for different expressions to, like, for ease of, like, emotions. It was just easier to, like, make adjustments to the drawn base image. Like, yeah, you could tell when they were changing the emotions and doing different expressions, like how they moved the image to make it work. Anyway, not to mention the fact there's a lot of still uncertainties regarding the weapon's power. Huh? Does he enjoy being excluded? Better be excluded than include myself with a bunch of idiots. Hey, nice one, Kamo. Let's go. He just wants to make sure he can still work in dead zones by himself. I remember him saying, dead zones are too dangerous for the rest of you, but someone has to do it. Shut up. Captain's platoons. Also has many wounded. No one's helping her. That's why I have taken in most of the armed refugees. Is everyone ready? Let's confirm the mission one more time. Our destination is the 3 neighboring cities on the west coast. If you encounter the red tidal wave of Henlo creatures, contact the rest of us and prepare to change course. Copy. Gotcha. Also, Vera suddenly turns to Lee with a teasing smile. Nope, leave him alone. Let your brother know you're safe when you have the time, no? Huh? I'd hate to be annoyed to death when I do my mission report. Let's move. Everyone watches the Cerberus captain platoon leave. Cerberus captain's platoon leave. They hear screaming from Lucia's comms. Help! Help! Watanabe, what's happening? Our base is the twins. Wait, Watanabe. Wait, no. Leave Watanabe alone. You talking about the twins? Gunshots and screams come through the terminal. They do not hear Watanabe's answer. Hello, Watanabe! Watanabe! There! Many wounded! Help! Even with the unstable signals in Watanabe's faltering voice, the context you hear is fellow. His few brief words have fallen silent. Disregarding their past differences, no one can abandon the people before them for the rescue mission. Where are you? East 037. Many the twins! Chasing course out of nowhere! So 037 is too far away from us. We wouldn't have made it even if we got go now at full speed. Help! Agdylek! As Agdylek also joined the rescue operation. Everyone's joining this, oh my god. Still being followed. Show them away. 043! Are you asking us to meet you at the station, City 043? In 5 hours! Before he finishes speaking, they hear a dog barking from the comms before the screen of the terminal turns black. Turns back from an explosion. The situation there doesn't look good. Can't just ignore them, Capt. You're right, now's not the time to hold grudges. Let's rearrange the groups. Lee and I will take the 3 constructs from our squad to the station in City 043. Refugees in our platoon will have to count on you guys. It's too dangerous if there are only 2 of you. Please let me come along. But I suppose you're right. Although we don't know what Watanabe's situation is for certain, he did mention they're still being followed. So let's have Chrome join us then. That's not a good sign. The twins are after us once, and we couldn't put any distance between us with speed alone. We've already sent the only thing that could get rid of them. We can't count on this luck this time. Not anymore. We need to prepare to fight. Let me come with you as well. There are too many refugees here. The 3 of us leaving with our squad is the most they can afford. Although I can't let you come with us, can the many people in my platoon count on you? Of course! As long as I can ease your burdens a bit. Given many injured are in the doctor's platoon, I will have to count on the 2 of you. No problem. We'll say you owe me. We'll say you owe me once, yeah? Alright, let's move, everyone. Lucy needs our ice tank, yes! Oh, my back. Ow. Let's go. It's almost time to meet up with the other guys. Wait, the corpses nearby are coming over. Looks like they're controlled by someone. It's because the twins are approaching. Oh, this music. The voices! Watch out! See, I can play Chrome. Just can't play other Liv. Not Liv, other Lucia. That's because Chrome is stupidly easy to play. Hurry, the entrance is over here. Gray, is that say Gray Graven? Wait, I want to see Gray Graven. Hey, move. As Chrome goes Gray, he really do go Bird, doesn't he? Oh, if only I used Red Orb instead, that would have been better, wouldn't it? Tank, by the way. This music's so good, it really is. And lead! Tank, by the way. Yeah, exactly. Tank, by the way. Oh yeah, great Gaven. That's it. We heading down? Hey, look at all these previous orcs. That's a space station. That is Iron Maiden. Oh, looks like there's a fight. The Frozen Header creatures are everywhere. No one can survive this. Live! Oh god. Cyborg life? Alright, there we go. Gary Raven, now Gray Gaven, yeah. There you go. Oh god. Wait, Cinderelic! The twins have left following the train. Good, they need to learn and grow in this journey. Otherwise, there would be nothing but food for the Red Tide, even with the world at their back, unfit for their names. Hey, it's the clown, let's go! What do you expect them to go into exactly? Tigers that hunt or sheep that follow? The Red Tide is inevitable. Should we let it grow unrestrained, it'll only bring chaos, disorder, and consequences uncontrollable. As I've mentioned many times, we need friends in the brave new world. I have no preference whether they are predators or prey. After all, it's a lesson to learn. A reflection of humanity. If that's the case, why did you tell Cinderella the story about the demon who saw the humans were weak and greedy, decided to reshape the world? You also decided to let her witness humanity's potential. What would have happened if the demon woke up to something other than greedy, adventurous? Where there is shadow, there is light. I don't dismiss this existence of light just because of the many shadows in the world. All that the twins see is how despicable humanity is. Then humankind shall die to its own reflection. Should there be speckles of light, however, the twins shall react in kind. Does it mean you still believe in some of the humans? All I believe in are the constructs. Even if some of the humans' consciousnesses were fit to ascend, their bodies wouldn't survive the filtering of the punishing virus. Even if I were to feel pity, I could not make their choice for them. I suppose luck is part of the filtering process, isn't it? After all, only the lucky ones get to become constructs when they want to. The unlucky ones can only wither in the misfortune. I've said this before. I would 110% become a construct. If the opportunity was presented to me, and I could become a construct, I would do it. I would 100% do it, because I think it's really cool. I think constructs are really cool. If evil, why hot? Exactly! If evil, why hot? Having said that, nothing's stopping us from trying something new. The dark figure turns around and gazes at the departing Aslam with a barely noticeable smile. The ones they call the twins are going after the train. They have quickly adjusted their pace, also to challenge and the colossal vehicle before them. The sturdy moving castle shrieks, having been forced to cut up its tail to escape the twins' combined attacks. Countless people and goods in the back are left behind along with the carriages they are in and soon swallowed by the red tide. They do not know then. Those who survive will ride to their end with Aslam. Oh my god. I love this so much. Such an incredible chapter. Wait, what's this? Aslam has 12 carriages left. Constructs 35, survivors 587. Oh god. Is that Agdylek? Yeah, that's Agdylek. Or Aslam the train for Agdylek. Whoa. The twins have stopped their attacks as Aslam severed its carriages. They simply follow the detached train from behind with their unique movement. Check the numbers. I don't think I want to. I watched curiously inside of the train, through where the carriages broke off, as if it is a headless rooster still moving about. Countless hetero creatures and hetero sapiens converge at the sides of the twins, placing the two observers as the assailants who attempt to breach the carriages. In the beginning, people try to block the opening, stopping the amassing hetero creatures. Yet every time they succeed, the hetero creatures will launch a new wave of attack and tear their defenses apart. Passengers have lasted a day and a night in this relentless struggle. Both constructs and humans have grown weary in this intense battle of attrition, whilst the hetero creatures have been only been picking up the speed as if they are guided by masterful instructors. Only when the sun sets once more does the company fighting on the front line of the train have a chance to rest before night falls. How are we looking? 12 carriages remain after the split. Spear and Lee are repairing the damaged equipment in haste while keeping an eye out for more attacks. Seeing the fight has temporarily ceased, the scared refugees hiding deeper inside poke their heads out. How are you all doing? Where are the folks who were in the carriage? They've placed most of them in other cities, conservation areas before meeting up with the Forsaken. Jamila sits on her chair elegantly, her expression invades as though she has long been used to confronting danger. Still, some of them refuse to leave despite the situation. You have witnessed their fate. The refugee immediately returns to his seat after that. Agdylek has suffered a great loss in this. Hey, Watanabe, let's go! Yeah, Watanabe! Agdylek has suffered a great loss in this rescue. After this is over, the Forsaken will not forget what you've done. Also, leader himself, Watanabe, however, just looks exhausted. Everyone the Forsaken has taken in has witnessed the torment that Watanabe and the Forsakens went through. The pain is long past what one could reasonably bear. The Forsaken are still standing here, like a lighthouse in the storm, unyielding in their oath not to leave anyone behind. Don't worry about that. We're here because I have my own considerations and plans. The one has transpired. No one gets to remain, uninvolved. Sorry, my brain lagged. We should have stood together in the first place. Not to mention that Babylonia has agreed to compensate for all damages. Is that part of the deal? Call it a provisional supplement term. Both Babylonia and Agdylek want the same thing. To save lives and seek new possibilities. So does Forsaken when you put it like that. But now he frowns, turning back to the interior of the carriage. The 35 constructs who gathered in the base are fighting to protect okay, these are the numbers. The 587 survivors hiding here! Oh my god, right. I can't read numbers apparently. I think my brain has been rotted by Liv. Most of them are members of the Forsaken, but there are also many patients that they've temporarily taken in. After the event at the Pulia Forest Park ruins, Tsunabe has been leading different Forsaken bases to take in those who are affected, giving them shelter. Forsaken has always been held in high regard in these areas, but that has also led to them taking in way more people than the conservation areas. Not long after the twins attacked, a large gathering of Henlo creatures charged the base as if being summoned. Suffering huge casualties, with Nabe was forced to make this remaining forced to take those remaining to escape from their base. You're welcome. You'll have to help fix the train in the future. Of course. Is there a future? Shrek having boarded the train. My brain, oh my god. I think I'm getting tired. Shrek having boarded the train alongside the Forsaken is leaning by the shaking seats, his brows furrowed as he watches the working constructs before him. Ever since he came on board, the normally talkative young man has been looking around with worry and disgust. What to be fears not just the monsters chasing them, but the train itself as well. I know it's my place to say it, but those two and their siblings are still after us. It's clear we can't outrun them, and we can't win by attrition. This game really loves the word attrition, don't they? Might just be a civilian. I'm grateful to be saved. Both the folks behind us, and I can't bear to lose any more of you. Hearing that, a corner of Jamila's mouth ever so subtly rises. Especially you, Watanabe. You don't have to say it. I know you're almost at your limit, having been operating non-stop for the past month. You don't have a choice right now. Isn't there a new possibility? When we were putting together the supplement terms, I received an extra request to help test your new weapon system. Are you talking about the Omega prototype? We can fight the twins with it. The effects during our first trial were minor, but they must have improved by now. All you have to do is follow the train track. Yeah, I'm like ignoring the what's it called? The name Shrek. I'm like, if I try and think about it too hard, I'll start laughing. Everything PGR is attrition? Yeah, fair enough. Such an interesting accent Evie has. You can analyze it through 4 hours, 4 straight hours of dialogue reading. My accent's like a weird. It's American English, right? I'm British, but like, also my accent sounds like kind of American. It's a weird mix of the two, right? But even then, I don't think I pronounce the same word the same like twice in a row. It's always slightly different. That's right, I received a message. The operational command is preparing phase 2 of the prototype. They're planning to drop it tomorrow. The improvements they made, this mega weapon can create a small disinfected area, drawing in the punishing virus within. Hearing that, everyone's solemn face relaxes a little. But its effectiveness is still inconclusive. We should prepare a backup plan. Have you confirmed the exact timing and location? I have. We need to arrive at the station in City 210 by 4 o'clock tomorrow. There we will see the new prototype. Must be City 210 and 4 o'clock. That's cutting it real close. We need to take into account the time needed to depart and meet up with the support force. We must hurry and put some distance between the enemy and us. Has Chungyu's art changed? I swear originally like his art used to be him from like a side. Like, yeah, like an angle looking like this direction. With like his hand up or something. Not to mention, it's too dangerous for civilians to remain on the train. There's another functional base in City 210. People can get off there. Also for its release, that was it. Man, there's true some action lines happening. Yeah, basically right. The lines are there because they're on a moving train, and the train has like been severed in the middle. So Agdialec is like, you know, Agdialec is a train that doesn't stop. Like it kind of has to stay moving at all times, otherwise like the filtration system on it will like fail. So the train is always moving. And like now the train's been cut in half, so it's probably like loads of wind rushing through the train as they just like try and come up with a plan. It's more than enough if we just keep a small force of combatants here to draw the twins' attention. So why reaching City 210 by 4 o'clock tomorrow seems reasonable. Suppose we have to speed up. Jamila smiles, her gaze passing each of those, discussing the plan until it stomps in Shrek in the back. Through the sound of their discussion, she sends Shrek a message, speaking silently. Welcome back. Hence journal engine, yeah, exactly. The train doesn't stop. I'll go help. Given how dire the situation is, the convicts have noticed the expressions of the two humans, not to mention what Jamila was saying. Then we'll stay here to take care of the minions. The boy's fist connects to the corrupted that is clinging to the broken edge, snapping its neck. It only falls to the crowd of corrupted behind, still in pursuit. Back together again? What is this, a march for unity and friendship? Watch out! You're about to attack. Let's go. Oh.
私は指揮官
Oh!
指示をお願いします
Been a while since we were last on this train, right? Raven and Strikecock. We're here to help you. Careful, they come out of nowhere and attack their teammates. But they disappeared when we attempted to strike back. Check the side of the train. Also, it looks so much prettier. I think they made it like more neon. Yeah, they've increased the sort of height, I think, of this. And made like everything look a lot prettier. But yeah, basically this train does not stop. Oh, the head of Sapiens. Okay, they're trying to get on the train. Lee should be able to help, right? He's got range. Welcome back is important. Ah, okay. So he was originally on this train? Oh, he did say he was a merchant! Yes, he said he was a merchant, right? So that means he was... Okay. Yeah, then he was part of Agdilek, right? Strikecock is Strikecock! Oh, it does sound very bad when you say it too fast, though. There seems to be enemies on the other side of the train. Understood. Yeah, traveling merchant. Which basically, Agdilek is just traveling merchants in a train that just never ends. It needs to stay on at all times for the Punishy virus to be filtered. Mentioned he's trading with Agdilek in the past? Oh, good point, yeah. I forgot about that. I like how even on a train in like a subway, he can still like, you know, use the satellite. So he hints at future practice too much? Okay. I will remember that then. Twins approaching fast at the end of the train. Don't let them get on the train. You have to stop them before that happens. You're here again. There we go. Oh, this music's awesome. Trek is a walking spoiler, it's himself? Okay. I won't think about it too hard then, just in case. Look how quiet it's gone. Why is it gone all red? Why is it gone all red? Watch out. Oh god, hi! Nice. I wish it could be like, man, I wish that were me, but something wrong with me. Time slows down in the twins' visions. With ease, they approach Aslam, leaping into the air and launching a deadly strike at the fractured carriage once more. Bodies of flesh and blood fall off the train amidst desperate cries, like scattered paper in the wind. Before despair can tear him apart, Watanabe charges into the crowd of hetero creatures, his two blades drawn. As the red tide threatens to devour everyone, the surviving humans and constructs all take up arms, unable to stand aside. Give me my family back! Help me! Stay behind me. It hurts! Ah! Changyu, Jamila! How many more lives are you going to take? Ah! God! Tears and prayers, howls and vows. Blood and the red tide intermingle along the train tracks, drawing a crimson scar across the earth. As thunder roars in the sky, the cacophony of the crowd's cries compose the symphony of the inferno. What a poetic sentence. The cacophony of the crowd's cries composes the symphony of the inferno. Oh my god. Right now, they're still 12 hours away from arriving in City 210. People still believe that the hope awaits them ahead. So I doubt it. 2,351 survivors! What? Okay. Okay. And Noli. The localization team did a great job. Seriously, this game is an incredible localization. Like in earlier chapters and stuff, if you haven't played this game before, one of the characters is basically just like a VTuber more or less. I call her a VTuber because she has like a VTuber personality. And she says stuff like yeet and what's the other one, bruh? Like because basically she's just like ultimate zoomer. I love her so much. But yeah. I love the anime. The slaughter lasted a whole night. Of the 587 survivors who boarded the train before it departed, only 151 have survived. 23 conscripts remain, excluding those from the elite squads. To rid the train of the hetero creatures, they had launched three suicide bombings. Oh my god. And yet, the lost lives in the destroyed tracks have traded but a brief moment of peace. A new wave of enemies quickly surrounds them again. By the time the haunting nightmares disappear from their sights, and the blood no longer paints an unending line along the tracks, it's 32 PM of the next day. Actually, VTuber system at Babylonia? Oh, I didn't know that! Nanami has, like, VTuber personality, though, in that she's incredibly unhinged. And that's about it. She is incredibly unhinged. And, I love her. She has, like, Salome personality, right? Anyway. Shielded by a devastating amount of casualties, people finally managed to get some breathing room. Everyone who endured the night knows full well that they've survived only because the twins almost have not participated in fights at all. They are still in danger. How far are the twins from us currently? The geolocation feedback suggests that they are about 130 kilometers away. It should take them at least 9 minutes to catch up, even with their speed. But I can't promise that this isn't delayed information. Only 9 minutes. Inside the broken carriage, survivors are patching themselves up in tears. Most of the 151 survivors are only lightly wounded, which indicates the unfortunate fact that none of those who were hurt badly lived. Just as the train cannot stop, these people cannot afford to stop and grieve. They know full well that, should they pause and mourn the departed, they will likely be the next ones lost. We're almost at a destination. We should come up with a plan first. That's right, we have to find a way to get the survivors off the train as quickly as possible. Everyone's injured, so they ought to be moving slower. Leaving the station in 5 minutes is the best we can hope for. Changyu pauses, withholding that he's about to say. Still, everyone understands what he's trying to point out. Most are only lightly wounded does not mean that everyone is only slightly injured. Not to mention, they cannot guarantee the lightly wounded would be able to evacuate from the station in mere 9 minutes. We still have 5 people in critical condition. Jamila is also badly hurt. I'll take her with me. And you, Changyu? I'll go with Jamila too. There will be a lot of fighters on the way, for sure. Seeing that we don't have any medics here, we can only take one more. We've lost too much already. After a whole night of loss, the night in Watanabe's pupils is almost gone. Corners of his eyes are still tinted light red. Is it tears? Perhaps sweat or blood? It'd just be a painful mixture of them all. Oh god, poor Watanabe. No! You're still a while away from the station, Watanabe. You need to rest and repair so you can keep fighting. Oh, even Chrome's like completely scuffed up. Oh, I'm fine. He shakes his head. We're so close. We have to get everyone out safely. That's the only way they didn't die in vain. It was intended to be a word of comfort, only made him frown even more. Will you go with them? You know City 210 better than us. You'll be a better guide. Of course. I'll try to bring some of the seriously wounded as well. Leave Shrek and the rest to me. Is anyone else going? People with light wounds will need context assistance to travel safely in 9 minutes. Hold on. The twins realize the crowd is no longer here. They will change their target, and we'll be looking at even heavier casualties. No way. A mission is to be the target that hetero creatures. A mission is to be the target that hetero creatures and the twins? No one objected to Chrome's plan 2 days ago when they had to face the barrage of enemies. But now most of them just want to leave this grueling frontline. We'll meet with Babylonia's support force in City 210 and get the prototype weapon. To deploy the Omega prototype, we have to make sure the enemies are still following us. It's too dangerous to be at close distance with them. I think it's safer to do it on the train. Before she passed out last night, Jamila mentioned that if you're going to use the train for your operation, we'll give Lex permission. Of course, she also mentioned we'll be sending Babylonian a bill for all the damage caused. Fine. The loss suffered in the prior night has everyone deeply traumatized. They are struggling to be optimistic even when they can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Perhaps we should let everyone choose. Instead of encouragement, Chrome chooses a different path. Let everyone choose? I mean, you're letting us decide if we stay or go. That's right. Please pass the word and ask what everyone thinks. I will. Without delay, the conscript drags his wounded leg further inside the carriage. I'll help them prepare for the move as well. Okay. Watanabe and the conscript soldier leave the cart. Do you really think that some of them would choose to stay? I say most folks would care more about their own survival. I do. Neither choices guarantee safety. If we force them on the more dangerous path, the resolve will only waver. Seems like we have to prepare a backup plan. What do we do if the twins don't follow the train? We'll split up into smaller teams. The moment they deviate from our planned route, we'll initiate attacks like we did before to catch their attention. It'll be easier to draw the enemies to us if we can provoke some of them. Right, let's work out the details. I'll guard the people as they go. Oh god, my poor back. I mean, it really stretched. How have we been going for 6 hours already? What the hell? Alright. A little stretch and think about it. I still have an EMP disruptor. After we get the Omega prototype, we can use the prototype to catch the corrupted attention. Corrupted attention for deploying the disruptor. Good. You must be ready. This battle will decide the fate of all our lives. Am I drinking water? Sort of. Hey! Cross-dressing Kamui! Like I'm gonna stream later today or anything. It's on Rita's channel, it'll be fine. It's 11 PM, I'll be okay. It's actually... Oh, it's in 4 hours. Wait, I have 4 hours to eat food. Awesome, we finally made it! I'm so glad I did the whole PowerPoint earlier. I'll leave the Omega 2 prototype here. I guess you're gonna need it. That's right, we'll have to turn it on to attract them. And buy some time for the crowd to retreat. Let's get the wounded to train for treatment. Alright. Prepare to activate the Omega 2 prototype here, Lee. Give it to me. Well, enemies that only take damage on Matrix? Okay, cool. I'm gonna do so badly. Lee, look at him! Leave it to me, you go deal with the enemies and let him get here. There we go. Lisa, how's it going? More Hedro creatures are coming over. Need to focus? Cool. I love Lee so much. Here it comes. Right, that's me from the Hedro creatures. Cool! Tom is 2 OP, yep. Here we go. Let's get Matrix. Okay, let me attack me, please. Attack me! Attack me! Coward! Coward! Oh my god, just attack me! Attack me! Coward! I can't! Duke's awesome, it really is. Attack me, you stupid little orb! Thank god. You're already attracted. Since they're coming over, prepare for retreat. Lucy Plume's a little complicated to use. Little Chromes are just bonk and bonk harder. Exactly, I like the bonking. The bonking is fun. 8 minutes and 49 seconds. In the last 11 seconds of this dire battle, the train finally starts moving again. The twins continue following the train without being drawn away by the departing crowd. Once they reach their planned location, Lee and Chrome work together to assemble Omega 2 with some alloy plates, fixing it to the broken surface of the carriage. From their experience, the twins should soon strike at the alloy plates, which means coming into close contact with Omega 2. However, if noticing the danger within, the twins are yet to approach. Could it be they've learned to recognize the Omega prototype, having encountered it before? If that's the case, they'll just dodge even if we toss it at them. Nodding, Lee takes out a polarity masking case from his tactical backpack, removes Omega 2 from the alloy plate, putting the weapon inside the box. Found this polarity masking case when we were repairing Aslam. Usually used to hinder searches, so we can give it a shot. Alright. Before Lee can throw the case toward the twins, we immediately back away for several hundred meters, the moment Lee pokes his head out. Is the masking device ineffective against them? I don't think so, but I think I suspect they might have recognized when we were about to attack. From now on, we should treat them as intelligent enemies instead of mindless drones. Did we expose Omega 2 too soon when we installed it? Not really. We already deployed Omega 2 and we were trying to create an opening for the people to evacuate. If the twins are still somehow connected to the Hedro creatures, they will know how dangerous this train is right now. In that case, our best shot is to bring the masking case in direct contact with them. Looking at each other, the three of them turn their gazes towards the inside of the carriage, searching for something to aid their fight. Apart from the mind constructs, we chose to stay behind, and the 3 constructs from Support Force to deliver Omega 2. Surprised to find 2 more humans there. Why didn't you leave? Neither of us could move anymore. He moves his motionless legs with his hands, explaining his situation. One wound on my left lower leg, the other on the outside of my right leg, my right thigh. Both my tendons are ruptured, my leg's practically numb now. I might not be a medical expert, but this seems kind of like the injury that would leave me impaired, even after surgeries. Still, I don't know how to perform a surgery like that. No one here does, although we'd have means to do it. He put down his blood-soaked legs, the tourniquets around them covered with written records of time. Recent updated, the last update was 2 hours ago. Perhaps he was hurt for too long, or maybe he realized help would not arrive in time. But Trek had given up on releasing the tourniquets on time to ensure his blood flows and prevent his muscles from being damaged. I'd only slow the group down if I followed them, so I decided to stay. As for Garcia, he nudges the pale young man next to him, but Garcia's already in shock from losing too much blood. Checked, and I think his liver and kidneys are punctured, and some arteries are somewhere damaged too. The train has run out of medical supplies long ago. I thought we could figure something out when we got off the train, but it was too late before the train ever stopped. So we left Wanabe know. We let Wanabe know and let him prioritize those who could still move. Right? And Matches left with him as well. Two of them know full well what it means to stay behind. Here they are, so they would not burden the others. Stop pouting and say something! You guys still have work to do, don't you? He's right, we have to solve our immediate problem if we want a shot at treating the ones who have stayed. The task of putting the twins to me. I'll come back with my short-range jet. It might work if we're doing this on the land. You wouldn't be able to return to the high-speed train. You're right, I need a backup plan, which is why I was looking for this. Lucia pulls out an abandoned handbag underneath the seats. Puts the masking device inside before taking out a bundle of steel cables. What? Holding on to one end? That's how the other end inside the carriage. If something goes wrong, I'll make use of this. Lucia and Lee nod at each other. We made sure that Lucy is well prepared. They open the door to the carriage. I'll leave this place to you. Lucia quickly steps out of the train, dashing towards the twins with her thruster. When she's about to reach them, the twins' movements suddenly hasten. They retreat behind the many Henlo creatures. So they recognize Lucy and Liv then. Oh, Lucy and Lee. And like don't want to get into fights with them because they know they have the weapon. Watch out! Lee holds onto the steel cable. Yet to be fully unfurled, he pulls it back with all his strength. With the force of the pull, Lucy manages to change course and fly back into the carriage right before hitting the Henlo creatures. That was Lucy right about the masking device being ineffective against them? Either that or they become wary of anyone who tries to approach them, once they no longer can detect the location of Omega 2. Yeah, tricky situation either way. Let's determine which one it is then. We'll come up with an answer. Alright. Lee returns to the first carriage, hiding the handbag with the masking device in a safe location. He then takes a similar bag and places a piece of rock of similar size inside. Lucy takes the bag and dashes out the train again. The result is the same as last time. The twins immediately retreat to the back, avoiding contact with Lucia. Now to test the other theory. She places the bag with the rock, with the gap between trolley plates, before cutting off a corner, letting the bag fall out the carriage. The twins do not move away this time, letting the bag roll onto the ground by them. So it's not the bag that they're wary of. Before Lucy could finish, the twins launch another attack on the train. The impact separates the remaining 12 carriages. The 3 constructs who stayed at the back are about to be slip away with the broken off cars. Lucy rushes forward and catches the desperately running Lee, throwing him above the carts. Wow, she's strong. So he can make use of the crumbling walls to make his way to the front, while she escapes the collapse with the help of their thruster. Chrome following closely behind the two, catches the steel cable, still tied to the other end, and fires with the ice bullets from his gun blade. Taking advantage of the recoil and the elemental energy, he also manages to retreat to the safe carriages. Garcia! Hearing Shrek's cry, the 3 constructs look back, to regain their footing, just in time to see the young man was in shock from blood loss fall off the train from the broken edge, landing next to the twins. Oh god. Oh god. Lucy tries to step out and save the innocent man, but Shrek, mournful and hurt, lands in her way. Following his gaze, they see the twins have Garcia firmly clasped, saving him from the impact at the ground, only to condemn him to the highly concentrated punishing virus and his flesh quickly festers in their arms. It's too late, let him go. Is it just the wind howling? The young man's voice trembles, his words seemingly a wail. I couldn't catch him, I failed. Right. Well, so there's a couple more in this chapter. I think... yeah. We're going for over 6 hours now. So I think what I'll do... I know we're at the end of this chapter almost, but like... I think I need to lie down, my back is starting to hurt. So I think I'm gonna end the stream here. We've done almost the first 2 parts of of this incredible, incredible questline. Oh, we're only halfway there. Oh my god. So yes. Right. Because I wasn't able to do it today, if you want to do the interlude, which is basically to say a character story, this is like, you know, for anyone who hasn't played the game before, they're like extra sort of stories, backstories for characters. I'm not able to do this one just yet because it is a spoiler for the, you know, the story. I want to do it when I've finished it. If you want to play Liv's stuff, you can find it here. It gives you funny free currency, and it's available for anyone, even if you don't have a frame right now. So go do it if you want to feel really sad, I'm guessing. I will give it a go next stream, which will probably be sometime next week. I really, really can't stress how much I love this game. I really cannot stress it. This game is incredible, and if you've not played it yet, what are you doing? It's absolutely worth it. I've been playing for like, well, almost 7 months now or something. I can't remember, but it's totally worth it. That, like, I cannot stress it enough. Play this game if you haven't. It's free. Why not? The story is like the best I've ever played. Like, okay, right. As this before, I have a massive rant about this. PGR story is so good it's ruined other games for me. Other gacha games I've dropped because the stories just don't compare to this game's. So, it's incredible. I don't think I have anything else to say really. Other than download PGR, link is pinned down in the description. Thank you so much, Kuro Game, for sponsoring me. Although, all my opinions on my own, I could not put into words how incredible this game is. Makes me happy about being sad. It's about being sad. It's like, it's cathartic, right? In some ways. I'm not happy that I'm sad. I'm happy this game has created such an incredible and like lively world. This thing's been very, very sad. Not all the stories like this. In fact, a lot of it's like got its own humorous parts. But something about this game is just incredibly charming. It's worth it. It's completely free to play if you want to just not spend any money. Come play it. It's really good. Yeah, I even did a whole stream where like I bought merch, I have my own like, you know, with my own money and like opened it up and stuff. I have like so many acrylic stands with this guy. By that I mean I have like 3, but that's more acrylic stands I have any other character because I don't have any other acrylic stands. I also have the summer towel. Good old summer skin towel. But yeah, this game is incredibly poetic, and I just cannot scream enough about how much I love it. Wish for the Chinese version? Yes, one day I do. Hopefully, if I ever learn enough Chinese, I'd love to play the CN version. But yes. I just think this game's incredible and worth every second you spend playing it. Genuinely. But I will end this stream on that note because it's like, yeah, it's 7 PM. I haven't eaten in like ages, and I want to eat. Yay! Somebody got some food. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming to today's stream. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please consider subscribing, and please if you haven't already. This is insane. Like, this game's just so good. So download it if you haven't already. Thank you, Kuro Game, for sponsoring me. I really appreciate it. You guys are incredible. And I hope you guys have a really good day. I'm gonna go rest. And yes, play Liv's interlude. I will do that next stream because I don't want to spoil myself, but 6 hours of story and my throat's starting to hurt. Good night! Wrong, stupid scene again. Good night!